On election day, the folks will vote and say, we want a new man in the White House. To show our wild acclaim, we want a man that's game. So let's all sing that Dewey is his name. Let's all do with Dewey. He's the man we want to win. With a mind to do what's right, he will try with all his might, for his country's calling him. Tell the boys who fought for freedom, war again will never come. He will keep our nation free and save our liberty. So let's all do with Dewey. Let's all do with Dewey. He's the man we want to win. With a mind to do what's right, he will try with all his might, for his country's calling him. Tell the boys who fought for freedom, war again will never come. He will keep our nation free and save our liberty. So let's all do with Dewey.
Say I'm just wild about Harry, and Harry's wild about me. The fates decreed it, and we concede it. Harry made history. FDR had his New Deal, and Harry will follow through. The country's wild about Harry, and Harry's wild about cannot do without the country and you.
Congratulations, Tom Dewey. You won by a landslide today. Through thick and through thin, we knew you would win. 'Cause who'd ever vote to let Truman stay in? Congratulations, Tom Dewey. Your Republican dreams have come true. Here's a victory roar for President number 34. The White House is waiting for you.
Good evening and welcome to Election Day 1948. My name is Henry Chapp. If you enjoy history, check out our Patreon page, World War II on the Air and in Print, and take out a free one-week trial. We feature vintage newspapers, radio, and movies as we travel through the war 1 week at a time. A link to the page is in the comments below. The 1948 election was shaping up to be a landslide for the Republicans. The incumbent, Harry S. Truman, Democrat, was running against Republican Governor of New York, Thomas E. Dewey, third-party Dixiecrat candidate, South Carolina Governor Strom Thurmond, and Progressive Party candidate, former Democrat Vice President under Franklin D. Roosevelt, Henry A. Wallace. The splits in the Democrat Party caused pollsters to heavily favor Dewey. Dewey was the leader of the Republicans' liberal wing and their 1944 presidential candidate. There will be no interruptions as we travel back to 1948 for a few hours. Let's turn on this old tube radio, that's our time machine, and give this stuff a listen.
This is Morgan Beatty speaking for Alka-Seltzer, bringing you news of the world. Tonight, Paris, 1 week of grace for the Kremlin. London, Bevin speaks matter-of-factly about war. Cross-country, Dewey demands European Federation. Truman ribs congressional mossbacks. Baton Rouge, a fair play legislature. Chicago, advice about the weather, wrapped up in a brief message from Jack Holden.
And we have it wrapped up, Morgan. You know, friends, it may seem a day too late to most of us, but today, the 22nd of September, is officially the first day of fall. And when fall comes, we start thinking about the cooler weather, changeable weather ahead. And that's often cold-catching weather. Now, just in case you're unlucky and you have an early fall cold, listen to the Alka-Seltzer ABC Cold Comfort Treatment. Then try it and see how much better it helps you feel. Here it is. A, Alka-Seltzer. Take Alka-Seltzer at once for fast relief from the ache-all-over feverish misery of a cold. B, be wise. Beware of drafts. Be sure to get more rest than usual. And C, comfort. Yes, comfort the sore throat caused by your cold. Gargle with Alka-Seltzer. Dissolve 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets in a quarter glass of warm water and use this as a soothing, pleasant gargle. Now, Alka-Seltzer is such a good product for cold discomfort and for headache and acid indigestion, too, that no home should ever be without it. When you go to your drugstore, buy 2 packages of Alka-Seltzer instead of 1 and always keep an extra package on hand. Now, Alka-Seltzer brings you the noted commentator, author, and reporter, Morgan Beatty.
In Britain today, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin revealed to the House of Commons that France, Britain, and the United States are now morally bound together against the aggression of Soviet Russia in what amounts to a defensive alliance in fact, if not in name. In Paris, the 3 governments agreed to give the Kremlin one more chance to avert a complete break. These are decisive commitments in the West, so for the story, we crossed the Atlantic recorded at once to France and Britain. First, Henry Cassidy in Paris.
The European diplomats who prefer to handle Russia gently have won the upper hand so far in the discussion of what to do about the blockade of Berlin. The American proposal to bring the blockade before the United Nations has been abandoned, at least for the time being, and a new note has been sent to Moscow, keeping alive the negotiations between East and West. This is what the British and French wanted, and the United States has relented in its determination to force Russia to the wall of world opinion. The new note was drafted this morning by the Committee of Ambassadors from London. It was reviewed this afternoon by the envoys from Moscow. It's going to the Russians through the normal diplomatic channel of the Soviet embassies, and it asks for a firm yes or no on 4-power control of Berlin. The Western powers agreed on this final approach to Moscow because they have pledged themselves to exhaust every possible diplomatic means of settling the Berlin crisis, and also because they realized the United Nations could only produce a long, painful debate. When the Russian reply has been received, the foreign ministers will meet here with a full array of their advisors from Berlin, Moscow, London, and Washington to decide what again to do next. No one here is willing tonight to predict what the Russian reply will be. The record of the many previous notes and conferences is not encouraging, but the Russians have always been unpredictable. In any case, they have been given another chance, but however it turns out, the Western powers have not relaxed in their determination to remain in Berlin. They will stay until they are sure peace is secure and the Germans can govern themselves freely. This is Henry Cassidy in Paris.
Britain completes the international report. Here's Merrill Muller in London.
To an impatient but acquiescent House of Commons, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin tonight made Berlin the symbol of democracy's stand against the spread of communism and warned other measures would be taken by the Russians to weaken the joint policy of the Western powers, but it does not involve a commitment to war yet. Bevin delivered more than an hour's lecture to a packed Commons which interrupted him only twice and later expressed agreement with his efforts. He reversed Britain's stand against partition of Palestine by wholeheartedly supporting the Bernadotte plan, provided the Arab sector might go to Transjordan. He had to explain to a question that this did not include recognition of Israel. But on the Berlin crisis, Bevin delivered some of the weightiest policy remarks of the post-war period, comparing present conditions to 1940 and drawing a parallel between the demands of communism and Nazism. He said the Western powers had made provision to save Berlin from a vicious scheme by Russia. It was a grave choice to stand firm or go south to another Munich, he added. Berlin has become the democratic salient, and Bevin is confident the growing airlift can supply it throughout the winter. There will be quite a number of maneuvers to upset us, Bevin continued. We have to make our position firm and clear. This clarification, hidden in Bevan's speech, is actually the 4-point text of the note to Moscow, which the Western foreign ministers drafted in Paris last night and ordered their deputies to dispatch today. As Bevan said, first, the Western powers insist on the lifting of the Berlin blockade as recognition of their rights. Second, they will accept four-power control of Soviet money in Berlin. Third, they want four-power control on Berlin's trade with the West. And fourth, there is only next week left for settlement before the Western powers act. This is Merrill Muller in London.
And now, here's the political campaign in the United States today by candidates, by datelines, and by satellites. Candidate Dewey at Albuquerque, New Mexico, spoke on inflation at home and peace in the world. On the cost of living, he said the Democratic administrations for years have been moving heaven and earth to bring on the present inflation. We can lick the problem by cutting down on every available dollar of government spending and by maintaining a substantial surplus of government revenues. National income is now at such high levels that we can build up our military strength, reduce our debt, and still see to it that taxes are less of a burden on our people and less of a throttle to their enterprise. On foreign affairs, the governor said America's number one domestic problem is world peace. He renewed his call for a federation of Western European nations as a keystone for prevention of another world war. The United States, he adds, has a magnificent opportunity to aid in the creation of such a federation. Candidate Truman at Sparks and Reno, Nevada, played a variation on his favorite campaign theme, the 80th Congress. He asked the voters to fire the 80th Congress because it was led by a bunch of old mossbacks. Otherwise, he added, a Republican victory would return to control the Wolcotts, the Tabors, and the Allens and the Martins. These are the chairmen of the most powerful committees in the House of Representatives, and the president asked his listeners to give him a Congress he can work with. He told the crowds that the Republicans want to set up a ruling class in America. The campaign, he thought, is between people who want to turn the clock back and people who have your interests at heart. Mr. Truman said the Republican campaigners had not told the voters where they stood exactly. But he added, everybody knows where I stand. You don't get any double talk from me. In St. Louis, William Green of the AFL renewed his attack on Senator Robert Taft of Ohio for intervening with the National Labor Relations Board. The senators, you may recall, had called a conference with the board to discuss the case against the Printers Union under the Taft-Hartley law. Today, Mr. Green called this outright intimidation, and after that conference, he said the board cracked down on the Printers Union. Candidate Alvin W. Barkley at Bridgeport, Connecticut, tonight will ask Labor to get out a big vote to strike down a growing threat to progress and liberalism. Labor, he will say, has too much at stake not to turn out in an unprecedented array. Not since the labor movement came of age, he said, under the administration of Franklin D. Roosevelt, have the rights and privileges of labor been so threatened. The Republican Party, he added, is still the party of Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover. In Washington, Attorney General Tom Clark fired back at the House Un-American Activities Committee. Some people, he told the American Hotel Association, have tried to make the welkin ring with all sorts of weird communist spy stories. These stories are as preposterous as to allege that all our hotels are harboring spies under the beds in every one of their rooms. The Attorney General reviewed the President's loyalty program. He flung a challenge to the administration critics. Repeatedly, he said, I have asked them to name any communist in the executive branch of the government. Up to now, I have not received one name from them. I have told the House Un-American Activities Committee, he went on, that there are some 3,400 deportable, undesirable aliens walking the streets of America because there is no law to keep them in custody pending receipt of their travel papers. The FBI, said the Attorney General, is working day and night on our internal security. You know and I know that the FBI gets results. We have the fifth column on the run in the United States. Now, a new angle in the Democratic Party triangle. The story by Bob Scarce, station WJBO in Baton Rouge.
Political big doings continue in Louisiana tonight. There's never a dull moment in the biostate, but this time the repercussions will go beyond the state boundaries and echo all the way to our nation's capital. Earl Long, brother of the late Kingfish Huey and Louisiana's governor of just 4 months, has called an emergency session of the state legislature for the announced purpose of putting the names of Harry S. Truman and Alvin Barkley back on Louisiana's Democratic primary ballot. The names of the president and his running mate were stricken from the ballot recently, and those of states' writers Strom Thurmond and Fielding voting rights substituted in an unprecedented move by the State Central Committee, the official Democratic Party in Louisiana. Governor Long said today from his mansion that he is for states' rights and against the FEPC, but he feared it would place the state in an improper light if the voters were not allowed to make their own choice at the polls. But the law will have to be amended in order to make a place for both states' rights and Democratic nominees on the ballot. Thus, the call for the special session slated for 10 o'clock tonight in the towering $5 million Capitol that Huey Long built. However, keen political observers are noting with raised eyebrows the timing of the arrival in Washington of Huey's 29-year-old son, Russell Long, newly elected to Congress. Has Russell, they say, already cast a long political shadow with the Democratic bigwigs, or is his appearance on a house-hunting trip merely a coincidence? This is Bob Scarce in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Now, around the world in a minute and a half by Datelines. Washington. The House Un-American Activities Committee received important testimony today on its atomic spy case from witness Samuel J. Novick of New York. He's president of the Electronics Corporation of America. The testimony was taken in secret, but after it was over, Acting Committee Chairman McDowell said Mr. Novick had answered all questions. He had given highly important corroborative evidence, but, said Mr. McDowell, I would not call the witness friendly. Mr. Novick told the committee he was not a communist. Miami, Florida. The hurricane has spun its way through the rich Everglades vegetable belt and the fabulous citrus groves of the Indian River District of Florida. At noon, it veered northeastward and passed out into the Atlantic at Jensen Beach. Behind it are destructive tailwinds. Fruit and vegetable crop damage is expected to run into the millions. The storm to date has claimed 8 lives, 6 in Cuba, 2 in Florida. Baseball, the Braves today delayed their first pennant in 34 years. They upped and lost to the St. Louis Cardinals 8-2. That moves St. Louis into second place 7 games behind. If the Braves had won, they would have also won their pennant. Ah, well, tomorrow's another day. Pittsburgh 5, Brooklyn 1. The Cubs won twice over the Giants 3-2, 11-7. American League, daylight game, one of them. Detroit 5, Athletics 1. Lefty Hal Newhouser's victory, his 19th. One more, and he'll have 4 20-win seasons under his Major League belt. And that's what happened around the world today.
Morgan Beatty will return with some more late news. Going out tonight, maybe to a movie or an evening's visit with some friends, late hours and late refreshments could cause distress in the form of a headache and acid indigestion tomorrow morning, you know. So look into that supply of Alka-Seltzer before you go. Alka-Seltzer's pain-relieving agent can make quick work of that headache, while its alkalizing properties help soothe and settle an acid stomach upset both at the same time. Get Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore.
Don't take chances. Are you sure you're getting all the essential vitamins you need from the food you eat? Remember this. Government surveys show that the meals of 3 out of 4 persons are short on vitamins. Don't take chances. Instead, take one-a-day brand multiple vitamins. Lack of vitamins in your food can cause you to feel under par and run down. So take one-a-day brand multiple vitamins. 60 capsules, 2 months supply, only $2 at any drugstore. Potency guaranteed by Miles Laboratories. Lack of vitamins in your food can keep you from feeling your best and looking your best. You can't afford to take chances. Take one-a-day brand multiple vitamin capsules.
Now, here again is Morgan Beatty.
And here's a sign of our times. Belgrade, Yugoslavia. They're even converting pigs to communism in Yugoslavia. It's this way. 2 weeks ago, the Tito government sent squads of officers through the country. They rounded up most of the pig population of the country from the peasants' farms. They paid the peasants 10% of the going value of the pigs per pound. This, said the government, was necessary to ensure an adequate supply of food for the country's industrial workers, and the pigs were herded into government pig pens. Came the question what to do next. The communist newspaper Borba reports today that the government has found the answer about what to do next. It's going into the business of raising, fattening, and selling pigs. All pigs henceforth will be turned over to the authorities, even pigs owned by state farms and some cooperatives. It will be against the law for a private farmer to own a pig or for anybody else, as far as that goes. The burden of providing pork chops for the nation will therefore henceforth be the government's business. So, from now on, the Yugoslavians will in fact be buying a pig in a poke, and that's the news of the world. Until tomorrow at the same time, this is Morgan Beatty speaking for Alka-Seltzer, saying goodbye from the newsroom in Washington.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Truman opens campaign September 18th at Des Moines, Iowa plowing contest.
Dewey launches attack at Des Moines, Iowa, Drake University.
Uh-oh. Here we go again.
Living 1948, brought to you each week at this time by NBC and its affiliated stations, holds up its mirror today on the threshold of Campaign Time USA to reflect the history and anatomy of political campaigning in a drama document entitled Vote for Me. And here, distinguished because he is not running for any political office, is your narrator, Clyde Gattell.
Greetings, voters, one and all. This, as Lord Bryce, British student of American affairs, once put it, is a time of great shakings in America. Great shakings passing into the hot fit of presidential elections. And indeed it is. A time when everyone can join the fun, and virtually everyone does. To the tune of brass bands, loudspeakers, speeches, flag waving, and words our mothers never taught us. Throughout the forthcoming pre-November days, at least 30,000 hopefuls, all aspirants for some public office, are ready to spend a total of about $75 million to convince you, the little man with the ballot in his hot little hand, to
vote for me.
Already some would-be candidates have dropped by the wayside, like this one in Illinois.
I have no desire to subject myself to such vituperation and abuse.
Already, to help their candidates to victory, women workers of one party have planned...
We women will set up central nurseries on Election Day and serve as babysitters for all good mothers.
And already the mud has begun to fly.
I say to you, my friends, my opponent is un-American. I say to you, my friends, if my opponent is elected, democracy will die.
Yes, Campaign Time USA is here. A bigger show than Barnum's, the World's Fair, the New York St. Patrick's Day Parade, and any $5 million Hollywood musical, all rolled into one. A fitting time, is it not, while we still have our wits about us, to ask ourselves,
where did all this start? How did we get here?
How do campaigns work?
Do they really change votes? How can we cast an intelligent ballot?
Stand by, America, as we swing you around a circle within the political circle.
General Jackson, sir?
Yes?
The steamer's ready, General, to take you to New Orleans. Will you come aboard, sir?
With pleasure, friend. By the eternal, this is one time we let the people see and judge for themselves a candidate for the presidency. After you, my good friend.
Our campaign system, America, began as so many traditions in our political life began with Andrew Jackson. Yes, in 1828, the people, for the first time by direct ballot, were to choose their own leaders.
No one knew it then, but that day something was started that was never to pass out of American life. The selling of a candidate to the American people. This first campaign, too, saw the birth of the campaign paper, full of black charges against the opposing candidate.
The anti-Jackson press.
Andrew Jackson is a bloodthirsty butcher, a merciless killer of Indians and deserters.
Andy Jackson is an adulterer. He married his wife before she divorced her first husband.
The other side was no less slanderous.
The pro-Jackson press.
John Adams took public money to buy a billiard table, which he dared set up in the White House.
John Adams used public funds to repanel one of the White House rooms, then let his mother hang her wash to dry in it.
Thus did our campaign system get off to a rousing start and keep right on rolling.
1840, Martin Van Buren, Democrat, versus General William Henry Harrison, Whig.
Harrison, hero of Tippecanoe, had not much more than his war record to go on. And just as the Whigs were about to despair of getting a real campaign underway, the Democrats handed them their opening.
Give Harrison a barrel of hard cider and a pension of $2,000 a year, and take my word for it, he'll sit for the remainder of his days in a log cabin.
Well, that's all the Whigs needed. With unbridled glee, they jumped upon the characterization. Floats were made with models of log cabins, and men sat beside them drinking hard cider. As behind, paraders swung through the streets singing,
Old Gypsy wears a homespun suit. He has no ruffled shirt, but then he has the golden plate, and he's a little sweat.
and so to the spitting of tobacco juice and taunts of...
Bam, the used-up man.
And shouts of...
Tippecanoe and Tyler, too.
Van Buren fell to defeat before the man who liked a Buckeye bench and liquor.
Here I am, soldier. That true-hearted soldier. The gal and old soldier of Tippecanoe.
Grover Cleveland, Democrat, against James G. Blaine, Republican.
The birth of the Whispering Campaign.
I tell you, my dear, it's common gossip. Grover Cleveland is the father of an illegitimate child.
You don't say.
The delighted Blaine forces marched down the streets chanting,
Ma, where's my pa? Up in the White House, darling. Making the laws, working the cause. Up in the White House, darling.
Valiantly, the Cleveland forces counterattacked.
Blaine, James G. Blaine, the continental liar from the state of Maine.
But it's Grover Cleveland himself who kills the rumor with the simple remark,
Tell the truth.
there never was any proof that Cleveland was the father of the child. Cleveland was elected.
William McKinley, Republican, versus William Jennings Bryan, Democrat.
This campaign was interesting for the origin of two campaign methods, which we've all come to know, that the opposing candidates used. Mr. Bryan.
I plan to stump the country, to take my case to the far reaches of this great nation, to let as many free Americans see and hear me as is within my power to do so.
And why not? Bryan was young, strong. How could the older McKinley match this? Announced his famous campaign manager, Marcus Alonzo Hanna.
Mr. McKinley will conduct a front porch campaign.
Yes, McKinley let the people come to him, to his own front door. As the campaign progresses, the strain begins to tell on the traveling Bryan, and he starts to lose his grip, while McKinley stays home to win. So did the political campaign grow from its beginning 120 years ago. Today, there's nothing haphazard or unrehearsed. Behind every major candidate, there is today a smooth, efficient organization involving hundreds of workers, talents, and services, which, as far as humanly possible, has each campaign planned out in detail in advance.
Let us examine the truth of this America, see for ourselves how election campaigns in the midst of living 1948 are carried on.
Republican National Committee.
First, supporting the roster of candidates for each party and set up long before the candidate is selected, stands a national committee. Purpose?
To establish headquarters, plan strategy, collect money.
Campaigns are expensive. In 1940, the Democrats were $423,000 in the hole. The Republicans, $340,000.
Organization of the committee.
Top man, National Committee Chairman.
For the Democrats in this campaign, J. Howard McGrath. For the Republicans, Hugh Scott.
Under the National Committee Chairman are the Vice Chairman, Secretary, Treasurer, and so on. State and local committees are usually set up in the same way. Workers on the staff of the various committees break down into...
I work for the committee because I get paid for it.
I hold my regular job thanks to the party, so you can see why I work for it.
I volunteered my help because I believe in the cause.
In 1896, the Republican National Committee hired 1,400 workers. In 1920, 15,000. This election year, an estimated 1 million persons will actually participate in the campaigns of all parties.
Specialized services supplied by these workers. Listen.
Press department. Yes.
No, the release date on
the
that
press
story...
department to see that newspapers get publicity stories, cartoons, advanced copies of speeches, editorials, etc.
Campaign literature. 200 copies of the acceptance speech.
Advertising. What's that? Our billboard man? Just hold on.
In 1936, the Republicans spent $800,000 on billboard advertising alone.
I'll have that ready for you at 2 o'clock.
Writers are hired to ghost the hundreds of speeches that will be delivered.
Radio and television section. No, we're reserving that evening time for the
In 1940, both parties earmarked 20% of their campaign budget for radio alone, averaging $360,000 each. This year, something new will be added. Television, with big, strong he-men candidates worrying about.
Say, George, how's my makeup?
The chief director of the party's destiny is
the campaign manager.
Few campaign managers can match the record of Jim Farley, who guided Franklin Roosevelt to his early landslides and had one of the best-run campaign organizations in political history. Of the 1936 campaign, Russell Owen said,
"Behind Mr. Farley, there are as many sections as Pershing had in France. There's a service of supply that sent out pamphlets and speakers and buys what's necessary. There's a library and filing service to keep in touch. There's an intelligence service to find out what's going on in the enemy camp. These men do not deny espionage, but they do deny safecracking and burglary."
Well, this, then, is the huge party organization set up behind the nation's leading candidates, and its influence seeps all the way down to the smallest ward or precinct, where local leaders of the local political machine do the payoff work of getting out the vote, even if they have to call for the voters and drag them down in limousines.
This year, the presidential candidates have declared their intention of swinging for it to carry today's issues, like high prices and housing, before the people.
Want to see what such a swing involves, America? Okay. Imagine I say that you're a presidential candidate on a typical campaign tour of the country.
You're up in a long train consisting of one car for you, the nominee, and sometimes your family. 1 or 2 dining cars, cars for the campaign workers, cars for the working press. You're equipped with...
Here are your speeches, sir.
Enough speeches written ahead to last for several days, and a good line plan that will fit for any stop you make. Oh, you're expected to get little sleep.
Wake up, sir.
Huh? Well, what time is it?
12:45 a.m. There's a crowd waiting for you at the station.
You get up, go out.
My friends and fellow Americans.
You go back to sleep. You're tired. You're exhausted.
Wake up, sir.
It's 5 a.m. Out you go again.
My friends and fellow Americans.
Now you arrive at a town where one of your wealthy party supporters climbs aboard and announces...
"I've organized a parade, in your honor."
And you want me to
review it, of course. To review it.
But later, as you sit down to dinner...
I'm sorry, sir. They insist on seeing you.
What can you do? You can't say no. Then, too, wherever the train stops, some delegation gets on, and sure as fate, one of them buttonholes you, professing...
I must speak to you in private. You've got to understand the delicate party situation here.
You're expected to settle local party disputes, and you must be careful, as non-committal as possible.
Yes, of course.
Now you're stopping overnight to speak at some big local affair. You learn that...
both ladies are rival social leaders. Both want to entertain you, but the one with the screwball hat...
You choose the most politically advantageous invitation. Or perhaps instead off to a hotel, a shower, a change of clothes, and then through the streets in an open car to a rally.
My friends and fellow Americans.
Sometimes there's a heckler in the crowd, a heckler who demands...
I want to know why you signed that bill.
But you've learned to deal with hecklers by now. First you urge the crowd.
Wait. Let the American citizen have his say.
And when the question is repeated...
I want to know why you signed that bill.
You answer...
I signed it for
For you, sir. For all of you.
And so it goes, on and on and on.
What place is this, St. Louis?
No, this is Cincinnati.
Oh, I thought the last stop was Cincinnati.
No, that was St. Louis.
Well, it doesn't matter. My friends and fellow Americans.
No one will deny that it's a long, hard campaign pull to the presidency. But of course, as always, the overwhelming number of aspirants will be candidates for other offices. In this election year, for
32 Senate seats, 435 seats in the House, 32 state governorships, seats in state legislatures, city councils, offices of mayors, judges, justices of peace, sheriffs, animal inspectors. Name something.
Except for the congressional seats, here no national issues will limit debate. No councils of strategy interfere. Here on this local plane especially, we can see politics functioning as the laboratory of applied psychology. And for the proof of this pudding, we have to look at the candidates of our most recent history.
The Pied Pipers, or the singing candidates.
Thank you, voters. Thank you all. I would like to sing for you a little ditty of my own entitled, You Are My Sunshine. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much...
That, friends, is how Jim Davis rose to be governor of Louisiana.
Friends, I didn't really want to conduct the hillbilly campaign, but after my first two speeches, I could see the folks weren't interested in hearing me talk. So I went home and got my boys and said, Boys, tune up your fiddle. Tomorrow night we're going to give them what they want.
That night and every night thereafter, Jim Davis gave the voters music. And for practically every note he sang, he got a vote in return.
The Bible Men.
Many candidates have learned the value of couching their platform in biblical terms. Sample, the late Senator Bilbo of Mississippi.
Bilbo's hour has arrived. For him, victory is written.
Such tactics helped assure this man, declared by his state legislature to be unfit to sit with honest, upright men in respectable legislative body, helped him assure him of election to the state senate, lieutenant governor, U.S. senator.
Yea, and the fair stars above, as it'll be recorded by the ballots here below.
Men of the people.
Jeff Fowler sent this letter out to his Democratic constituents.
As for myself, I'm an Arkansas hillbilly. Outran the dogs on Sunday morning to keep from having my face washed. Did my sparking barefoot. Never saw a train till I was 15. And was most grown before I learned Republicans walked on hind feet like people.
Roaring Bob Reynolds of North Carolina won by describing to the voters what his opponent was eating in Washington.
Friends, it pains me to tell you. Caviar, that's what he eats. Fish eggs from Red Russia. Now, fellow citizens, let me ask you, do you want a senator who ain't too high and mighty to eat good old North Carolina hen eggs? Or don't you?
The tightrope walkers.
Scene, the rear platform of a railroad coach paused in the Northwest. The issue, shall the local mountain be named Mount Rainier or Mount Tacoma? Either way you decide, you're bound to lose votes. But the politician in this case was equal to that problem. From the rear of the train, he'd shout,
This controversy must be settled, and settled right. I pledge myself, here and now, that if elected, I will not rest until this glorious mountain is properly named. There is only one appellation which is worthy of consideration, and that is Mount. I thank you.
Well, was he for Tacoma or Rainier? Those for Rainier thought and swore he said Rainier. The Tacoma fans, Tacoma.
And no one could deny either conclusion for sure, for the train whistle blowing on cue always drowned him out. These, America, are but a few of our documented samples of American political campaign techniques. And now the question before us is...
Do campaigns really change votes?
I'll take that, Clyde.
We'll gladly pass that hot potato to you, Dr. Gallup. Friends, this is Dr. George Gallup, whom you all know from the Gallup poll.
For 13 years, Clyde, we've been collecting, through our polls, information on the voting behavior of the American people.
And what did you learn about the effect of campaigns on votes?
Clyde, as far as our presidential campaigns are concerned, in a very real sense, they're over before they begin.
What do you mean, Dr. Gallup?
People just don't start off a campaign year with completely open minds. They don't listen to campaign arguments, judge the evidence, and then go out and vote.
No?
No, sir. Their minds are made up to a great extent by what happens between presidential elections, rather than by the campaign. In short, their minds are made up ahead of campaign time.
Any proof?
Plenty, but just let me give you two examples. In May of 1940, we found 57% of the nation's voters planning to vote for Roosevelt for a third term. They didn't even know who the Republican candidate was going to be. As it happened, it turned out to be Wilkie. 6 months later, on Election Day, the people gave Roosevelt 55%, only 2% less than said they would vote for him before the campaign began.
Well, I'll be darned.
In 1944, they made up their minds even earlier. Our poll in April showed...
Roosevelt, 55%.
Dewey, 45%.
In November, the vote divided...
Roosevelt, 54%.
Dewey, 46%.
Scarcely any important difference at all.
Well, then the platform and speeches and everything...
Clyde, 3 weeks after the Republicans published their platform in 1944... we made a coast-to-coast poll to find out...
Have you read any part of the Republican platform?
2/3 of the Americans polled said...
No, I didn't.
Me either.
Only one farmer in 10 could recall anything it said about agriculture. Only one worker in 16, anything it said about labor or job.
Well, now, wait a minute. If that's the case, a political party could give up campaigning and win. Maybe they could save all that time and money and talk.
I hardly think so, Clyde. Apparently some kind of campaign is wise to keep in line those who do make up their minds early.
Well, then, what would you say this all proved about us, Dr. Gallup?
Well, apparently, Clyde, two contradictory things. First...
They can't fool me with all that campaign stuff.
That our voters are too smart to be taken in by the campaigns which are so often fought on an incredibly low plane. And two...
I vote for the best man. But the best man's always a Democrat.
We're not smart enough yet to overcome the human weakness of voting by habit, with little regard for thinking about candidates or issues.
Which leaves us smack up against our last question, Dr. Gallup, namely...
How can we cast an intelligent ballot?
There again, the answer is two-pronged, Clyde. One, let our politicians look to the campaigns. Let them present campaign issues in a manner that is sportsmanlike and intelligent.
And...
let us, as individuals, cease being political creatures of habit and become open-minded voters. At a time like this, with great issues at stake the world over, we can least afford poor leaders at any level. And certainly we cannot afford the luxury of voting by blind habit. Only by showing more independence in our political thinking, by choosing candidates intelligently all the way down the line, can we make this land we love a stronger, healthier democracy for all of us.
Living 1948 is prepared and presented for the University of the Air by the NBC Public Affairs staff under the supervision of Wade Arnold, with scripts written by Lou Haslam. Technical advice is by Jane Tiffany Wagner, music conducted by Milton Catums, and program direction by James Harvey. Your narrator was Clyde Cattell, assisted today by Dr. George Gallup of the American Institute of Public Opinion. We invite you to keep abreast of Living 1948 by listening next week to another drama document. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Sure, I heard you, but stop making like a civics teacher, will you? What difference could my one vote make? Be a good guy, huh? Stop trying to sell me.
No sale.
I've never voted, and I never will. A woman's place is in the home. Leave politics to the men.
No sale.
Whatever way you slice it, no matter how you dress it, politics is still a dirty business. Why vote for any of them? Let's sit this one out.
No sale.
Living 1948. Brought to you each week by NBC and its affiliated stations, today holds up its mirror to reflect the whys and the wherefores of the great retreat from democracy, when half our voting population will not go to the polls next Tuesday, in a drama document entitled,
Let's sit this one out.
And here, to help us explore the voting habits of you, his fellow citizens, is your narrator, Ben Grauer.
Greetings, America. For weeks now, the song has been heard throughout the land. In major and minor keys and with infinite variations, we've heard the beguiling strains of the ditty entitled, Come Out to the Polls and Give Us Your Vote. And next Tuesday, between dawn and evening, that siren song must pay off in voters sashaying down to the polling booth. But will it pay off? We needn't wait until Wednesday for the answer.
According to an early estimate by the Gallup poll, out of 93 million citizens of voting age, 47 million will vote next Tuesday. 46 million will sit this one out.
Or, putting it another way,
49% of our potential voters will be Election Day wallflowers.
And yet, come Wednesday, November 3rd, you may well find that the sitters out, by voting, might have changed the result of the election, all the way down the line from the presidency to justice of the peace. To show you what we mean, let's go back to an election not so many years ago. In the October days of that year, someone everywhere was saying, might as well try to stop the wind from blowing. Why should I even bother going across the street to the polling place? What earthly good would my one measly vote do? So our nearsighted friend and millions of others sat out that election. Their uncast votes certainly didn't help the loser, but they did help the victor. This is how they did it.
In 26 states, with 268 electoral votes, enough to win, the victor had a total majority of only 340,000 votes, less than one vote per 100 people.
In 16 states, had only 1 out of every 10 non-voters cast a ballot, the election might have been reversed.
Do you get the idea now, Mr. Election Wallflower? Did you ever hear of a team winning a World Series by never showing up at the ballpark? How about that, Mr. Wallflower? Okay, I'll take your word for it. Now, don't take my word for it. Let's see what can happen when the Wallflowers suddenly decide to join the dance. In 1916, with America on the verge of war, Charles Evans Hughes and Woodrow Wilson were opposed for the presidency. A few hours after the polls closed, 2 newspaper men met in a hotel room in Washington.
What are you doing up? I thought you'd gone to bed.
Yeah, I'm on my way, Pete, but I thought I'd stop by and collect something to sweeten my dreams. How's about forking over that 100 you bet on Wilson?
What's the rush?
Well, you know me. I never believe in putting off for tomorrow what I can collect tonight. It's in the bag, Petey boy. Hughes has just gone off to bed with the words, "Good night, Mr. President," ringing in his ears.
You're all jumping the gun, Al. We're still waiting for the results from California.
Okay, if you want to be technical about it. But you must be expecting a modern miracle. California's always been Republican.
Not this year, brother. I got a hunch California's going for Wilson.
Democratic for the first time in history? Oh, come on. Let's have the dough. I'll buy you a nightcap.
Just a minute. I think Hughes put his foot in it when he snubbed Governor Hiram Johnson. Johnson's the most popular man in California. My hunch says that people will be sore enough to get off their perches and vote for Wilson. In fact, I'll lay another 50 on that hunch.
You're on, sucker. And with early morning came the results from California. The sit-out votes had gone to the polls. For the first time in history, the Democrats carried the state. By a mighty slender 2,000 votes, the state went to Wilson, and with the state went the presidency. You get it now, Mr. Wallflower?
I think I do. Sitting out an election will never help elect your candidates, but it may very well fatten the chances of the opposition.
You've got it.
That government is strongest, of which every man feels himself a part.
Thomas Jefferson said that. The sense of that statement, if not the actual words, must be familiar to you.
Certainly you must recall a civics class in which the teacher said,
I want to impress this on you, boys and girls. Your vote will be your most precious possession as a citizen of a democracy. It will serve as your voice in the conduct of your government. And you cannot be a good citizen without exercising your franchise. A democracy cannot remain sound and healthy without real participation by its citizens.
On May 10th, 90 6/10% of the eligible voters cast ballots.
but that was in Korea.
In the last two general elections, 90% of those eligible went to the polls.
But that was in Italy.
In 1946, 81, 76, and 74%.
But that was in another country, in fact, three other countries, namely France, Great Britain, and Canada. In our own democracy in that same year of 46, we set a new all-time record for the number of voters that didn't. Only 38% of Americans cast ballots.
Korea, over 90%.
Italy, 90%.
France, 81%.
England, 76%.
But in our own United States, only 38%. Dr. George Gallup called it one of the worst scandals of our American democracy. How does it come about, this sorry record? This business of non-voting that scandalizes our fair democratic name?
Well, I can only speak for myself, but up until 2 years ago, I just never felt that I had anything to vote for one way or the other. Now it's a different matter.
What changed your mind?
I inherited an apartment house and also a business building. I've got 2 good reasons for voting now.
I had 4 good reasons for voting. My wife, my 2 children, and myself. I walked 3 miles into town to register. Because I'm a college graduate, the election official didn't ask me to show that I could read or write. Instead, he asked me just one question.
What clauses of the present state constitution are derived from the Magna Carta?
To me, there was only one answer to that question, and I gave that answer. I don't know. Unless it's that no Negroes shall be allowed to vote in this Commonwealth.
Next Tuesday, in 11 of our states, an estimated 7,700,000 citizens will not vote because of unpaid poll taxes, discriminatory literacy tests, and other legalistic barbed wire around the polling places.
575,000 residents of the District of Columbia will not vote because for voting purposes, our nation's capital is not part of the United States.
15 million citizens will not vote because of illness, because they're away from home and will not use absentee ballots, because they're unable to meet resident requirements, because of illiteracy, because they're in the armed forces and are not using absentee ballots, because they're in institutions or prisons.
But the great majority of those sitting out the election, almost 25 million, will do so because of the 4 I's: indifference, ignorance, inconvenience, and inertia. These 25 million make up the saddest statistic of all. In a time and in a world where people are clawing, fighting, dying for democracy, these 25 million are beating a lazy retreat from democracy. Listen to their chant as they march backward. Listen carefully, for among their voices you may discover your own.
Politics is the dirtiest business.
Politician? Why, he's the guy who steals your pot to cook your food.
I'd rather see my boy a bum than a politician.
They're all skin specialists, stripping it off you and taking care of their own.
We keep them real good, but they keep us broke, battered, and barefoot.
The 3 ugly brothers: poverty, plague, and politicians.
This is only a small sample. But surely you recognize that constant cantata entitled A Pox on Politics. True, it's only words the chorus gives out, but they're dangerous. Because while there's life in this democracy, there's politics and politicians. And for anyone to turn a complete and final cold shoulder on all politicians is to say goodbye to all hopes for a good life and a peaceful one. While there are parties to choose from and ballots with which to make that choice, there is hope. There is hope if the ballots are put to use for peace, for plenty, for democracy. Perhaps most of what we're saying can best be told in the story of what happened in an eastern industrial city. Let's call it Browtown. Area, 1 1/4 square miles. Population, 51,615.
Browtown is hardly a garden spot. Factories and warehouses, bleak blocks of ancient brownstone houses, soot and smoke. A cat lover's paradise if you love them loud and articulate, but not a garden spot. Definitely.
The cast of characters. First, the citizenry of Browtown. Long-suffering, cynical, indifferent. Then, Jim Vincent, mayor and political boss. His political machine and his palace guard, the Vincent family. Also, a few yearners for political change, notably a young lawyer named Pete Reamer.
Sure, I can tell you about the Vincents. They started from a Browtown butcher years ago, and they were a thriving and prolific bunch. James was the bright boy, the political dean of the clan. He quit school at 9, drove a dump wagon, quit that to become a ward healer. In 25, Jimmy had what it takes to slip right into the boss's seat. He controlled the police and fire departments. He had his hand right on the spigot of the party's campaign funds. On a $5,000 a year salary, he's piled up about $3 million.
A real true-to-life Horatio Alger success story. Nerve and verb, or from garbage boy to garbage man.
Mm-hmm. Smart boy, that Jimmy. Plenty smart. Cold and sharp as an ice pick. He got himself elected mayor, and he ran the city strictly for James Vincent. He loaded the public payrolls with 79 of his relatives. He made his brother Tom chief of police, his nephew Bob superintendent of schools. He siphoned 3% kickbacks from every city employee. His trucks collected the city garbage, and the streets were always filthy. 22 years this went on and grew worse, and Vincent got rich and richer. Taxes went sky high, population dropped off, building and business slowed to a crawl.
And no opposition in all this time?
What there might have been was choked right in the cradle. Jim saw to that. You shut up and played ball and voted the right way, the Vincent way, or you were out of a job, out of customers for your butter and eggs, out of a place to live, and out of the city. A lot of people thought Vincent was no worse than other bosses, and they were willing to take a Bush League handout in exchange for a Major League shakedown. Those were the years that I was trying to get a law practice. My brother Luke was on the police force. The guys we knew and grew up with were all in the same boat. We griped among ourselves, but that's all.
Well, then where did it start? What finally made you take action?
Well, the war, I guess. A lot of us were in it. When we finally got back, we realized that Browtown was a sector in that same war, and the time was ripe to take it. So we began talking things up. And a lot of people listened. So we talked louder and longer. But then we had to face the facts. Aggie Clements, writer for the paper, made us face them.
No. I'm not against you, or else why would I stick my neck out to come to this little meeting?
Then what don't you agree with?
I don't agree with the idea that we can lick Jim Vincent with words and good intentions. We've got to organize, just as he's organized, and better if possible. Let's face it. We need to set up a machine to put Vincent out and our men in.
Well, that's okay, Aggie, but I still don't see why we can't do our fighting in the primaries. The majority of the people in this city vote the party in the state and national elections. What's wrong?
I'll tell you what's wrong with that. First of all, only registered members of the party would be entitled to vote. And second, Vincent would vote every corpse in the cemetery, in addition to everybody on the city payroll.
Then what's your suggestion? Run our ticket outside the party?
Right. We'll get our candidate on the ballot for the election, and we'll get him on by petition. We only need 2,500 signatures. Then we put up our ticket for the people of the whole city to come in on, no matter what their party. And if enough of them come in, we're on our way. It's the city against the Vincents.
Well, that makes sense. If we can get this ticket lined up, we'll be doing something the whole state will be thankful for.
Oh, wait a minute. If we're having a new deal here, why don't we make it complete? Why don't we give ourselves some insurance against theft? I mean, why should we be the only city in the state that doesn't use voting machines? Just because Vincent doesn't like them.
Well, let's get organized first, and then
Let's do both. Let's start organizing with a petition to the governor for voting machines and a representative delegation to present that petition.
Okay, I'll go along on that plan.
Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye! It takes time and talk to get a thing like we planned rolling. Vincent and his boys began putting on the screws. Luke and a lot of other cops who were with us were suspended for insubordination. Warning was passed to the teachers against mixing in politics. Certain landlords started getting tough with certain tenants who happened to be doing a lot of work to set up the citizens' good government ticket. But all these stunts weren't getting Vincent a thing. We got up our petition for the voting machines, and then on the night before we sent off our delegation to the governor, we called a public meeting in a small neighborhood hall. The place was packed. Just as we got started, fights broke out in several parts of the hall, and then by a strange coincidence, a picked squad of goons appeared and broke up the meeting. The next morning, 4 of us went up to the city hall to have it out with the mayor. Brother Tom Vincent, the police chief, was with him.
I got a lot of things to look after. Got no time to listen to beefs from a two-bit shyster. What's eating your liver, Raymer?
Which of your strong-arm boys did it?
What? What are you talking
Don't you remember? About the geniuses you sent down to break up our meeting.
Oh, you're crazy as a bedbugger. Maybe you're drunk.
Well, take your choice, Jim. We still want to know the answer.
I didn't have a thing to do with last night. Nothing.
All right, then it was Brother Tom here who did it for you. What's the difference? You're looking a little pale, Tom. You should cut down on those cigars.
You're a little stove, Pete, but you're sure throwing a lot of heat.
I'm not the only one, Tom. Take a good look at your thermometer. The temperature's rising in this city. It may get too hot for you.
Just you smart birds try it. I'll turn a big hose on you and cool you down fast. I'll wash you right down the gutter into the sewer.
Maybe, Mr. Mayor. And then maybe after the election you'll find the hose is turned the other way. I don't think you're that waterproof.
Listen, you little stinker.
Hold up, Jim, hold up. No cause for that kind of talk. That goes for you, too, Pete. Sure, you feel bad about what happened at your meeting. I don't blame you. I think it's a crying shame some of your crowd couldn't behave themselves in a public place.
Yeah, that Tom's right, Pete. You people ought to be more careful who you let into your meetings.
You're so right.
Yeah? Now, hold it. Somebody wants to talk to you, Pete. Says it's important.
Thanks. Hello? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Right. Well, gentlemen, you got a great act here, and you've had a sensational run, but your booking is just about over.
Okay. We've heard your beef. Now get out.
I'm on my way, but I won't leave you in suspense. That phone call, we just got word from the Capitol. For the first time, they're sending in voting machines. How about that?
You dumb amateur politicians. Where'd you get that pipe dream from?
From the governor himself. Our delegation just left his office. Look, the handwriting is on the wall, gents. Translated from the early Babylonian, it says, quote, "Get your walking shoes ready, boys," unquote.
The time for talking and wishing is over. The time is for action. If we don't clean the Vincents out of Browtown this year, we deserve all that Jim wishes us, and that he'll see to it we get.
Okay, Abby, you're 102% right. What's the program from here on in?
Very simple, Fred, nothing fancy. We've just got to get out the vote.
And this time we'll have voting machines, too.
And people to keep an eye on them. There won't be any more fast shuffles and disappearing ballots after the polls close. But remember this. Those voting machines all by themselves won't do the job. People have got to play those machines. We've got to get people to those machines. And then, out of those machines will come the prettiest tune you ever heard. The political death march of Jim Vincent and the...
Vincent's spreading $15,000 around to sweeten his pitch, and there's only one way to match that. Songs, banners, floats, they're all fine, but it's not enough. We've got to get to the voters door by door, house by house, block by block.
Sure, I'll vote the good government ticket. Maybe for the first time in 18 years, my vote will get its self-respect back.
Jim Vincent's a fine man. He's never done me or my family any harm. He gave my husband a job, and he sent a beautiful wreath to his funeral last year. It would be sinful to vote against that good man.
Listen, somebody saw me at your meeting and the word got around. Yesterday, every customer on the city payroll stopped buying milk from me. There's 6 votes in this family, and they're all going against Vincent.
But the attention of the entire state is centered on today's election in Browtown. That city has never seen a campaign like this one. Today will tell the story. But the smart money is on Mayor Vincent.
Hey, Marty, any word yet?
Only 3 precincts in so far. Vincent's leading.
Attention, please. With 2 precincts still to be tabulated, Mayor James Vincent, speaking for himself and his ticket, has conceded defeat. The party's over. Good night, Vincent. Good night, Vincent. Good
few months after the election, when Aggie Clemens summed up some of the results.
You know, funny things happen to a lot of us. Suddenly we become politicians. Not because we wanted to, but because we had to. And we're the same people who once said politics is evil. And some of us said politics is a necessary evil. Now we say it and we know it's so. Politics is necessary, period.
Ladies and gentlemen, the applause you're hearing is supplied by Dr. George H. Gallup, the founder and director of the Gallup poll. I take it, Dr. Gallup, that you agree with the sentiments of Miss Clemens?
I do indeed, Ben. We used to look upon democracy as an easy, perpetual motion sort of government. But 2 world wars have shown us the fallacy of this. Democracy is actually the hardest kind of government to keep in going condition. Now is the time, more than ever, when our politics and our politicians must be right. We cannot afford to sit out any election, local or national. But merely voting is not enough.
Well, it is to many people I know.
Then those people are close kin to those who sit out the elections. We must use our ballots knowingly and carefully, for they can buy us much or cost us dearly.
I remember reading an especially significant result of one of your polls.
Out of a representative group of citizens from coast to coast on November of last year, only 61% had ever heard or read about the Marshall Plan. Only 25% of them could state its purpose.
Yes, I remember. At the same time, polls showed that 93% of our fellow citizens were exercised over the momentous issue of long skirts versus short skirts.
What about our knowledge of more vital domestic issues?
The results of our investigations here have been almost as dismaying as in the foreign field.
Well, who or what, Dr. Gallup, do you think is responsible for this condition?
No one person or one thing. The responsibility for an ill-informed electorate is shared by the government, by the communications industries, by the schools, and by the people themselves. The government can make the facts available, the press and radio can report fully world events, but the individual citizen must have the desire to know what is going on outside his own tiny sphere if democracy is to function at its best. With that knowledge would come more intelligent voting on Election Day. And with that knowledge would come fewer voters deciding to sit this one out.
Okay, America, you take it from there.
Living 1948 is prepared and presented for the University of the Air by an NBC Public Affairs staff under the supervision of Wade Arnold. Today's script was written by Milton Wayne. Music conducted by Milton Caton. Your narrator was Ben Grauer, assisted today by Dr. George Gallup of the American Institute of Public Opinion. The program was directed by Jack Cuney. We invite you to keep abreast of Living 1948 by listening next week to another drama document entitled
To Uphold and Defend.
Remember to hear the Big Five tonight. Ozzie and Harriet, Jack Benny, Phil Harris and Alice Faye, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, and Fred Allen with guest Doc Rockwell. For the best time of your life, the best time is tonight on most of these NBC stations. Robert Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Well, what strikes me, Bob Trout, those figures that you just read from the city of Philadelphia. It's very obvious that if Mr. Truman has a chance of winning this election this evening, that he must carry the big city centers by overwhelming majorities as the late President Roosevelt did for his 4 terms. However, your figures from Philadelphia show that in this normally big, overwhelming Democratic city, President Truman is leading Governor Dewey by only 2,000 votes. That would seem to indicate at this early hour that as Governor Dewey piles up his outstate majority, as outstate Pennsylvania always goes Republican, that while the figures are not definite as yet, we may count on Pennsylvania being in the Republican column when the votes are counted definitely this evening. Another point, too, it's clear even this early this evening in the election returns how little real, practical political effect the new third and fourth political parties are having in this race for president. You know, the political experts thought at one time that Governor Dewey would undoubtedly drive a real crack into the South because of the Dixiecrat Governor Thurman votes, which he would take away from President Truman. However, reading our big NBC election scoreboard here, we find that Thurmond has 2 states definitely, Alabama with 11 electoral votes, Mississippi with 9, for a certain total, a leading total anyway at this time, of 20 electoral Dixiecrat votes. However, in Florida, a state which Governor Dewey was given a chance to carry, we find that he is running behind. It's Dewey 40,000 votes, President Truman 57,000, and Thurmond has 13,000 votes. Governor Thurmond is cutting into the president's majority by some margin. However, the president has at this hour a comfortable 17,000 vote lead over Governor Dewey. Virginia is another state which was given a chance, a 50-50 chance really, to go Republican this year. However, we see President Truman with 52,000 votes now in Virginia, Dewey with 44,000, and Dixiecrat Thurmond with 12,000. There again, Thurmond is piling up a vote. It's coming from President Truman, of course, but it is not enough to take Virginia from the Democratic column and give it to Governor Dewey. Another amazing thing here this evening is the very poor race being run by Henry Wallace. And now, again, you, Bob Trout.
Mr. Harkness, it's just time for me to say that we are going to pause for station identification.
WMAQ and WMAQ-FM, NBC in Chicago.
NBC's election headquarters in New York, Robert Trout speaking. 10 o'clock in New York, time to read the board. Read the board all the way through, every hour on the hour, from Alabama to Wyoming. So all of you at home with us from coast to coast, I hope you have your pencils ready and your paper. Here we go.
Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 10:01 p.m. election box score. Truman, 2,200,000 votes. Dewey, 1,950,000 votes. Thurmond, 175,000 votes. Wallace, 38,000 votes. Truman is leading in 17 states with a total electoral vote of 213.
And now, continuing our news coverage, returns from 36% of Virginia's precincts give Truman 52,000, Dewey 44,000. Returns from 37% of Wisconsin's precincts give, that's 3% rather, of Wisconsin's precincts give Dewey 10,000, Truman 8,500.
3,200,000 votes. Thurman, 206,000. Wallace, 38,000 votes. Truman is leading in 20 states with a total electoral vote of 252.
Here are the latest bulletins. Returns from 1/3 of California's precincts give for president tonight Truman 37,000, Dewey 36,000, and Wallace 5,500.
Is groggy with sheer disbelief. People wander up and down the corridors saying to each other, I knew we were going to do better than all the newspapers were saying and that all the polls were saying, but I never dreamed it would be this good. They don't even talk loud. It is as though they didn't dare believe. The headquarters workers, tired and bleary-eyed from long overwork, came here tonight with their hearts prepared for a complete defeat in the presidential race. They allowed themselves to hope they would make some gains in the House of Representatives, and possibly, just possibly, they would win the Senate. They now regard the Senate as definitely in the Democratic bag. They are with difficulty refraining from claiming control of the House of Representatives as a cinch. They have gained 20 seats in that House, according to their calculations, with only 10 more necessary to give them control. The veteran scorekeepers here say they believe that several more House seats are pretty safely snatched away from Republican incumbents, And that out-and-out control of the Congress by Democrats is, well, that's what they're hoping for. And Senate Secretary, the Secretary of the Senate Democrats, Leslie Buffle, just said to me, the public opinion polls had their election last week. We had our election today. And now back to election headquarters in New York.
It's neck and neck in Ohio, with one half of the votes counted. Dewey, 653,000. Truman, 613,000. President Truman moved ahead of Governor Thomas E. Dewey in the presidential race in New Mexico tonight on the basis of 102 precincts reporting. President Truman held 8,000 and Dewey held 6,000 votes. Former Secretary of Agriculture Anderson moved well ahead of Patrick J. Hurley in the race for the United States senatorship from New Mexico. Here's a report from Kentucky. 5/8 of the votes are in now. Truman is leading Dewey by a 3-2 ratio down there. Looking across our mutual headquarters here in New York, I see one of the great veterans who has eyed many a political campaign and has been on hand on many of these election night counts. He's a former editor of Collier's Magazine, one of the renowned and veteran news commentators. John B. Kennedy, let's see how it looks to his practiced eye. John?
Just now, it's still a horse race, although the pollsters told us that this was going to be a Citation walkaway. At this moment, it looks more like a contest between Citation and Arm. Mr. Dewey is receiving some cheer from his native state of Michigan. For the figures there stand now, Dewey, 119,000, Truman, 90,000. But in New York State, with its leverage of 47 electoral votes, the picture is slightly different from what the pollsters forecast. 2,192,000 for Mr. Truman, 1,982,000 for Mr. Dewey. That is with more than 80% of the New York State returns in, including those from the normally Republican stronghold of Erie County, where Mr. Truman carried Buffalo by a larger margin than Mr. Roosevelt carried it in 1944.
And now, here is our latest up-to-the-minute election box score.
Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 1:10 a.m. election box score. Truman, 11,521,000 votes. Dewey, 10,450,000 votes. Thurman, that's Governor Strom Thurmond, 825,000 votes. Henry Wallace, 700,000 votes. Truman is leading in 20 states with a total electoral vote of 271. Dewey is leading in 24 states with a total electoral vote of 222.
Now, here's another report. With 8/9 of New York State's districts reported, it's as tight as beeswax. Dewey has 2,470,000. Truman has 2,490,000. Wallace has 450,000. Returns from 3/4 of Pennsylvania's precincts give Dewey 1,504,000, Truman 1,333,000. I have a new bulletin here. Governor Thomas J. Herbert, Republican incumbent, has conceded the election to the governorship of the state of Ohio, that of Frank H. Lauschie, Democrat. Returns from a half of Florida's precincts give for President Truman 174,000, Dewey 138,000. Here's another bulletin on the presidential race in Massachusetts. Truman leads Dewey almost 3-2 with 1/3 of the votes counted. Another one from Nebraska. Dewey leads Truman 5-4 with 1/4 of the votes counted in the Cornhusker state. Columbus, Ohio. Returns from a half of Ohio's precincts give for President Dewey 670,000, Truman 605,000, Wallace 7,600. As you may have heard, Democratic candidates have been elected at this hour to 11 seats held in the House by Republicans. The gains were in Connecticut, Minnesota, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. Democrats were leading in contests for 38 additional House seats now held by the GOP. I think you've heard this before, but it'll bear repeating. Paul A. Dever, Democrat, defeated Governor Robert F. Bradford, who sought re-election in the state of Massachusetts. Now, continuing to sweep back and forth across this great land on this thrilling election night, to cover everything that we can bring to you, out to the West Coast now, and go ahead, Los Angeles.
This is Rex Miller in Los Angeles. Governor Thomas E. Dewey is holding his lead in Southern California over President Truman. In fact, he's pulling ahead a bit. The latest figures give Dewey 198,000, Truman 193,000. But in one of the congressional contests in Southern California, the Democratic candidate is well out ahead. Helen Gahagan Douglas has 12,000 votes, as compared with only 6,000 by her Republican opponent, Wallace Braden. In Oregon, too, it's a Republican trend. The state that gave Governor Dewey his political life last May in the state's important primary stuck by him tonight. At present, the vote there is Dewey 34,000, Truman 26,000. But it's different in the state of Washington. There, President Truman held his lead over Governor Dewey in 95 precincts. The vote at present, Truman 12,000, Dewey 10,000. And also in Arizona and in Idaho, President Truman is maintaining a lead, although a narrow one, over Governor Dewey. And now, go ahead, San Francisco.
This is Jack McDowell, speaking from the suite of Governor Earl Warren in the Hotel St. Francis. A moment ago, I had the opportunity of talking to Governor Earl Warren. How do you feel about these current reports? I asked him. They are too fragmentary, the governor told me. You can't pin anything on these reports. We don't know from which cities and which counties they come. It's certainly too early, on the basis of the way these reports are coming in, to make any firm decision on them. Well, Governor, I said, let's put it this way. Not long ago, I talked to one of your campaign officials, and they said they just wouldn't show any pessimism. They said that those areas that were showing returns in favor of Truman were those areas which you people and your campaign managers had conceded to Truman, and that the Republicans had felt that the Truman people would get. So I said, now, Governor, is that correct? So he turned around, and the governor, his coat was unbuttoned and his glasses were a little farther down his nose, and he said, I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with it at all. It's merely a case of being too early in the game to determine what these reports mean. We now return you to Salt Lake City.
More electoral votes in Utah, they might be important after all. There are just 18 electoral votes in the four-state region of Utah, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. They likewise may count heavily tonight. The surprise of the moment in Utah, with Truman still leading with 56% of the vote tallied in Utah so far. Truman has 29,368 votes. Dewey has 24,658. It's 55% for Truman, 45% for Dewey, with 192 districts out of 901 in Utah reporting. Meantime, Democratic Congressman Granger leads in 140 of 508 districts in the first congressional race. It's Granger, 18,656. Republican Wilson has 12,268. Democratic Judge Reva Beck Bissoni leads in the second Utah congressional district with 10,332 votes to 7,958. In neighboring Idaho, Republican Senator Henry Dworshak leads Democratic opponent Miller by 35,320 votes to 35,263. This is John Wolf reporting from Salt Lake City. We take you now to Denver.
This is Denver. Out here in Colorado, one of the most important of the key senatorial races has been decided. The Republican opponent of incumbent Senator Ed C. Johnson has conceded Johnson's re-election. And here is a statement recorded by telephone for Mutual by the losing candidate.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dick McDaniel recording by telephone from Republican headquarters in the Kittredge building in Denver. And here is the Republican candidate for Senator, Mr. Will Nicholson.
I congratulate Senator Ed C. Johnson on still being the champ. I enjoyed my joint encounters with him. To all my loyal supporters, and I had them in all four corners of the state, I say thanks. We fought together to the best of our ability, and we will continue to do so. I repeat that I am a resurgent Republican and a fighting one. Our party in Colorado must be revitalized into a militant organization. I am ready to take my part in such a movement.
A Democratic governor has also been re-elected in Colorado, and the manager of the Republican candidate's campaign has conceded the election to Governor Lee Naus in a statement also recorded by telephone for Mutual.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dick McDaniel speaking to you from Republican headquarters in the Kittredge building. And now here is Mr. Mark Kramer, campaign manager for David A. Hamill, Republican candidate for governor.
Dave has told me tonight that he would like to congratulate Governor Lee Nouse on his re-election. Dave has campaigned throughout the state on certain issues which remain before him. He feels that the governor will cooperate with the incoming legislature in an effort to solve them. He wants to cordially thank his many friends, including those whom he met for the first time during his campaign, for their hard work on his behalf.
Now here in New York, we have the latest up-to-the-minute box score.
Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 1:18 a.m. election box score. Truman, 12,180,000 votes. Dewey, 11,200,000 votes. Strom Thurmond, 830,000. Wallace, 750,000. Truman is leading in 27 states now, with a total electoral vote of 328. Dewey is leading in 17 states, with a total electoral vote of 165.
Listen now to the latest reports from the tremendous race in New York State. 90% of the election districts of the Empire State completed. Dewey, 2,610,000. Truman, 2,600,000. Wallace, 467,000. Returns from half of Missouri's precincts give Dewey 260,000, Truman 355,000. And so on it goes on this night when no one can go to sleep while this great issue is in doubt. And looking over at the Mutual commentators table, I see Louis Bean, our political analyst over there, having himself a chat with Bill Henry. Let's fade in on them.
Mr. Bean, according to that latest report that has just come in, which Tom Dewey has finally overcome by a very slight margin Mr. Truman's lead in the state of New York. Do you think that that indicates a trend that might come along a little further? That might come along a little further, that perhaps the Republicans might pick up in other states in the same way that they have here?
Yes, there are several other possibilities. Take my favorite state of Iowa that I've been watching somewhat. Iowa has slipped down from 54% Democratic in the early returns down to a little less than 52% as more and more of the state is covered. On the other hand, in Idaho, the latest report we had about an hour ago was 49%. Now it stands at 51%. So I don't think we can generalize too much, but I'd be aware of a number of very narrow situations. I note, for example, New Jersey is one of these. 51% Democratic a little while ago, now 49.6%.
Well, it would seem from the way the statistics have been going that in the larger states, which obviously have the big cities, the trend as the country districts or the suburban districts begin to come in is to cut down whatever the Democratic lead may have been in the big cities.
Yeah,
is that right?
That's definitely the fact.
What the Republicans are up against is being able to cut it down enough to capture the vote of that particular state.
Yes.
How do things look now, Mr. Bean, in Indiana and one or two of those other states that were supposedly Republican?
Indiana is very close.
Now, as this tally mounts and every vote seems to be more and more important, let's go again for our latest up-to-the-minute box score.
Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 1:24 a.m. election box score. Truman, 12,350,000 votes. Dewey, 11,420,000 votes. Strom Thurmond, 830,000 votes. Wallace, 800,000 votes. Truman is leading in 27 states with a total electoral vote of 328. Dewey is leading now in 17 states with a total electoral vote of 165.
Elections get the country into an uproar, but that's nothing compared to the uproar a Marine general can cause when he's howlin' mad at Army and Navy brass. In this week's Saturday Evening Post, General Holland M. Howlin' Mad Smith lives up to his famous nickname with a slam-banging, hard-hitting criticism of the way the Pacific War was run. Unsparingly, he recounts his differences with admirals and Army generals, naming names and telling incidents. It's controversial, dynamic reading. Every veteran will want to read Tarawa Was a Mistake, first of 3 blazing installments of Howlin' Mad's own story. It's in the new Saturday Evening Post, on sale at your magazine dealers tomorrow.
It is now 1:25 a.m. Eastern Standard Time as election returns continue over your Mutual station with the cooperation of the Curtis Publishing Company.
This is Paul Nielsen in the WGN newsroom once more. A candidate making his first bid for elective public office appears to be leading the Democratic slate in Illinois to a probable upset victory in Tuesday's general election. He is Adlai Stevenson, former United Nations alternate delegate and former special assistant to the Secretaries of Navy and State. Stevenson, whose political experience has been almost solely in appointive posts, is running far ahead of incumbent Governor Dwight Green, with almost half the state's precincts reported. The count from 4,566 of the state's 9,231 precincts shows Stevenson has 1,121,000 votes and Green has 757,000 votes. That gives Stevenson a lead of more than 360,000 votes over Green, who seeks re-election to a 3rd term. And now for further returns as they're being tabulated in the City News Bureau exclusively for WGN, we take you to Harry Creighton.
3,198 precincts reported, with a total of 5,023 in Cook County. For State's Attorney, Boyle, 810,654. Coghlan, 554,817. 816 precincts reported from Cook County of the 5,023 total. Lieutenant Governor, Dixon, 212,296. Rowe, 121,989. Secretary of State, also 816,000 reported from the 5,023. For Secretary of State, Barrett, 216,718. Stratton, 119,097. Same number of precincts reported for State Auditor, Cooper, 212,602. Murray, 120,923. 816 precincts reported in Cook County of the 5,023. State Treasurer, Smith, 214,468.
The time in Chicago in 5 seconds, 12:30.
You are listening to Mutual's election night coverage, brought to you as a public service by the Curtis Publishing Company, publishers of the Saturday Evening Post, Ladies' Home Journal, Country Gentleman, Jack and Jill, and Holiday, and broadcast worldwide over 500 stations in the United States, Alaska, and Hawaii. And here is the latest election box score from Mutual's election headquarters in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, New York.
Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 1:30 a.m. election box score. Truman, 12,500,000 votes. Dewey, 11,640,000 votes. Thurmond, 830,000 votes. Wallace, 840,000 votes. Truman is leading in 27 states with a total electoral vote of 310. Dewey is leading in 17 states with a total electoral vote of 183.
Like to save where you can? Then have Ladies' Home Journal sent.
Precincts gave President Truman 257,000 votes to Governor Dewey's 186,000 votes. 46% of the precincts in Delaware gave Dewey 20,000 and Truman 22,000. Returns from one-half of the Illinois precincts, with most in Chicago and Cook County, gave for United States Senator Douglas the Democrat 1,200,000, Brooks Republican 792,000. For Governor Stevenson the Democrat 1,120,000, Green Republican 758,000 votes. in Democratic headquarters in Washington. Republican and Democratic headquarters in New York City, Cecil Brown and John B. Kennedy in Mutual's election headquarters at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Go ahead, John B. Kennedy.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the present stage of the Mutual chart, it's still a race between Citation and Armed. Mr. Dewey has forged ahead in New York State, leading by 10,000 votes in a total of more than 4 million cast, which makes it still very uncertain. And it seems to me at this time that the Saturday Evening Post didn't buy an election so much as a marathon. It's liable to go on for hours. I'm going to turn you now to Mr. Fulton Lewis to tell us what the picture is in Washington at this moment. Go ahead, Fulton.
Down here in Washington, John, the picture is one of the favorite in a championship match who is out on his feet and groggy, still expecting to win, but very definitely punchy. The Republican high command down here has suddenly realized this evening that they were not so far in as they thought they were, and that they will be very, very lucky if they come out of this alive.
Well, Fulton, this is Cecil Brown in New York. It would seem to me that the poll takers, Mr. Gallup and Mr. Roper, would have rather red faces at this time. I know that they thought, and I'm sure that we thought, that by this time the result would have been determined rather readily.
Cecil, if I may say so, I disagree with your point of view. I don't think their faces ought to be red. I think they ought to be white, because I really think they probably are dead.
Well, now, Mr. Macon, what have you got to say from Democratic headquarters? Are they joyful and serene and hopeful, or just wondering whether the tide will positively turn within the next hour?
Yes, they figure they've got the Senate in the bag, and the scorekeepers here believe that the House of Representatives is pretty surely going into the Democratic column, too. You don't hear much about the presidential race here, because the experts on that don't seem to be in New York. But the Democrats here figure they've got a cinch for control of the Congress, whether Dewey goes in or whether Truman goes in.
Cecil, might I make a suggestion here? This looks like it might end out tonight by being one of those rare occasions. I believe there was one occasion in history, maybe none, in which a candidate for the presidency won the presidency but lost the popular vote.
There have been two of those.
Have there been two?
Yes, one with Cleveland and one with Harrison.
Well,
rather two of them. Well, Cecil, what do you think of the situation in New York State?
Well, I think it's a great surprise. Certainly, it must be a very great surprise to Governor Dewey, because I think both he and most every other political observer expected that Dewey would have a very commanding lead in New York State. I think that it's also worth pointing out at this time the rather surprisingly small vote of the Henry Wallace Progressive Party. As we all remember, the initial forecasts some months ago were that Wallace would draw down around 8 million votes. Then it dropped to 5, and in recent weeks it's dropped to between 3 and 5. And now it's doubtful if the Progressive Party will actually reach 2 million votes over the entire nation.
But doesn't it look very much as though if Mr. Dewey wins, he would win by the factor of the Wallace vote?
Well, it looks very much as though we're introducing ifs, where only this morning there was no if about it.
It was all very positive this morning. It isn't very positive tonight, certainly not here at Republican headquarters in Washington.
Well, Fulton, the last parallel we had to a race like this was in 16 between Hughes and Wilson. Do you remember Mr. Hughes went to bed elected? He was the president-elect.
So did I.
Then a reporter had to go and see him, and they told him the president-elect was sleeping. This was at 2 in the morning. It's an old story, but it has to be repeated every election year.
Well, just about this close
the reporter went back an hour later, and they told him the president-elect is sleeping. He said, well, tell him when he wakes up that he isn't the president-elect, and he wasn't.
Well, it happens that out in California, Senator Nolan, Republican, said that it's possible that the election of the president may be thrown into the House of Representatives. And on the basis of returns as they stand now, that is possible.
Are you there, Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Who are you contacting with now at Democratic headquarters in Washington?
Well, we talk over here with Leslie Buffle, the secretary of the Senate Democrats.
Have they heard from Lesh in Ohio?
I have a report right here on...
No, we have nothing late from that.
This is Cecil Brown in New York. I have a report here where Governor Herbert, Republican, conceded his defeat to Frank Rausch, the Democrat. So there is one state where the Democrats scored an upset and have captured a governorship.
Well, if I might mention, I think we're going way out of our way to find out who's going to be elected as governor or senator. The question is now, who's going to be elected as president?
But what are you betting now?
At the present moment, I would not want to make any bets, although I think in the long run, Mr. Dewey probably will squeeze through by a very narrow margin.
Well, all the Damon Runyon characters on Broadway are trying to hedge. They started off at 25-1 this morning. Now they're trying to find a shortcut to the North River if the returns keep on coming in like this.
Has anybody any theory as to what happened to these public opinion polls?
The pollsters? I think I told you they're buying these underwater writing pens. They'll need them if it goes to Truman.
I think probably, this is Fulton Lewis, I think probably what happened to the pollsters was that they completely overfigured Mr. Wallace. They figured that Mr. Wallace was going to poll a whole lot more than he did and was going to take it away from Mr. Truman. And Mr. Wallace proved to be the same phony in this picture. His cause seemed proved to be the same phony that it has proved to be all the way through.
Well, Mr. Reed, don't you think if they overestimated Mr. Wallace, they also underestimated Mr. Truman?
I think he was one of the most underestimated men that I've ever run across.
With that, I will agree.
I would like to ask this: if either one of these, whichever one of these men wins, it looks like he won't have a very good situation in Congress, does it?
Well, from here, it looks as though it's going to be pretty well complicated. What do you think, Cecil?
Well, if I may make a comment on the previous statement.
Thank you, John B. Kennedy, Cecil Brown, Fulton Lewis, Macon Reed, and the various political headquarters. Now, here are some late bulletins. Governor Thomas E. Dewey took a 95,000-vote lead over President Truman in their dramatic struggle for New York State's vital 47 electoral votes. But there are 422 election districts yet to be tallied in Democratic New York City and only 47 in upstate New York. Now here is the latest box score.
Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 1:41 a.m. election box score. Truman, 13,010,000 votes. Dewey, 12,100,000 votes. Thurmond, 830,000 votes. Wallace, 840,000 votes. Truman is leading in 27 states with a total electoral vote of 310. Dewey is leading in 17 states with a total electoral vote of 183.
Here are more late bulletins from Hartford, Connecticut. Governor Shannon has conceded the gubernatorial election in Connecticut to Chester Bowles, the Democrat, the former OPA administrator. Returns from 100 of Washington State's precincts give President Dewey 12,000, Truman 13,000. Returns from 55% of Missouri's precincts give Truman 390,500, Dewey 278,000. Returns from 23% of Louisiana's precincts give Truman 48,000, Dewey 32,000, and Thurmond, the states' rights candidate, 69,000. Here is another late bulletin. Returns now show that Truman is leading in 27 states, having a total of 310 electoral votes. Dewey is leading in 17 states with an aggregate electoral vote of 183. The Chicago Tribune said early today that Senator C. Wayland Brooks and Governor Dwight Green, Republican incumbents supported by that newspaper, would be defeated. And for more information from the Illinois scene, go ahead, Chicago.
Illinois is now a key state. President Truman has 1,192,000 votes to Governor Dewey's 970,000, with 4,696 Illinois precincts reporting. That's a little over half the precincts in the state, and most of them are in the Democratic stronghold of Chicago. The Henry Wallace write-in vote has been negligible and has had no effect whatsoever on the major contest. Republican headquarters over at the Hotel LaSalle here in Chicago say that the momentary Truman lead is only half the story, and the other half, they say, is sure to bring Illinois over into the Republican column. As things look now, Governor Dewey can definitely use Illinois' 28 electoral votes. In the gubernatorial race, it's Adlai Stevenson, the Democratic candidate, and in the senatorial race, it's the Democratic candidate, Mr. Douglas. Up over the Wisconsin-Illinois boundary, the voters of the Badger State have given President Truman a lead of some 15,000 votes over Governor Dewey, with more than one-third of the state's precincts reporting. Truman has 306,182 votes, Dewey 291,452, Henry Wallace 12,000. Many of the precincts heard from thus far are in Milwaukee, following the pattern established in other states. Dewey is picking up as returns from the rural areas come in. Now that's the picture as we see it in Chicago. Now go ahead, Minneapolis.
For the latest Minnesota returns, this is Mark Gregory speaking once again from the Twin Cities. No one in Minnesota is thinking of going to bed. Things are far too interesting. 15% of the Minnesota has been heard from, and Harry Truman still holds doggedly on to his 3-2 lead over Mr. Dewey. The Democratic flag in the Minnesota Senate race is doing even better. Minneapolis Mayor Hubert Humphrey continues to stay ahead of Republican Senator Joseph Ball, the margin in this case being a good solid 2-1. The Republicans are doing better, however, in the gubernatorial race. Incumbent Republican Luther Youngdahl holds an edge over Democratic former Labor candidate Charles Halstead, and the percentage there is roughly 5-4. Almost all the tallies up to this time have been principally from the three major metropolitan areas in Minnesota, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Duluth. The rural areas are very slow in submitting their returns, and before any particular bandwagons are boarded, as far as this state is concerned, there have to be some definite indications from the Minnesota farm vote. That's the way it is in Minnesota right now. For election news from California, go ahead, Los Angeles.
Republican voters in Pennsylvania have given Governor Thomas E. Dewey a lead of 175,000 votes and returns from 85% of the precincts today, making him almost certain of the state's 35 electoral votes. Now we are ready to take you to the West Coast. Go ahead, Los Angeles.
Well, this is Rex Miller in Los Angeles. Now we have a chance for some election returns from California. In this state, Governor Dewey is holding his lead. He has 434,000 votes as compared with President Truman's 430,000. United States Senator William F. Noland of California, a Republican, has expressed the opinion that the presidential election in the face of present returns might have to be decided by the House of Representatives. He said tonight, it may be 1916 all over again this year. I believe, except that California will be in the Republican column by 250,000 votes. In the face of present returns, said Senator Noland, the election may be thrown into the House of Representatives. Well, California is still staying in the Republican column, and that is probably due in no small degree to the influence of the vice presidential candidate, Governor Earl Warren. And now we return you to election headquarters in New York.
Here is a bulletin from Albany. Returns from 95% of New York's districts give for President Dewey 2,718,000, Truman 2,706,000, Wallace 492,000. That gives Dewey a lead of only 12,000 votes at this moment. And Thomas E. Dewey has pulled nearly abreast of Harry Truman in popular and electoral votes for president early this morning, but neither candidate is ahead enough in enough states to win. The United Press has compiled 25 million votes, and J. Strom Thurmond, the states' rights candidate, is holding the balance of electoral vote power between the major party rivals. From New Mexico, Anderson, the former Secretary of Agriculture and a Democrat, is leading Patrick Hurley, the Republican, 7-4 in their race for the Senate with 15% of the votes counted. Returns from 77% of the election districts in New Jersey gave Dewey 747,000 votes, Truman 727,000 votes. From Baltimore, Maryland, Dewey held a lead of 2,600 votes in returns from 90% of Maryland's districts. from Louisville, Kentucky, returns from 2/3 of the districts in Kentucky, gave for President Truman 330,000, Dewey 228,000. From Detroit, returns from 1/5 of Michigan's precincts, give Dewey 224,000 votes, Truman 172,000 votes. In New York, Dewey leads Truman by 60,000 votes, 9,800 out of 9,959 districts reporting. The late word from Iowa, Democrat Carol Switzer concedes victory tonight to his Republican opponent, William Beardsley, in their race for governor of Iowa. And now here is the latest Mutual election box score.
Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 1:50 a.m. election box score. Truman, 13,160,000 votes. Dewey, 12,210,000 votes. Strom Thurmond, 832,000 votes. Henry Wallace, 841,000 votes. Truman is leading in 27 states with a total electoral vote of 328. Dewey is leading in 17 states with a total electoral vote of 165.
And now for a victory statement by a well-known American, we take you to Essex County, Connecticut.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Mutual Broadcasting System greets you from the shore of Long Island Sound. Here in the comfortable knotty pine den of his home, Chester Bowles, successful Democratic candidate for governor of Connecticut, we bring you an important announcement from Mr. Bowles himself.
Good evening, everybody. We have won the governorship of Connecticut by what I might call a photo finish, 17 or 2,000 votes out of 900,000. Naturally, I'm very gratified, and so are we all here in Connecticut. And it looks as though we have carried in 3 or 4 Democratic congressmen along with everybody else. The national picture, as I get over the radio, remains very uncertain. And I want to wish well to all these Democratic candidates running throughout the United States. And I want to offer my particular good wishes to Harry S. Truman, who has put up one of the most amazing battles that I've ever seen or anyone else has ever seen in the history of American politics. You know, just 4 or 5 months ago, all the experts and commentators and radio columnists and everybody else was ready to bury the Democratic Party. They said the Democratic Party was a corpse. And the pollsters followed up and said and carried out that same idea. But we proved them to be very wrong. The Democratic Party is very much alive, and it's a liberal Democratic Party, a party with strong liberal convictions and principles. And we proved it on Election Day, November 2nd, 1948. Now, it seems to me today that the Democratic Party, regardless of the outcome of the national election, is in many ways a stronger party than it's ever been in its whole history, or at least its recent history. We're rid of the Dixiecrats, the narrow group of reactionaries in the South, and we're rid of the extremists of the far left. I hope that they will never come back into the Democratic Party except on our terms. That is, the terms of the Rooseveltian principles of the progressive liberal Democratic Party. The principles have been handed down to us through Jefferson and Jackson and Wilson and Roosevelt, and carried on so wonderfully in the last few months by Harry S. Truman. The Roosevelt spirit has proved itself to be very much alive today on November 2nd, 1948, and believe me, it has done my heart a lot of good, and I'm sure it has the hundreds of thousands of people all over the country who believe in liberal government. For the Democratic Party, it seems to me that tonight, regardless of what the final outcome may be nationally, that this is not the end but the beginning. We have built a strong party during the last few months. We have proved that we are able to pull together and work together. We have proved that we have liberal principles in which we desperately and strongly believe. We started to prove that at the convention in Philadelphia, when we established our strong support for the Civil Bill of Rights that President Truman had laid down. And now from Essex, I want to wish to all you Democratic candidates and all of you people throughout the United States the very best of luck. I think we all feel proud to have played a part in a great democratic election. There are hundreds of millions of people throughout the world that have been denied this right. We have it in the United States. We've exercised it today. And now, good night and good luck to you all.
Thank you, Governor-elect Bowles. Mutual has just presented a statement from Democrat Chester Bowles, former OPA director, and apparently the new governor of Connecticut, broadcast direct from his home in Essex, Connecticut. This is Jack Downey speaking.
Tomorrow, the readers of the Saturday Evening Post
On the presidential race in New Jersey, Dewey has a very narrow lead over Truman with 75% of the votes counted, a very close race. In New Mexico, Truman leads Dewey 13-8 with 1/8 of the votes counted there. In Ohio, Dewey leads Truman about 8-7 with 50% of the results in. Returns from 55% of the precincts in Ohio give Dewey 747,000, Truman 712,000, Wallace 12,000. It is now 1:55 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and as election returns continue over your Mutual station with the cooperation of the Curtis Publishing Company.
Here in the WGN newsroom, we have 3,616 precincts reporting, with President Truman 913,681 and Mr. Dewey 692,025. That gives a percentage of 56.77 for Mr. Truman, 43% for Mr. Dewey. Mr. Wallace has polled 3,829 votes and a .23 percentage. Democratic state ticket. I accept the verdict of the people rendered in the American way. I am deeply grateful to the people of Illinois for the honor they have paid me and the cooperation they have given me in my 2 terms of office. I congratulate the winner and trust that Illinois may continue to enjoy prosperity and progress. So spoke Governor Green tonight. We'll in just a moment.
This is WGN Chicago 11, your station for election returns. For complete election returns, be sure to get your copy of this morning's Chicago Daily Tribune, now on sale in Chicago and suburbs. The tone signal in 5 seconds indicates 1 a.m. in Chicago.
This is Bill Slater speaking from New York as the 1948 election returns continue on the air, brought to you by the more than 500 stations of the Mutual Network in cooperation with the Curtis Publishing Company, publishers of the Saturday Evening Post, Ladies' Home Journal, Country Gentleman, Jack and Jill, and Holiday. These election returns are broadcast to every American home and worldwide through Mutual's facilities to the Hawaiian Network, the Alaskan Network, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, the French Broadcasting System, the British Broadcasting Corporation, and Radio Belgrano Network of the Argentines. And now for our latest up-to-the-second box score.
Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 12:01 a.m. election box score. Truman, 13,420,000 votes. Dewey, 12,500,000 votes. Strom Thurmond, 832,000 votes. Henry Wallace, 841,000 votes. Truman is leading in 27 states with a total electoral vote of 328. Dewey is leading in 17 states with a total electoral vote of 165.
Say, if you have a Christmas gift problem.
Chairman Hugh D. Scott, Jr. of the Republican National Committee said late tonight that the Dewey-Warren ticket will win in a race that was, quote, to prove to be closer than anticipated. He said he was confident that early Democratic majorities will be dissipated when returns are reported from rural districts where, according to him, Governor Dewey has always been strong. Returns from a half of Ohio's precincts in the race for the presidency, Dewey 791,000, Truman 762,000, Wallace 12,000. In Florida, 909 of their 1,523 precincts give Truman 191,000, Dewey 149,000, Thurman 50,000. Now we're sort of going to arrange a little get-together here. We're going to let all of you listen in as John B. Kennedy, Henry LeCossett, and Cecil Brown, here in Mutual's headquarters in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in New York, and Fulton Lewis Jr. down in Washington and the Democratic headquarters here in New York, all join in over these microphones to talk back and forth to each other. All right, gentlemen, the air is yours. Go ahead just as if you were looking at each other face to face.
Well, this is Henry LeCossett. It seems to me that right now that it's apparent that if Mr. Truman loses this, that Mr. Wallace and Governor Thurmond have done the job. No, doesn't that seem that way to you? Doesn't it seem that way to you, Cecil?
Yes, but I think one of the most surprising aspects of the race is the rather low vote of Henry Wallace. That's especially noticeable here in New York State.
That's true.
Where if Henry Wallace had been able to get more votes, then the Dewey lead here in this state would be very much greater, and there wouldn't be all this uncertainty that there is at this moment.
That's right.
There's one surprising aspect in the race in Illinois. I noticed we just heard a statement from Chairman Hugh Scott of the Republican National Committee. And in addition to his statement about the closeness of the race, he said that Illinois would be safely in the Republican column. Well, it happens that out in Chicago, the Republican gubernatorial nominee, Governor Green, has already conceded to Democrat Adlai Stevenson for the governorship of Illinois. So Illinois very evidently is going Democratic rather than Republican.
Cecil, Fulton Lewis Jr. at Republican headquarters down there in Washington is keeping very quiet. Are you there, Fulton?
I'm right here. I think that probably is jumping the gun a little bit on the Illinois election. I do think that there's one very great lesson in this whole thing, and that is that too many Republicans and too many people in the high command of the Republican Party thought that everything was in the bag.
Yeah, but I'm pretty surprised at Illinois, aren't you, Fulton? This is Henry LeCossett.
Not on the gubernatorial, not in the slightest.
But I'm surprised that Truman is leading Governor Dewey out there, aren't you?
With what percentage of the vote in Illinois is Mr. Truman leading?
I don't know. The last I heard, Mr. Truman had about a 200,000 lead. It was about 1,100,000 to 900 and some odd thousand.
Well, I've long since stopped guessing this picture, I'll be frank with you, but remember that all of Cook County is in, and the rest of the show is Republican majority building up out there in Illinois.
Of course, Dewey's cutting in the key states for that rural vote. By the way, the Senate picture is commencing to be pretty scrambled. The Democrats have elected 13 already, are leading in 10 more, and Arkansas is yet to be heard from.
Well, I have no doubt in my own mind, as of the present moment, that the Democrats are going to control the Senate. I do not doubt that they control the House of Representatives, but they apparently are going to control the Senate.
That's right. I think so, too.
The one thing that I'd like to caution about, and that is just notice that still and all, and our interest is in accuracy and the reporting of this thing, still and all is only about 30 or 35, 40% of the total vote of the nation in. I've never, in all of my 25 years of experience, seen a presidential election in which the returns were so slow in coming in. I've been sitting down here, wearing my gums out, waiting for returns to come in, and nothing happens.
Well, there are quite a few returns that are decisive, Fulton. For example, we are getting senators elected as well as governors. On the Illinois race, the Chicago Tribune said that both Governor Green and Senator Brooks would be defeated. I have a bulletin here from St. Louis where Murray E. Thompson, the Republican candidate for governor of Missouri, conceded defeat to Forrest Smith.
Well, so if the Chicago Tribune conceded defeat of Senator Brooks, you can maybe perfectly sure that Mr. Brooks is defeated.
I would think so, yeah.
Oh, Dave, would you? Fulton.
Yeah?
This is Kennedy talking.
Yes, John.
You seem to be quite excited about it. Do you know what Mr. Truman's doing just now?
I imagine that he is enjoying things very much.
No, indeed. He's in bed. He went to bed about a half an hour ago.
I would doubt that.
And Mrs. Truman and Margaret went to the movies, and they haven't returned yet, I suppose, on account of the time differential. But something Cecil Brown said bears repeating. The figures in New York State show conclusively that Henry Wallace has cost Mr. Truman this state. In 1946, 2 years ago, Governor Dewey carried the state by 700,000. Now it's zigzagging and reached a point where Mr. Dewey's leading in a vote of more than 4 million by 10,000, while Henry Wallace polled 400,000 in New York State. Now, you can split that any which way you please, but if Wallace hadn't been running, Mr. Truman would have walked away with this state. So?
I don't think there's the slightest question about that, and if it hadn't been for Mr. Thurmond in the South and Mr. Wallace in the North, Mr. Dewey himself would have gone to bed by this time.
Say, here's a new electoral vote that's just come in. At this hour, Dewey is leading in 21 states, having 244 electoral votes. Truman is leading in 23 states, having 249 electoral votes, and Thurmond in 4 states, having 38 electoral votes.
All right, then. What does that do? That leaves the thing in the House of Representatives, if it stays that way, but you still have about 50% of the nation's vote coming in. I'm trying to be objective and wise and not go overboard here on early returns.
Well, Fulton, this is Cecil Brown here. We don't need to go overboard, but what is your observation on the situation if it does go into the House of Representatives?
Heaven knows, because there is no precedent on the matter.
They have to vote on a majority, don't they? Not a plurality.
They vote by states. They vote by states, and that is what the states' writers have been staking their hopes on.
Well, Fulton, are they restricted to the candidates now before the public in this election tonight?
They are not in the House of Representatives.
Well, you mean they can put up any candidate they
wish? They can put up Harry Byrd or Vito Marcantonio.
Or Joe Martin.
Or Joe Martin.
Well, how would that benefit the states' rights people in the House of Representatives? What would their strength be?
It wouldn't. They would merely, once again, be the balance of power.
Yeah, veto power would be there.
Well, do you agree now, Fulton, that with Pennsylvania and New York apparently definitely in the Dewey column, that he's only got to cinch Ohio to be in?
Well, not quite that, but I do think that before the morning is over, before all the returns are in, the rural returns, I think probably that Mr. Dewey will have won. But it's going to be a very, very narrow margin, and I'm not at all concerned about the fact that the House of Representatives, the Senate is going to be Democratic. I've been sitting down here and watching Washington government for a long time. The best government you ever get is a government of conflict. You've gotten darn good government in the last 2 years, as a matter of fact, because you did have a conflict.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much, John B. Kennedy, Henry LeCossett, Cecil Brown, and Fulton Lewis, Jr., for letting us tune in on you all as you pass your thoughts back and forth. I have a couple of bulletins I'd like to get in here. Democrat Guy Gillette in the state of Iowa claimed victory tonight in his battle to unseat Senator George Wilson, a Republican. Gillette based his claim on returns from 1,000 of the state's 2,500 precincts. They gave him 236,000 to 166,000 for Wilson. I have another report here. 86% of Tennessee's vote is now in. Truman has 198,000, Dewey 146,000, Thurmond 50,000. And now let's get right up to the minute on our box score.
Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 2:11 a.m. election box score. Truman, 14,040,000 votes. Dewey, 13,600,000 votes. Strom Thurmond, 833,000 votes, and Henry Wallace, 842,000 votes. Truman is leading in 27 states with an electoral vote total of 267. Dewey is leading in 17 states, having a total of 226 electoral votes.
Continuing Mutual's practice of sweeping all the way back and forth.
Warren is following the election with his family at a San Francisco hotel. While California is continuing to support the Governor Dewey and Governor Warren, the Republican ticket, some of the congressional contests in the state seem to be swinging toward the Democratic side. Some of these are of more than local interest. For example, Mrs. Helen Gahagan Douglas, the Democratic candidate in California's 14th district, seems to be winning out pretty handily over her Republican opponent, W. Wallace Braden. Mrs. Douglas had 13,700 votes at the last count, while Mr. Braden had 7,000. Also, in the 19th district, Chet Hollifield, a Democratic incumbent, seems to be winning over his Republican opponent, Joseph Francis Quigley. Hollifield had approximately 5,000 votes, as opposed to 2,255 at the last count. And also, in California's 23rd District, Democratic candidate Clinton D. McKinnon is holding a considerable lead over his Republican opponent, Charles K. Fletcher. McKinnon had 6,800 votes as opposed to Fletcher's 5,800 at the last count. In the state of Washington, returns from 236 precincts tonight give President Truman a lead. He has 35,000 votes as compared with Governor Dewey's 28,000. And in the state of Washington, in the contest for governor, Monsey Waldron, the Democratic candidate, has 31,584, while his Republican opponent, Arthur B. Langley, has 31,412. That's still a very close contest. In the state of Nevada, in 209 precincts, Governor Dewey is leading with 18,400 votes, and President Truman has 17,700. In Oregon, the voters are decisively turning down tonight an initiative petition to serve liquor by the glass in Oregon. And now, back to election headquarters in New York.
This is Vince Williams speaking to you from Governor Warren's suite in the St. Francis Hotel in San Francisco. Here's Governor Warren.
A close and exciting election. The result still hangs in the balance. On the basis of the figures I have heard, anything could still happen. The returns that have come over the radio are still fragmentary. Less than half of them have been reported on. There is no way of telling what percentage of them come from urban and rural districts or from the strongholds of the respective parties. Until that is known, or until a greater percentage of the votes are reported, it would be impossible to make an accurate appraisal of the outcome.
Earl Warren observation on the election return. Now back to ABC election headquarters in New York City. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Governor Earl Warren in San Francisco making an informal statement from his suite here in the St. Francis Hotel in San Francisco. This is Vince Williams returning you to election headquarters in New York City.
Here in New York City is the latest report on that spine-tingling race in New York State. Returns, listen carefully, returns from 9,801 districts of the state's 9,961 give Dewey 2,792,000, Truman 2,791,000, Wallace 507,000. Now, it's been a bit of a while since we've heard from the Rocky Mountains, so let's go out there. Go ahead, Salt Lake City.
This is Vern Brueggemann in Salt Lake City. Over one-third of Utah's vote is in. Truman still holding his lead in a race that is becoming closer. 381 Utah districts have reported out of 901. The figures give Truman 56,620 votes to 48,785 for Dewey. Percentage-wise, that's 54% Truman, 46% Dewey in Utah. In Utah's first congressional race, Democratic Congressman Walter Granger continues to lead with 33,841 votes to 24,394 for David Wilson. Granger beat Wilson by only 124 votes 2 years ago. In Utah's second congressional district, including Salt Lake City, Democratic Judge Reba Beck-Bosoni seems likely to upset Republican Congressman William Dawson. She leads by over 7,000 votes, 27,609 for Bosoni, 20,187 for Dawson, but only 100 of 383 districts are tallied. GOP gubernatorial candidate Jay Bracken Lee leads Governor Maw, the Democratic incumbent, 59,074 to 47,348. Network newsman Jack Goodman, who reports in this area for such publications as the New York Times and Newsweek, just pointed out to me that the Truman lead, percentage-wise, has hardly changed an iota for the past hour. Its percentage, 54% Truman, 46% Dewey. Now back to election headquarters in New York.
Now for the latest information from America's mid-continent metropolis. Go ahead, Chicago.
Here in Illinois' largest city, as we slip into the wee hours of the morning, the presidential race moves along at a nip-and-tuck pace. The Dewey-Warren ticket currently is leading by a projected margin of only some 14,000 votes. But only one-half of normally Democratic Cook County has reported final tabulations, and only one-fourth the precincts downstate, normally a Republican stronghold. In short, it looks like a photo finish at present in Illinois for the state's vital 28th electoral vote. And with Dewey and Truman presently locked for control of the electoral vote, Illinois becomes a key state in the national election. Illinois voters, on the other hand, showed no desire to make it a close contest in other races. Governor Dwight Green, half an hour ago, conceded victory to Democrat Adlai Stevenson in the Illinois gubernatorial election. Other state Democratic candidates are going into office on Stevenson's coattails in a surprising upset here in the Midwest. As for the United States senatorial contest, Democrat Paul Douglas maintains his strong lead over Republican incumbent C. Waylon Brooks. That's the situation up to the moment in Chicago. We return you to election headquarters in New York.
Now to the gateway to our great Northwest. Go ahead, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
For the latest Minnesota returns, Mark Gregory reporting from the Twin Cities. Not quite 20% of Minnesota's votes have been counted, and the picture hasn't changed much within the last hour, with one exception. Most surprising development is the fight for the governor's chair here. The present Republican governor, Luther Youngdahl, is now trailing Democratic Farmer Labor challenger Charles Halstead, which is a definite switch from the situation just 30 minutes ago. Almost all the votes counted so far have been from Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Duluth. We're still waiting for those out-state votes and what they might prove. At this particular minute, the Democratic Farmer Labor ticket has the upper hand. Mr. Truman continues to lead Mr. Dewey. Minneapolis Mayor Hubert Humphrey is still out in front of incumbent Republican Joseph Ball for the U.S. Senate, and he's out in front by 74,000 votes. Humphrey's lead, however, was cut very slightly in the last hour. It is now less than 2-1. As it stands right now, the Democratic Farmer Laborites have their fingers crossed. The Republicans are figuring perhaps on a razzle-dazzle pass play, but certainly no one is leaving the scene. That's the report from Minnesota. We return you now to election headquarters in New York.
Now, as the night wears on and the issue still hangs in doubt and each vote counts more and more, here is our latest up-to-the-minute box score. Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 2:22 a.m. election box score. Truman, 14,110,000 votes. Dewey, 13,205,000 votes. Strom Thurmond, 833,000. Henry Wallace, 842,000. Truman is leading in 27 states with a total electoral vote of 267. Dewey is leading in 17 states with a total electoral vote of 226. Here is the congressional election box score. For control of the House, 218 seats needed. Democrats now have 165, Republicans 66. To control the Senate, 49 seats are necessary. Democrats now have 13, Republicans 2. Now, in such a nerve-tingling race as this one has turned out to be, it takes the eye of a practiced analyst to see the trends and to make some predictions of what we may expect. And so for that purpose, let's turn to Mutual's political analyst, Louis Bean. Louis?
The latest figures on the electoral vote are rather interesting. The president has 267, and Dewey something less than that, raises a very nice problem. What if a shift in a state or two would diminish the president's electoral vote to less than 266, the minimum required to win, and if Dewey doesn't pick up enough to give him a majority, might not the election be thrown into the House of Representatives? That is suggested by the fact that a number of states are still very close.
Take, for example, California. California has been creeping up from 48.4% to 48.7% and now to 49.5%. Possibly the later returns might swing it into the Democratic column. New York State apparently is still at a hair's breadth decision as to which way it might finally land. So that we can have several surprises in store for it before the morning comes around.
While we tabulate more returns, let me ask, have you ever wondered how your religious beliefs compare with those of your neighbors? The November Ladies' Home Journal answers that question in an article.
Here's a bit of information. In the senatorial race in Oklahoma, Kerr, Democrat, is leading Risley, Republican, almost 2-1 with 90% of the votes counted. It is now 2:25 a.m. Eastern Standard Time as election returns continue over your Mutual station with the cooperation of the Curtis Publishing Company.
Governor Thomas E. Dewey and President Truman are racing down the home stretch, neck and neck, in the closest presidential election since 1916. You can say that President Harry Truman has shocked Republican leaders and forecasters with his unexpected strength, particularly in industrial areas clear across the nation. This morning, Dewey holds a tenacious, though small, lead in electoral college votes, but the final outcome is still in doubt. Mr. Dewey can win the presidency if he can finally capture New York, Illinois, and Michigan, in which he holds small but not conclusive leads over Mr. Truman. At the hour, Mr. Dewey leads in New York by some 40,000 votes with 105 precincts unreported. He is ahead also slightly here in Illinois and in Michigan with the final results still unsettled. The president, however, is not beaten. He, too, can win if he can carry New York and Illinois. Both Dewey and Truman headquarters are predicting final victory in New York as well as in the nation. The Republicans say New York is safe for Dewey by 50,000, but the Democrats say that Mr. Truman will carry it by 70,000. Some political leaders predict the election will be thrown into the House of Representatives. This occurs, you know, under the Constitution when no candidate gets a clear majority in the Electoral College. The presence of Governor J. Strom Thurmond, states' rights nominee in the race, would be the cause of such an event. He carried 4 southern states and got a total of 40 electors. If the race is thrown into the House of Representatives, the presidential election would be decided by the House of the 81st Congress elected Tuesday. Each state delegation would cast a single vote for one of the top nominees, and a clear majority of these votes would elect the president. A majority of a state's delegation would determine how the state voted. An even split would bar a vote. This morning, the Democrats are in the lead and elected members to the next House. They led the Republicans 169 to 163, with 218 members needed to control. The Democrats have then picked up 27 GOP seats while losing 2 of their own. At the same time, the Democrats led Republicans 45 to 41 in the next Senate, and there are 10 undecided races. The president, without a doubt, ran a tumultuous race. It is apparent he drew tremendous strength from the ranks of labor. Illinois, of course, experienced a political upset. Senator Brooks and Governor Greene have been defeated. On the basis of returns, about half the state's precincts, Douglas for senator and Stevenson for governor have won by majorities projected at 325,000 to as high as 485,000. And just a moment ago, Paul Nielsen handed me a slip of paper on which I see that Greene has conceded, of course, but Paul notes that he has heard from Senator Brooks' headquarters, which says Senator Brooks has not conceded. Well, scant figures are in for other state officers, but what have been reported show little change in percentages from the heads of the tickets. Over the presidency, a close race developed between, of course, Governor Dewey and President Truman here in Illinois, which was not expected. The Dewey-Warren ticket in these early morning hours is leading by a projected margin of 13,500. About one half of these precincts have reported, somewhat more than one half of the entire precincts, and it's going to be definitely a photo finish. We're using that word perhaps too much, but that's what it's going to be right down to the line. Returns from downstate show that rural Illinois did not go Republican in some areas as strongly as expected, and the farm vote on which Republicans relied was lighter than looked for. Politicians ascribe this to the present farm prosperity and a feeling among some against changing administrations. We'll have more election news after a moment.
This is WGN Chicago, your station for election returns. For complete election returns, be sure to get your copy of this morning's Chicago Daily Tribune, now on sale in Chicago and suburbs. 5 seconds, 1:30 in Chicago.
This is Van Deventer in Mutual's election headquarters in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in New York City, and you are listening to Mutual's election night coverage, brought to you as a public service by the Curtis Publishing Company, publishers of the Saturday Evening Post, Ladies' Home Journal, Country Gentleman, Jack and Jill, and Holiday, and broadcast worldwide over 500 stations in the United States, Alaska, and Hawaii. And now, here is Mutual's latest election box score.
Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 2:31 a.m. election box score. Truman, 14,250,000 votes. Dewey, 13,300,000 votes. Thurmond, 834,000. Wallace, 843,000. Truman is leading in 27 states with a total electoral vote of 267. Dewey in 17 states with a total electoral vote of 226. And now the congressional election box score. For control of the House, 218 seats needed. Democrats now have 165, Republicans 66. To control the Senate, 49 seats are necessary. Democrats now have 13, Republicans 2.
As a public service, the Curtis Publishing Company, in cooperation with your Mutual station, will remain on the air, giving you the latest returns from every section of these United States until the winning presidential candidate is determined. In this moment between returns, we salute the men and women who serve you faithfully day after day, who distribute your Curtis magazines. It is through your magazine wholesaler, magazine dealer, and subscription representative that your copies of the latest magazines are made available. They are a vital link in the strong chain of freedom of the press that binds the nation together. For their service to you and to us, the Curtis Publishing Company salutes the magazine distributing men of America.
And now, as the returns continue to pour in far into the morning with this race still far from decided, some of Mutual's top commentators will discuss now just what they think is happening. Cecil Brown, Bill Henry at Mutual's election headquarters in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Fulton Lewis Jr. in Washington, and Macon Reed in Washington. They will be on in just a moment. Now here are some late returns from 1/4 of the precincts in Colorado. For President, Dewey, 46,000, Truman, 42,000. From Missouri, return for Missouri's 4,635 precincts.
As yet, we don't know the winner in the presidential race. President Truman is still ahead, and if he loses, if Governor Dewey wins, I think Governor Dewey can thank Henry Wallace. Here in New York State and in New Jersey, the number of votes that Henry Wallace received, if they had gone to President Truman, would have been enough for the president to carry New York and New Jersey. Now, Bill Henry.
Cecil, it seems to me I'd like to talk to the fellows in Washington about the very interesting possibility that this thing might be thrown into the House of Representatives. The thing that interests me is that if it were thrown into the House of Representatives with no majority either for Dewey or for Truman, and with Mr. Strom Thurmond having 4 states right now, how would those states' rights Democrats vote if it came to a choice between Dewey and Truman? What do you think about that, Fulton?
Well, I think that they probably would stand off and demand a compromise candidate. They'd probably put up a Harry Byrd or a Waller George and then wait to see what the other side put up. I think it's all pretty hypothetical because I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, I grant you that. However, the fact remains that there are 38 electoral votes that are definitely tied up now by Thurman, so that there is a better than even chance, it seems to me, with the way things are going now, that it's going to be very difficult for either Dewey or Truman to get 266. Don't you feel that way?
I doubt that before the night is over. You still have so much of the popular vote outstanding, and it's all rural vote. I don't want to keep harping on that, but I do want to be cautious about it, and I think you all ought to be cautious about it, too.
Well, Fulton, I'm not so sure about this, but as I understand it, in the House of Representatives, the state delegations, which have one vote, could only choose those candidates who ran for the presidency yesterday.
I don't think that's true. Of course, there's no way to prove any of it. It's never been tested. And if you read the Constitution, you'll find that it's quite ambiguous clause in there. But as I read it, each state delegation votes for a given person, and they can vote for anybody. They can vote for Oscar Dokes or Joe Zilch or anybody else that comes along.
Well, isn't there a precedent for this in the Rutherford B. Hayes case?
I don't think so. In fact, I'm sure there isn't. It's never an election. Well, I won't say I'm sure. I'm never sure of anything.
Fulton, they got a book up here which may or may not be true, but it says
if
they
it's
can
in
only
a book, it must be true.
It says they can only vote for the top three, the fellows who finish 1, 2, 3 in the regular electoral college, and that would leave it between Truman and Dewey and Thurman if it should ever get to that tangled position.
My memory of my history tells me that it has never been thrown in the House of Representatives before, and I'm pretty sure that that's correct. I never am dogmatic to anybody about anything. If any of you boys, wait a minute, people are pointing one finger at me here.
Well,
maybe it has been.
Perhaps, Fulton, we're premature on speculation on this. I think that a good many people in the audience might want to have observations on just why Truman was able to command this tremendous vote in the face of all the predictions to the contrary. In other words, why did so many people vote for President Truman?
I think so many.
Gentlemen, I wonder if I could interrupt for just a moment and ask just what is going on at Democratic headquarters in New York. Go ahead, Democratic headquarters.
This is John Wingate at Democratic headquarters in the Biltmore Hotel in New York. Right now, I should say that what's going on is a game of watchful waiting. We have the official statement that Senator J. Howard McGrath of Rhode Island, the Democratic National Chairman, is to make a statement in the ballroom, which is just about 10 or 15 feet from us, as a matter of fact, in a few moments. We've queried everyone here as to what that statement will be, whether it will be a concession, which, of course, at this time is more than doubtful, to say the very least. But we can't get any indication. At least he is coming out in a few moments, and perhaps even before we finish talking to you here, we'll be able to bring you that statement. I should say that as far as Democratic headquarters in New York City goes, it's still an atmosphere of pleasant astonishment and cautious optimism. There are very few here who won't tell you that they were almost bowled off their feet by the showing the Democrats made in New York State alone. As a matter of fact, we talked a few moments ago to an aide of Senator McGrath's who said to us very frankly that the entire difference in the election is Thurmond and is Henry Wallace. That's the way they put it here. There was a tremendous spurt of optimism from about 11 o'clock till 1 o'clock as Mr. Truman led when the returns slowly seeped through from all parts of the country. As a matter of fact, the Democrat struck up, "There's a hot time in the old town tonight," and you would have thought that victory was almost here. As a matter of fact, in a previous description, we said that. Now that optimism has vanished somewhat. They're waiting to see just how far New York State will go. And when that's over, well, of course, the entire story will be over. We're standing by now. We're told that Senator McGrath, who is in the press room directly behind us, is just about ready to make his statement.
In a second, we'll be able to bring it to you directly from here. The senator has come out of his door now. He's talking to a knot of newsmen. There is as yet no indication as what he's going to say. We should know in just a few moments. He walks over. The photographers and the television cameras here all turn on him as he goes into the ballroom. He as yet has not approached the microphone. We should tell you, by the way, that one startling thing we've noticed here is the lack of what you might call Democratic high brass. For example, James Farley, the former Democratic National Chairman, appeared at about 8 o'clock tonight. He wasn't optimistic. As a matter of fact, he said that if he were to be quoted, he'd like to have it put down that he was slightly pessimistic about the entire matter. Well, Mr. Farley took his entrance from the door at that time, saying he'd be back around 10 or 11 o'clock if the returns at that time, as he put it, necessitated his return. But as yet, Mr. Farley hasn't come back. We have in front of us a list of 20 or 25 high Democratic officials. They include Franklin D. Roosevelt, Jr., the state Democratic chairman, Paul Fitzpatrick, and others who were supposed to have been here continually all the time, and they haven't been around. Perhaps it may be said that it reflects the defeatist attitude which some people thought that the Democratic Party had on the verge of the election. They all say now, though, that with the exception of the Thurmond and Wallace votes, they could have won the election. That may give you an indication as to what the feeling is here. We can't tell you exactly what it is. We can, of course, only tell you what we hear. Senator McGrath has been stopped at the door. It looks as though he will not make his statement immediately. We are in constant contact with our man, Kerry Longmire, who's about 10 feet away. What is the situation as far as Senator McGrath goes? He's standing there, they say. The flashlights are on him. He is, as yet, not ready to make any statement at all, but we are told officially that it will be an important statement when it comes. By the way, there's quite a contrast here between other parts of New York City, which we saw tonight. We were in Times Square, and we also stopped by the Roosevelt Hotel. At Times Square, it was perhaps the smallest crowd that New York City has seen. It was certainly smaller than last New Year's Eve, very, very definitely smaller than the election eve in 1944. And as one traffic cop said to us, it was smaller than a very good Saturday night on Times Square.
John Wingate, I wonder if we could interrupt here to bring this bulletin. The Associated Press says that the chance that the presidential election might be thrown into the House was seen by some political observers this morning, and that outside possibility arose from the fact that President Truman and Governor Dewey were running nip and tuck. A bulletin just in from California says Governor Earl Warren, the Republican vice presidential nominee, in a broadcast in California from his Hotel St. Francis headquarters, declined to predict the outcome of what he termed a thrilling and hard-fought election. Gentlemen, Cecil Brown, Bill Henry, and others, what do you think of these latest reports?
Well, Cecil, it seems to me that we were talking about the right thing then when we were talking about this thing possibly getting into the House of Congress, the House of Representatives. I think it's an interesting fact that this is a doubly important election, because if it does go into the House of Representatives, it goes into the new House of Representatives, not into the current 80th Congress, but into the 81st Congress. And we don't know yet what the complexion of that Congress is going to be. It's certainly going to be more Democratic, apparently, than the present Congress, but whether there will be a Democratic majority or not, we don't know yet.
I might interrupt here from the Democratic headquarters in Washington that there's no doubt whatsoever here that House of Representatives is going to be Democratic by a small margin.
Well, on the basis of that, this is Cecil Brown in New York. On the basis of that, the Democrats should have a majority in Congress, but a number of the Southern Democrats, which would help to make that majority, may not be so keen on choosing Mr. Truman as president again. And there, as someone remarked earlier, the Southern Democrats, in other words, the states' rights people, would hold the balance of power.
After the race that President Truman has run, I think that it would look awfully funny to drag some third party into, I don't mean third political party either, in as a presidential candidate.
Cecil, might I interrupt here long enough to say that I find that in looking over the records that the Hayes and Tilden election was thrown into the House of Representatives, and the House couldn't agree and went to a special commission. That was in 1872, so my apologies.
Well, no, that's all right. In other words, the House of Representatives was unable to agree on a candidate, and a special commission was set up.
That's right. And I also, upon further reading,
find that it does have to be among the people who were on the presidential elector ballots.
In other words, then, to revise the whole situation, if it does go into the House of Representatives, the candidates in the House would be among the three leaders in this race this morning.
That's right.
Fulton and Cecil, I wonder if I could interrupt again to ask Democratic headquarters whether or not Senator McGrath has yet made his statement.
Well, Vandevander, I can only tell you that the senator is just about to make his statement. He will be in about 20 seconds from now, so let us hold it right here. And as soon as he is prepared to speak, we'll tell you. The crowd is gathering around. There is a huge, smaller ballroom in the Biltmore Hotel here. The senator walks over to a battery of microphones, and in just a moment, we should have his statement forthcoming. And now, Senator J. Howard McGrath.
Senator McGrath from one or two states.
Senator, do you expect the Democrats to control the House and the Senate?
The Democrats will very definitely control the Congress. We already have assurances from around the country that a majority of Democrats have been elected to the Senate, a substantial majority, I may say, and also the House of Representatives.
I see.
Senator, if that's the case...
Well, Senator McGrath, do you feel that the Dixiecrats will hold the balance of power?
They could very well do that as things tabulate at this moment.
Senator, does that
But I would add this, that I think the result now can be very definite, that Mr. Dewey cannot be President of the United States, because I do not believe that any of the Dixiecrat votes would ever vote for him for president.
Senator, what's the situation in the state of Illinois, and how about Michigan?
We will carry Illinois, and Michigan, we are awaiting returns from Michigan.
I see.
Senator, what do you attribute this great victory to, as you see it?
To the courage, the tenacity, the fighting spirit of Harry S. Truman.
And to the democracy of the United States, the democratic spirit.
Oh, yes. The people believe in a man who is their friend once they understand him, and it's only within the last month that the people have really come to understand the real courage of President Truman.
Once they understood the issues, they voted.
That's right.
Senator,
don't you believe, Senator McGrath, that when President Truman is true to a friend, he can be true to the country?
It's fundamental.
Absolutely.
If New York should go to Dewey, will Truman still be able to win if he pulls the state of Washington?
Truman will win Washington.
And he should win the election then, without New York.
Well, I've made my statement on that.
I see.
Senator, do you think that the election may go into the House?
It could, as my figures show at this moment.
Well, for the benefit of your statement, Senator McGrath, would you repeat your statement for the benefit of the radio audience who may have tuned in late and would like to hear your restatement of the statement?
Well, I said earlier that I expect that the Truman-Barkley ticket will still get approximately 300 electoral votes.
That's enough to elect re-elect
That's enough to elect him. They need 266. However, I'm making allowances for contingencies which we do not now know about from big states that have not yet reported that may make a difference. And as my figures stand now, actual figures without forecasting them into the future at all, would indicate that the Democratic Party plus the Civil Rights Party now have enough votes to elect a president.
Well, Senator McGrath, don't you really believe that the sincerity of President Truman is the basis of the sincerity of the reaction of the country to President Truman?
I think the response of the people has been tremendous, but it's only been tremendous to a tremendous character.
Well, don't you really honestly believe that Senator Truman wants the best for all?
Well, of course I believe that, or I wouldn't have worked.
You have just heard Senator Howard J. McGrath, Democratic National Chairman, in a statement on his views as to the election. This is Kerry Longmire now, returning you to Mutual Election Headquarters in New York.
And here is a bulletin just received. Chairman McGrath has conceded New York State to Governor Thomas E. Dewey. And now, go ahead, Columbus, Ohio. We are sorry that we are unable to take you direct to Columbus, Ohio, but returns from two-thirds of the precincts in Ohio gave for President Dewey 894,000, Truman 873,000. Here is another bulletin from Washington. The Democratic National Committee early today claimed Democratic control of the House in the next Senate. And now here is Mutual's latest election box score.
Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 2:50 a.m. election box score. Truman, 14,800,000 votes. Dewey, 13,850,000. Strom Thurmond, 834,000 votes. Henry Wallace, 844,000. Truman is leading in 27 states with a total electoral vote of 291. Dewey in 17 states with a total electoral vote of 202. And now the congressional election box score. For control of the House, 218 seats are needed. Democrats now have 170, Republicans 71. To control the Senate, 49 seats are necessary. Democrats now have 13, Republicans 2.
And now for a victory statement. Go ahead, Cleveland, Ohio.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is Governor-elect Frank J. Lausche of Ohio.
Fellow Ohioans, it goes without saying that I am deeply grateful to you for the confidence which you placed in me by electing me to the office of Governor of the state of Ohio. I at this time also want to express gratitude to the citizens of my state for the courteous attention which they gave to me as I traveled through the state in behalf of my candidacy. Wherever I went, the attention that was given to me was more than I had expected. I have today received a majority of the votes cast in Ohio, but I will not consider that victory has been mine until my term of office has terminated, and by my administration I have given to the people of Ohio a service that will be beneficial to them. Again, thanks to you all. My problem begins today. The responsibilities are grave. I need the help of all of you to give to the state of Ohio the type of administration which it so justly deserves.
Thank you, Governor Lausche. Now back to election headquarters in New York.
Tomorrow, the Saturday Evening Post will publish.
Governor Dewey appears to have captured Pennsylvania's 35 electoral votes by a majority of upwards of 160,000, but Democratic candidates snatched away at least 11 of the Republican congressional seats. Among these was one held by Representative John McDowell, a member of the House Un-American Activities Committee, who lost in his bid for re-election from the 29th Pennsylvania Congressional District. Returns from two-thirds of Florida's precincts give Truman 194,000 votes and Dewey 132,000. J. Strom Thurmond, the states' rights candidate, got 61,000. Representative J. Purnell Thomas, a Republican of New Jersey and chairman of the House Un-American Activities Committee, today won re-election over his opponent, John Carlin, a Democrat, but it's by no means certain that Mr. Thomas will continue as chairman of the House Un-American Activities Committee if the Democrats should win control of the House of Representatives. Incidentally, returns from 90% of the election districts in New Jersey gave for President Dewey 819,000 votes, Truman 781,000 votes. Here's a final report from New Jersey. Senator Green, a Democrat, defeated Hazard, his Republican opponent. And a final from Vermont. Dewey wins by more than a 3-to-2 ratio. Well, it's now 2:55 a.m. Eastern Standard Time as election returns continue over your Mutual station with the cooperation of the Curtis Publishing Company.
With New York now in the Dewey column, Illinois becomes a definite key state. The latest returns of 5,800 of the state's 9,231 precincts give Truman 1,260,000, Dewey 1,135,000. As has
been said, this is indeed the closest election since the Wilson-Hughes contest of 1916, when the outcome was in doubt for 48 hours after the polls closed. It's an election in marked contrast to the easy Republican victories of the 1920s or the Democratic landslides of the 1930s. It's particularly remarkable in a day of rapid tabulating machines, almost instantaneous transmission of news and radio. The best mechanical devices man has been able to devise haven't been able so far to measure the voter's decision and relay it to the people. The voters themselves. It's a split-hair decision. Only one thing is sure. President Truman has sprung a surprise. A surprise on the pollsters, on the political analysts, and on a lot of leaders right in the Democratic Party. The president is running a closer race than had been anticipated even by his own advisors. Right now, the president is leading in electoral votes. And even if in later returns from rural areas give Dewey the votes to win, the president will have had his inning. That is, Harry S. Truman will have had his inning. The pollsters will, as the president predicted, will have slightly red faces when they get up and go about their business later today. And the close presidential race is only part of the surprise. The Democrats are going to control the Senate and have the chairmanships of those Senate committees. It appears that they may even take over the House in the 81st Congress. It's quite possible that we may have the reverse of last year's situation. Then we had a Republican Congress and a Democratic chief executive. This time we may have a Democratic Congress with a Republican president at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Governor Dewey's lofty campaign may get him into the White House by an eyelash, but it didn't establish the strong political current necessary to carry the congressional races along with him. That great Republican landslide turned out to be a myth. The slaughter of Republican congressmen in the East in the wake of the president's explosive drive struck terror to the Republican high command. The Republican casualties included 2 in Connecticut, 4 in New Jersey, and 9 in industrial Pennsylvania. Democratic headquarters in Washington claimed today that the Democrats had actually won control of the next House. They had never even claimed they could do it during the campaign. It's still nip and tuck. The Republicans can lose 28 seats and still hold control. At this hour, they have lost 24, and the terrible annihilation was slowing down as returns came in from across the nation. If Truman finally loses, he can blame it on Henry Agard Wallace. The progressive nominee rolled up far more votes in New York State alone than Dewey can win it on the final tabulation. In fact, Wallace got more than 450,000 votes in New York State alone. Of course, New York has now been conceded by Senator McGrath. The Democratic gubernatorial designee issued a page-and-a-half statement expressing his gratification for the size of the majority, which today has called to the state capital of Illinois next January. That means Adlai Stevenson today issued his page-and-a-half statement. Mr. Stevenson declared, "I realize, just as you do, that I am only the instrument through which the people of our state have expressed their desire for better government, for cleaner government, and for the kind of government which will make the name of Illinois famous once more among the states of the Union. Good government," says Mr. Stevenson, "sound government, just and compassionate government can now come true if you who hope for it will join me in the great work that lies ahead. I have but one purpose," said Governor-elect Stevenson, "from this moment onward." He said, "I have just the one purpose, to make the government of Illinois serve the people of Illinois. Not only serve them," said Governor-elect Stevenson, "but make it worthy of them." We'll have more election news for you as we continue our election night coverage in just a moment.
This is WGN Chicago 11, your station for election returns. For complete election returns, be sure to get your copy of this morning's Chicago Daily Tribune, now on sale in Chicago and suburbs. The time at the tone beat in 10 seconds, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time.
This is Bill Slater in New York reminding you that the 1948 election returns are still on the air. Brought to you by the more than 500 stations of the Mutual Network in cooperation with the Curtis Publishing Company, publishers of the Saturday Evening Post, Ladies' Home Journal, Country Gentleman, Jack and Jill, and Holiday. These election returns are broadcast to every American home and worldwide through Mutual's facilities to the Hawaiian Network, the Alaskan Network, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, the French Broadcasting System, the British Broadcasting Corporation, Radio Belgrano Network of the Argentines. And now, as this race gets tighter and tighter as the night wears on, let's go for our latest up-to-the-minute look at the box score.
Mutual and the Curtis Publishing Company now bring you the 3:01 a.m. election box score. Truman, 15,310,000 votes. Dewey, 14,840,000 votes. Thurmond, 835,000. Wallace, 846,000. Truman is leading in 26 states with a total electoral vote of 261. Dewey in 18 states with a total electoral vote of 232. 266 confirmed electoral votes are decisive. Here is the election box score for Congress. For control of the House, 218 seats are needed. Democrats now have 170, Republicans 71. To control.
For more returns, I have a message for young ladies who...
Now, here are some reports. In West Virginia, for the United States Senate, Matthew Neely, Democrat, has defeated Chapman Revercombe, and Matthew Neely returns to the Senate. He returns over Revercombe, who was the present incumbent. Also in West Virginia, Patterson, Democrat, has won the gubernatorial position over Herb Mormon of Parkersburg, West Virginia. Returns from 60% of Missouri's precincts give Dewey 349,000, Truman 491,000, Wallace 1,200. In Oklahoma, Truman leads Dewey almost 2-1 with 90% of the votes in. Now, continuing our policy of going directly to the points of focal interest all the way across the country, we're headed again for the West Coast. Go ahead, Los Angeles.
This is Rex Miller in Los Angeles. We're going to bring you now a statement by Helen Gahagan Douglas, Democratic representative from California, whose re-election appears virtually assured. The statement you are about to hear was made by Mrs. Douglas to some of her constituents in the California 14th District and recorded this evening. Now you'll hear Mrs. Douglas. Still show a very close race. Late figures show Governor Dewey leading with 490,000 votes, but he's very closely trailed by President Truman with 488,000 votes, only about 2,000 votes difference in this big state of California. Mrs. Douglas is virtually re-elected to Congress. Other contests in the congressional field in California are pretty hot. One of the switches that seems likely to be made and is being made as the votes come in has to do with L.C. Patterson, who this morning was leading. He's a former congressman running on the Democratic and Independent Progressive Party tickets. But the latest returns give a lead of more than 300 votes to the Republican incumbent, Donald L. Jackson of Santa Monica. And in another district, the 18th, Republican incumbent Willis W. Bradley had been leading early, but now Clyde Doyle, a Long Beach Democrat, has taken the lead of almost 1,000 votes. In the 13th district, the Republican incumbent Norris Polson has better than a 400-vote lead over Democrat Ned R. Healy. And in the 9th district, there's a very close contest between Bertrand W. Gerhardt, Republican, and Cecil F. White, Democrat. This in the 9th district, the voting is very close, 16,440 to 16,429 at the last count. And now back to election headquarters in New York.
Further election reports, returns from two-thirds of Ohio's districts, Dewey 912,500, Truman 896,000. Delaware, two-thirds of the precincts in, Dewey 23,500, Truman 28,000. In Pennsylvania, Dewey leads Truman by 150,000 with about 95% of the votes in, and Pennsylvania seems in the Dewey column. In Oklahoma, for the U.S. Senate, Kerr, Democrat, is leading Risley, Republican, almost 2-1 with 95% of the votes in. Returns from half of Massachusetts precincts today give Dewey 324,000, Truman 436,000, Wallace 14,000. And now let's go back out to those Rocky Mountains to see what the situation is there. Go ahead, Salt Lake City.
Thank you, Bill Slater. Utah reporting again on the cross-country swing. Our Utah count is now more than half complete, with over half the state's 901 districts reporting. President Truman's lead was somewhat extended since we last reported from Salt Lake City. For Utah's 4 electoral votes, it's Truman, 80,851, and Dewey, 69,004. In percentage terms, that's Truman 54 to Dewey's 46%. 595 districts out of 901 have reported in the state of Utah. It now appears that the Democrats will gain a House seat in Utah in which the old delegation was split 1-1. Incumbent Democrat Congressman Walter Granger now has a 3-2 lead, with 44,733 votes for Granger to 30,822 votes for David J. Wilson. In the second district, now held by Republican William Dawson, Dawson trails by a margin that he may not make up. It's Democrat Reva Beck Bissoni, 41,366, and GOP Congressman Dawson, 31,665. Meantime, Republican J. Bracken Lee has...
A late report on the unprecedented race in the state of New York. Returns, listen carefully, from 9,826 of New York State's 9,961 districts gave Dewey 2,825,000, Truman 2,780,000, Wallace 500,300. A very crucial spot is in the Northwest. Let's go out there now. Go ahead, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
For the latest Minnesota returns, here's the way we see it from Minneapolis and St. Paul. Action on the voting front, unfortunately, has slowed down considerably here. 20% of the precincts have reported, almost all of them within the 3 metropolitan areas. The Democrats at the moment are on top in the presidential and senatorial races. Mr. Truman leads Mr. Dewey about 3-2. No change there since our last report. Hubert Humphrey, the Democratic farmer labor challenger, continues to hold a 3-2 lead over Joseph Ball.
Fulton Lewis, Jr. is at Republican headquarters down in the nation's capital in Washington. I wonder what's going on there. Come in, Washington.
Well, here in Washington, ladies and gentlemen, once again we have Representative Hugh Scott of Philadelphia, who is chairman of the Republican National Committee. How do you feel about it now, Hugh?
Well, Fulton, New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania are all Republican. Ohio is Republican. I believe that Michigan is Republican. I think when the final returns are in, Illinois will be Republican. As I've said before, this thing has turned into a horse race, but I have never varied, and I do not vary now. Governor Dewey and Governor Warren will be elected. California is coming in favorably, with Governor Dewey leading, and half the state is in. Oregon is Republican. We're interested in several small states out there which we haven't heard from.
You still have a pretty good stake in New England, do you?
Yes, New England is a good, healthy stake for us, and
do you have any explanation of what happened in Massachusetts?
No, I don't. I hope that it isn't due to any appeal on anything but a straight appeal on the merits. I hope it's nothing more than that. But Massachusetts has actually been normally a Democratic state. And although we had high hopes of carrying it, after all, it has been much more often Democratic than Republican.
What is your latest on Connecticut?
Connecticut, we believe, will come in Republican with a net of about 15,000.
Well, it's entirely possible that this thing might last over 24 hours, 36 hours, mightn't it?
You know, yes, an interesting thing is that about a fourth of the election judges in Illinois are apt to go home and send their returns in tomorrow morning. They're from normally Republican areas, and if that happens, why, the final returns from Illinois might not come in until morning. Our own projections indicate that we have won. I personally feel definitely that we have, but you may have to wait on some states, such as Illinois, for a final count until tomorrow.
Thank you very much. You're still confident, Mr. Scott.
Yes, I am, definitely.
Thank you very much, Representative Hugh Scott, Chairman of the Republican National Committee. Well, we now return you to election headquarters in New York.
I imagine that all over the country where people are listening to these election returns, they have their heads together discussing what it means, what the outcome is likely to be. And as I look across our mutual headquarters here in the Grand Ballroom of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in New York City, I see Bill Shirer, Bill Henry, Henry Lacossette, and Cecil Brown over there with their heads together. Let's sort of fade in and see what's happening there. How about it, Bill Shirer? What's going on over at your table?
Well, not since 1916 have we had such a close election. It's been a surprise to everyone, and I think it's been a surprise even to these commentators here at the table who've been following the election so closely. Is that not right, Bill Henry?
Oh, yes, there's no question about it. There's no doubt also that the Democrats have won a very great victory regardless of how the presidency comes out. They've done so well in the governorships that they've captured, in the senatorial seats that they've taken, that regardless of how the presidency comes out, this has been a great day for the Democrats. I've also been interested, Bill, in the fact that this has been an election in which people voted the way they felt it. There haven't been very many sweeps in very many states. You find states with a Democratic presidential vote and a Republican vote for governor and vice versa. It's very interesting to see that people have voted not blindly by party, but more frequently for the individuals that they seem to like or dislike in the elections.
Well, that brings up the question of these polls. Henry Lacossette, did you happen to see any polls before this election?
Oh, certainly. Certainly I saw them all, and they all gave Mr. Dewey the election by a substantial majority. However, you know, there's one thing about this whole business that occurs to me, that this may be the first election in a long time in which the man who receives the most electoral votes will be defeated in the popular vote. It's going that way now, and it looks as if Mr. Dewey, if he does win, will not have the popular vote.
Is there any chance of it going into the House?
Yes, there certainly is. As a matter of fact, here's the new electoral lineup that I have right here. Truman is still leading in 27 states with 267 electoral votes. Dewey in 17 with 226. Thurman in 4 with 38, including the capture of 28 in Alabama, Mississippi, and South Carolina. Wallace had a popular vote of some 600 and some odd thousand, but no indicated electoral votes. Of course, I don't know that those 27 states that Mr. Truman is leading in. I don't know how many precincts are to be counted there, and that could decline. And if it does, well, this thing could go into the House. What have you got there, Cecil?
Well, a few moments ago, we heard a confident prediction from the Republican National Chairman, Mr. Hugh Scott. And a few minutes preceding that, the Democratic National Chairman, Senator J. Howard McGrath, made some confident predictions, too. And McGrath was confident of three things. He was confident of the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. He's not sure, but he thinks that President Truman would win with 300 electoral votes. He's not sure either that the election might not be thrown into the House of Representatives. But if it is, Senator McGrath said that he thinks that the Democratic votes, the regular Democratic Party votes, added to those of the states' rights people, would put Truman in. Senator McGrath's idea was that he saw no chance that if the battle goes to the House of Representatives, that the states' rights people would vote for Dewey. Some of the Southerners vote with the Republicans on various issues from time to time, but they probably wouldn't vote with the Republicans to put in a Republican president if this does go into the House of Representatives. May I say that perhaps a good many people in the audience may not be familiar with the technical operation if this election does go into the House of Representatives. And I think, Bill Shirer, that we should have some explanation of that, because it is a rather technical business.
I think we might call on Bill Henry. He's our Washington expert here and a great constitutional authority, I believe.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I did check up on it. And what happens is that if neither candidate gets a full majority, which would be 266 electoral votes, then it is thrown into the House of Representatives. When it's thrown into the House of Representatives, it goes into the next Congress, and not into this Congress. In other words, it goes into the Congress which is being elected today, and which, from all indications, is very likely to be a Democratic Congress. When it is thrown into the Congress, each state has one vote, and the various numbers of representatives from some big state like New York, for instance, have to get together, and a majority of them have to decide how the state's going to vote.
10 o'clock in the morning, New York time, here in New York. Every hour on the hour, we read the chart. That's what we said last night, 12 or 14 hours ago, when we expected that maybe 4 or 5 or 6 times every hour on the hour, we'd read the chart for you. You could keep score along with us with your pencil and paper there at home. Well, it's another day, 10 o'clock in the morning. I don't know whether you're still keeping score, but we'll still read the state board for you. Not so completely as we were doing there in the early hours. Once again, we'll leave out the Wallace and Thurman vote, and I won't give you all the details, all the numbers on those states in which there really is no more contest. So we start off with the first one. Alabama, 11 electoral votes, 46% of Alabama reporting. That happened long ago, and we'll never get over 50%, it seems, of Alabama. I don't know when they're going to go and count some more votes in Alabama, so we'll get to at least 50%. Anyway, it's Thurman's state. Truman's not on the ballot. Arizona, 4 electoral votes, 65% in. Truman way ahead. Arkansas, 9 electoral votes, still only 45% of Arkansas's votes counted, but Arkansas went for Truman. California, 25 electoral votes, 72% of California has now been counted, and the story remains the same, a rather close Dewey lead, with the vote of Henry Wallace making the difference. It is Dewey, 887,000, Truman, 856,000 in California. Wallace's almost 87,000 votes in California are spelling the difference between victory or defeat for Mr. Truman in that state. Colorado, 6 electoral votes, 56% of the state reporting. Truman has a rather comfortable lead. He's held it for many hours, but only 56% of Colorado is reporting so far. Connecticut, with its 8 electoral votes, came in hours ago. Complete returns, Dewey carried Connecticut. Delaware, 3 electoral votes, 85% complete. That 85% figure was reached perhaps 5 or 6 hours ago, with Dewey having a slight lead. It never changes somehow, but conceivably, when the other 15% come in, it could change because it's close. So I'll give you the figures. Dewey, 52,000, Truman, 51,000 in Delaware, 85% of the state in. Florida, 8 electoral votes, 68% of Florida reporting. Truman wins the state. Georgia, 12 electoral votes, 38% of the state reporting. Truman has a very big lead, but with only 38% of the state reporting, it's a bit hard to tell whether he'll be able to get the more than 50% that's needed in Georgia to carry a state. Otherwise, the contest goes to the state legislature, the General Assembly. Idaho, 4 electoral votes, 86% of Idaho in. Is still Truman ahead, 100,000 to Dewey's 96,000. Illinois, 28 electoral votes, 91% of the state in. Truman ahead in Illinois. Truman, 1,815,000. Dewey, 1,740,000. Indiana, with 13 electoral votes, 87% of Indiana has reported, and Dewey is still ahead. Dewey, 710,000. Truman, an even 700,000. Next is Iowa, 10 electoral votes, 81% of the state in. That's all we've had for many hours, and Truman stays ahead. Truman, 423,000. Dewey, 389,000. Kansas, 8 electoral votes, 63% of the state has reported. Dewey is way ahead in Kansas and will win the state. Kentucky, 11 electoral votes, 71% of Kentucky has reported, and the Truman-Barkley ticket won Kentucky, Senator Barkley's home state. Louisiana, 10 electoral votes, still only 30% of Louisiana reporting. Thurman is way ahead in Louisiana. It looks probable for Thurman, only 30% of the state in, though. Maine, with 5 electoral votes, 89% complete. Dewey won Maine. The Free State of Maryland, 8 electoral votes, 98% complete, and Dewey carries Maryland, 289,000 to 280,000 for Truman. Massachusetts, 16 electoral votes, 78% in. Truman carried Massachusetts. Michigan, 19 electoral votes, 71% complete, and Dewey is winning in Michigan, 745,000 to 679,000 for Truman. Minnesota, 11 electoral votes, only 37% in Minnesota. Truman holds on to that lead. Truman, 307,000, Dewey, 214,000 in Minnesota. Mississippi, 9 electoral votes, still not even 50% in, only 47% in. It is the states' rights ticket going for Thurman. Missouri, 15 electoral votes, 86% complete, Truman State. Montana, 4 electoral votes, 57% in. Truman is far ahead. Truman winning in Montana. Nebraska, 6 electoral votes, 79% of Nebraska is in, and it is Dewey, 194,000 to Truman, 162,000. Nevada, 3 electoral votes, 94% of the state reporting, and once again, that's where we left it last time we read it. We can't give you the round figures. It's too close. In Nevada, Truman, 24,390. Dewey, 24,266. Wallace gets 1,100. Those figures haven't changed for a long time. Very close. Truman slightly ahead, just by a handful. New Hampshire, 4 electoral votes, 98% of the state is in. Dewey won New Hampshire. New Jersey, 16 electoral votes, now 100% complete. New Jersey's vote is complete. Dewey carried New Jersey. New Mexico, 4 electoral votes, only 43% in. Truman is far ahead, 45,000 to Dewey's 29,000. New York, 47 electoral votes, still only 99% complete. Dewey won the state. North Carolina, 14 electoral votes, 86% complete. Truman won the state. North Dakota, 4 electoral votes, 35% complete, and Dewey still is ahead in North Dakota by a rather surprisingly small margin. Dewey, 46,000, Truman, 45,000. Governor Thurman of South Carolina still has those 89 votes in North Dakota, the one northern state which has the states' rights Democratic ticket on the ballot. Ohio, 25 electoral votes, now 97% complete, and Truman is certainly winning Ohio. Truman, 1,418,000. Dewey, 1,404,000. Oklahoma, 10 electoral votes, 96% complete. Truman State. Oregon, 6 electoral votes, 53% complete. It looks like Dewey State. Dewey, 82,000. Truman, 62,000. Pennsylvania, 35 electoral votes, 99% complete. Dewey's State. Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes, all in, 100% in. Truman State. South Carolina, 8 electoral votes, 75% of the state reporting, definitely Thurman State. South Dakota, 4 electoral votes, 67% of the state in, and in South Dakota, it's Dewey, 74,000, Truman, 69,000. Tennessee, 12 electoral votes, 92% of Tennessee has reported. It is Truman State. Texas has 23 electoral votes, 88% of Texas votes are in. It also is Truman State. Utah, 4 electoral votes, 84% of Utah's votes are in, and Truman maintains his lead. Truman, 122,000, Dewey, 104,000. Vermont, with 3 electoral votes, is complete, and Dewey won the state. Virginia, 11 electoral votes, 95% complete. Truman won the state, one of the first that Truman definitely won. Washington, with 8 electoral votes, 40% complete. Truman has a substantial lead. Truman, 154,000. Dewey, 133,000. West Virginia, 8 electoral votes. West Virginia now 73% complete, and Truman is carrying West Virginia. Truman, 338,000. Dewey, 241,000. Wisconsin, 94% complete. In Wisconsin, Truman stays ahead. He's been ahead from the beginning. Truman, 600,000. Dewey, 549,000. Wyoming, last state on the board, 3 electoral votes, 87% in now, and Truman is ahead there still. Truman, 42,000, Dewey 39,000 in Wyoming. And there you are. That's the board in the abbreviated way that we're reading it now every hour on the hour. That was our 10 o'clock reading, 10 o'clock New York time, here in the NBC election headquarters in New York. Although I've just finished reading the board, I've just been handed a bulletin from the Associated Press with some later figures from Ohio. Let's see now. Truman is maintaining his lead in Ohio, a lead of 14,700 over Dewey. And so far, the vote in Ohio stands Truman 1,421,000, Dewey 1,406,000. And that, I believe, is a slightly later figure than the one I gave you when I was reading the board. And so that means that Ohio is slightly more than 97% complete, and Truman is holding on to Ohio. Now, I see that, Ray Henley, you have come up with some notes from the crowded floor below up on the platform here, the platform on which rests our commentator's table. W.W. Chaplin is also here. Richard Harkness, too. Mr. Kaltenborn on the other side of the table. You've been coming up, all of you, throughout the evening to report and to analyze your special subjects, but I see you now all surrounding me in this fashion, and I suspect that this is going to be something different, like perhaps a round table. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're right, I think, Bob.
Well, what's it going to be? Let's get round and let's start. I've been reading the board, so I'm a little out of things the last 11 minutes. What's been happening in the secret plan since 10 o'clock? Yes, Mr. Harkness?
Well, I don't know what's been happening in the secret plans, the votes standing as they do. However, I should like to hear you gentlemen discuss and partake in the discussion to a certain extent the cause of this upset victory. And I'm sure that everybody will agree that it was an upset victory. Personally, I think that there are four reasons perhaps. The first, the opposition of labor to the Taft-Hartley law. Second, a outpouring of housewives' votes. Women who appreciated what Mr. Truman was trying to do on price control to hold down the price of living. A third group, the farm group, which I'm sure all of us considered in Mr. Dewey's bailiwick, but the farmers came through for President Truman, apparently because the president had given them the subsidy payments, the price supports, and they could count on continuing under President Truman. They weren't quite certain what Governor Dewey would do on the price support front. And then finally, of course, the president's personal campaign, the way he got out, traveled across the country, all the speeches he made, how he just carried the whole campaign on his shoulders. HV, just as give you a target, does that make logic to you?
Well, it's a very good target, Dick, because in the first place, labor, of course, I think was an important factor. And the opposition to the Taft-Hartley law was an important factor. But, you know, in all the polls, of course, this is a bad day on which to mention a poll. But in the polls, it seemed that a large part of the public was in favor of the Taft-Hartley law. And there were certain polls in which even a majority of the Union men favored it. So I'm not so sure that it's just the Taft-Hartley law that was responsible for laborers voting for Truman. I think it was his general attitude. On the whole, he's been more sympathetic with the common man. He's constantly emphasized that. He's made everybody afraid of what he called the special interests and the wicked capitalists of Wall Street, those wolves who were just waiting to devour the unsuspecting. And I assume that had a good deal of effect on labor and probably on other classes as well. Now, as for the housewives, surely prices have gone up. And I think many a housewife feels that price control should not have been removed as completely as it was removed. And I'm inclined to think that that's probably sound and that a great majority of Americans would agree with that. So I do think you're absolutely right in citing prices as a very important factor. Now, the farmers and their subsidy, well, I think they figured that since Mr. Dewey was gumshoeing a little bit, as I think Mr. Ickes pointed out with his usual gift for verbiage, that subsidy was certainly more wholeheartedly endorsed by Mr. Truman than by Mr. Dewey. Mr. Dewey, yes, said it would be continued, but he didn't say by how much, and I think there was a general idea in his mind and in that of those who supported him that it should be somewhat reduced. And from the point of view of the consumer, it's quite possible that it ought to be reduced. But here you've got labor, plus the housewives, plus the farmers. Well, that makes up a very large segment of the United States. And consequently, I think your interpretation that those three groups voted for Truman and against Dewey, at least in a majority, is probably correct.
Well, Morgan Beatty, what do you think of the effect of Mr. Truman's personal campaign, the way he waged it without help, practically by himself? Do you think that was instrumental, too?
Yes, I do, Dick. As a matter of fact, I've been so busy with this Senate, I haven't had much time to think about this part of the activity, which, of course, is the most important part of the entire campaign. I think the combination of the underdog element in the Truman fight, along with the very courageous activity, the very courageous fight he did make, did have a definite effect. I should like to apply, however, some of these points that you made to some of these Senate races. I think they do, by and large, apply, but there's some exceptions in this situation that are very interesting. For example, in Kentucky and Michigan, where you have two states with a definite cleavage between the farm vote and the labor vote, and they showed a very interesting result. They went, on the one hand, with Dewey. The Michigan vote was with Dewey. And on the other hand, in Kentucky, where we had Virgil Chapman against, I forget the Republican, John Sherman Cooper, both of those men voted for the Taft-Hartley law, but Cooper was favored by labor because he was for moderating that law. It was the farmer that put Virgil Chapman over against the laboring man. And the same thing happened in Michigan. It was the farmer that put Dewey over. If he is over, I'm sorry, I haven't checked that. So didn't Dewey capture Michigan, or did he?
Yes.
Certainly
Dewey
Homer
has
Ferguson won in
That's
Michigan.
Right. That's right.
So there you have a cleavage. But in two other states, where the industrial population is a heavier weight, and the consumer in the large city is a heavier weight, in Illinois and in Minnesota, there's a perfect example of the pressures that you and Mr. Kaltenborn brought out so aptly a few moments ago. Because Douglas won in Illinois, the darling of the labor vote, and Humphrey in Minnesota. That victory of Humphrey is probably a more impressive one than any other on that score, because he is the one man who ran for office in this election and solidified the labor vote in all directions in his favor. For example, he got the AFL plus the CIO plus the railroad labor vote. And that solid core helped him definitely against Joe Ball.
And the interesting thing is that after his appearance at the convention in which he endorsed the civil rights program with the greatest possible vigor, it was said that he was the man who was going to ruin Truman. And here, on the basis of your analysis, he's the fellow who's helped to put him over.
Working our way on down the table, I'd like to hear Ray Henley discuss this question. I have some very decided feelings on it myself. Ray, do you think that the campaign, looking back, that the campaign of Governor Dewey, the type of speeches that he made, do you think that they helped or hurt his campaign?
Well, I think it seems to be very clear that they hurt his campaign. And so far as Mr. Truman's concerned, I don't see how you can size this thing up any other way in view of this overwhelming congressional victory, that it was Mr. Truman and really Mr. Truman alone who is responsible for this Democratic sweep. After all, we must remember that he's the man that made hundreds and hundreds of speeches. He traveled across the country several times. And I don't believe there was any other personality on the whole Democratic side, including the organization workers in Democratic headquarters, who had anywhere near the activity or attempted to point up the issues the way Mr. Truman did. I think this, Dick, I think that a really significant part of this election is the fact that while Mr. Truman did lead in the campaign, now he may find on his hands in Congress a Democratic ranks which conceivably may even want to go farther than even the issues as he outlined them. I believe that we've got to face
the fact, and of course many people will welcome this, got to face the fact that the next session of Congress will be decidedly more, if you want to call it, left-wing than we had any anticipation when the election campaign started.
Well, I think that's a very definite point. Ned, I see you there, Ned Brooks, with some notes jotted down on the paper.
Well, Dick, this has no relation to the very interesting discussion. I've missed part of that. I've been down watching the returns for governor, and if you'll pardon me just a moment, I'll give you the latest on that, and then we can go resume this roundtable discussion. The latest on the governors comes from Michigan. The Democratic candidate up there, Menon Williams, has just claimed the election over Republican Governor Kim Sigler. Williams is basing his claim on a lead that he now holds of around 100,000 over Sigler. Williams, you'll remember, is a 37-year-old veteran of World War II, grandson of the founder of a fortune in soaps and cosmetics. He was supported by all of the CIO and part of the AFL, and he got his heavy support in the great industrial area of Detroit and Lower Michigan. We have no word yet that Governor Sigler of Michigan has conceded. However, if the claim of victory by Williams stands up, then it means that 8 states, which now have Republican governors, have switched over to the Democratic side, and of course that is thoroughly in line with what has taken place in the Congress of the United States, where the Democrats have won control of both the Senate and the House of Representatives.
One point along the line that Ray Henley was speaking there, that the 81st Congress will be more liberal or left-wing, as you please, than the 80th Congress. It will be very interesting to watch the effect, the psychological effect as of now, and later the actual effect on American business of this new complexion of the administration. Bill Chaplin, I think you're cocked and primed on that subject.
Well, Dick, of course, one of the chief barometers of to judge what's going on in any country is to watch the stock market. And London got a little ahead of us today on that because they naturally opened first. And in London, the London Stock Exchange marked dollar stocks down as much as $4 a share at the opening in anticipation of Wall Street weakness as a result of this Democratic election surprise. And then just about 20 minutes ago, the stock exchange opened here in New York, and sure enough, here is a report from one news agency which says that stocks opened on a burst of activity that swamped the market machinery and prices declined sharply. Another agency reports that heavy selling hit the stock market at the opening today in the first reaction to the election. Big blocks of stocks appeared frequently on a racing ticker tape. Individual issues dropped fractions to more than 3 points. Most of the selling hit stocks that are usually more or less inactive. Most key issues were not traded in the first few minutes after the opening bell. And that's one indication that the stock market people, the speculators, and the people who deal in stocks generally were taken as much by surprise as, well, as you and I and almost everyone else in the country were. And that's the way it's at the moment. You can't tell whether this is a permanent trend or just a flurry caused by the great surprise.
Well, I notice on our NBC popular vote tabulation there that we have now topped 39 million votes. The popular vote gives Truman 19,310,000, Governor Dewey 18,314,000. President Truman is running a very pat 1 million votes ahead of President Truman. There's one little point I'd like to make there, is that all the Democrats thought and said that their best chance for an election of their ticket was to pile up, I think their goal was 58 million votes. Well, it's very obvious that this total will not go that high. It may hit 50 million votes. So even the Democrats underestimated their own strength in this election. HV, I see your good right arm up.
Well, I'd like to go back for a moment to Bill Chaplin's interesting analysis and comment on what was happening in the stock market. Naturally, the election of Dewey was discounted by the market. That is, stocks went up in anticipation of Dewey's election. Now that Dewey isn't elected, naturally, stocks go down. They have been going up fairly consistently, I believe, for some weeks. And yes, as a matter of fact, I think looking over at it broadly, for some months. But while the stock market always reacts psychologically to a surprise, that isn't the thing that determines fundamentally what the market does. It's so easy in talking about the stock market for us to scare people. I know I've had several instances in my long experience on the air when just a casual comment did something to people that led them to either buy or sell. And that, of course, is the last thing in the world that we want to do. Fundamentally, business in this country is going to continue to be good. 60 million people are going to continue to be employed. Our resources are going to be exported to exactly the same extent under a democratic regime as under a Republican. As a matter of fact, they may be exported to a little larger extent because the Marshall Plan is fundamentally a democratic policy, even though it has been made a bipartisan policy. So that all those factors that have tended to increase our production, to increase our exports, to give people employment, are still present in spite of the fact that the same administration continues in Washington with increasing support in Congress. So I wouldn't take this momentary decline on the market too seriously.
Well, of course, H.V., I quite agree with you, and I think that one of the determining factors in this campaign, one we neglected to mention earlier, was the fact that there are 60 million people at work making good wages, and we are prosperous. Ray Henley, I wonder if you have any ideas on the future of the Republican Party now after this how many straight defeats?
Well, Dick, that certainly is the big question at the moment. I think that the Republicans are going to have to ponder very seriously just what the future of their party is. After all, this is going to be 20 years now. That's a long time to be out of power, and the significant thing about it, the really serious thing about it from the standpoint of the future of the party, is that a number of key state administrations have been turned over this time. And that takes away the state organization, which is so important to the integrity and well-being of a party from a national standpoint. Of course, I suppose that anybody would be a seer indeed if he could look into the future and find out what's going to happen to the party. But it seems to me that the leaders certainly are going to have to consider that point pretty carefully right now.
And I dare say the Republican leaders down in the Roosevelt Hotel headquarters, Ray, over their scrambled eggs and coffee this morning, are pondering that problem very seriously.
Very true.
Ned Brooks?
I was just going to recall, Dick, that in 1936, you recall, in the landslide of the late President Roosevelt, the Republican majority, or the Republican size, the Republican representation in the House of Representatives was cut down to about 89. Well, it took them 10 years to regain that and to get back into control, and the setback that they now have is nowhere near as low as that point they reached in 1936. So at least maybe that is one hopeful point of view for the Republicans in this hour of not very great triumph, you might say.
I was just going to say that I imagine if you talked that way to a Republican leader this morning, he'd think that you were a pretty optimistic fellow. Morgan Betty, you had your hand up.
I think that's the point that you mentioned some time ago about Mr. Truman and the case he made against Wall Street. Now, frankly, I'm pretty tired. All of us are tired. I don't think any of us here believes that either party is controlled by Wall Street or anything of the sort. But I think there's a lesson for the Republican Party here that probably should have been learned a long time ago and was not learned for some carelessness that went on that's simply inexplicable. But now here, for example, at various times in the last 2 or 3 years, or 4 years, the Republican Party has lent itself, not by actual direction, to some ideas and propaganda pieces that would tend to convince voters that Truman was right on the point that he made. For example, that very, very stupid campaign of the National Manufacturers Association a few years ago to convince the people of this country that the housewife is going to control prices. I think that one campaign alone did probably more to help elect Mr. Truman this time than any one little tiny single factor could possibly do.
H.V., you seem to be
just inject
right there on that.
One word on the long-term view. Now, will have had 20 years of Democratic rule. And yet, when you look over the whole situation, it is a fact that we've only had 4 Democratic presidents since the Republican Party was formed in 1856. Therefore, even though the Democrats have now had the longest period in office that they have had since the Republicans have been a party, I don't think that that necessarily means that they are going to continue much longer.
News Flashes by Richfield. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From Hollywood, we bring you the 165th edition of the 18th year of the Richfield Reporter, compiled from the entire worldwide facilities of the United Press. What's going on in the world?
2 major brush fires burned out of control tonight in Southern California, fanned by winds that ranged from 30 to 60 miles an hour. They were in widely separated localities. One was in the Santa Monica Mountains between San Fernando Valley and the Malibu Beach area. It started between Topanga and Santa Ynez Canyons on the south side of Mulholland Drive. And the last word from hard-pressed firefighters, too busy combating the flames to make frequent reports, was that the fire had burned numerous small cabins and several square miles of brush. There were reports that some homes had burned, but these have not been confirmed by United Press. Hundreds of residences were threatened if the flames veered northward toward the Malibu section. Several hundred volunteers were fighting the flames under the direction of Los Angeles City and County firemen with nearly 24 units of firefighting equipment. The other fire was about 40 miles south of Los Angeles in Santa Ana Canyon on the Orange and Riverside County line. That blaze swept over 6 square miles of brush and was headed toward Silverado Canyon, a thickly settled area. Nearly 1,000 men, 50 of them Marines from El Toro Marine Air Base. The Santa Ana Canyon fire burned 5 cabins within a few hours after it started and threatened dozens of others. Residents of Southern California, anxious over the welfare of friends living in the 2 fire zones, may be assured that if further news and details are received while the reporter's on the air, we'll give them to you immediately. On the world scene today, the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted the American plan for control of atomic energy in Paris tonight by a vote of 40-6 over the objection of Russia. Soviet delegate Vyshinsky made a personal attack on President Truman in his last futile speech against the plan. But it was approved by the Assembly of 58 nations after voting down Russia's counterplan for control by the same margin. Because of Russia's opposition, the plan is merely a gesture and cannot be enforced. Just the same, it gives virtual world endorsement to the U.S. plan, which was advanced in 1946 by Bernard Baruch. The Soviet plan called for destruction of atom bombs and at the same time the setting up of a system of atomic energy control still to be worked out. Thus, the United States would have been ordered to destroy its bombs without any guarantee that Russia would not use the opportunity to continue development of atomic weapons herself. Meanwhile, the UN Security Council adopted a resolution ordering Jewish and Arab troops to withdraw to the positions they held in the Negev region of southern Palestine before fighting began October 14th. The resolution, offered by Britain and China, was adopted by a vote of 9-1, with a negative vote being cast by the Soviet Ukraine. Russia abstained instead of voting against the proposal, as her no vote would have amounted to a formal veto. Tonight's news from Germany says a new major airport built in 13 weeks by German men and women who worked with shovels and brooms, even their bare hands, will be open tomorrow. It will challenge Russian hopes that winter will finally starve the Allies out of Berlin, says UP correspondent John B. McDermott. Number 1 political development of the day was the unanimous vote of the Berlin City Council to ask the Western Allies to outlaw the Russian-issued currency in their sectors of the city. In France, armed troops stood guard at every coal pit in the country as the government pledged itself to end the 32-day-old mine strike by next Monday. Minister of Industry and Commerce Robert Lacoste said the government will use every measure in its power to guarantee freedom of work so that normal production can be resumed. In Tokyo, the International Military Tribunal of the Far East placed the blame for starting Japan on the road to aggressive war on the shoulders of the Japanese Army. In the second day of reading the judgment, being passed on 25 defendants, including former Premier Tojo, the judge's decision said the Japanese Army was responsible for the tie-up with Hitler and Mussolini. It accused the Army leaders of lying to Emperor Hirohito to win his approval of moves essential to their grand plot against the Allies. During the campaign, they called it the presidential train. Tonight, as it takes him back to Washington, victorious in an election the experts said he couldn't win. The correspondents are calling it the victory special. As President Truman left Independence, Missouri, he told a trackside crowd of his neighbors there were going to be a lot of red faces in Washington. Just the same, there wasn't any gloating by the Missourian who sent the poll takers into a wrestling match with conscience-stricken adding machines. At Jefferson City, Missouri, Mr. Truman gave a brief thank-you speech to a crowd of several thousand persons and laughingly read them a telegram from the Washington Post. It invited him to be guest of honor at a banquet to which the newspaper also would invite editorial writers, political reporters, pollsters, columnists, and radio commentators. The telegram suggested the president wear white tie and tails and eat turkey, while the other guests would wear sackcloth and eat crow. Indicating he would not accept the invitation, Mr. Truman said, "I've been in many and many an election campaign, as you people here in Missouri know. And after the election is over, I don't bear any malice or feel badly toward anyone. The fellow who lost feels badly enough without being crowed over. That's what I'm going to tell them." He was jovial and thankful for the vote of confidence he got in Tuesday's election, but the president never lost sight of the responsibility which his victory carries. At Sedalia, he told a train-side crowd, "I have myself now a great responsibility. I hope I can fill it to the satisfaction of the people of my home state. You must stand behind me." At St. Louis, he told a cheering crowd of 10,000 in Union Station that he has the biggest job in the world, but with your help, it can be done. He won final assurance tonight that the Average Man program, on which he defeated Governor Dewey, will be in the hands of the strongest Democratic Congress since the latter days of the New Deal. The man who inherited the presidency from the late Franklin D. Roosevelt almost 4 years ago takes office this time as a winner in his own right and undisputed leader of his party. He has an emphatic popular mandate that will have to be listened to by the Democratic members of the new Congress he led to victory. Virtually complete returns show that he will deal with a Congress more solidly Democratic than at any time since 1943. The new House will have at least 262 Democrats, 171 Republicans, 1 American Laborite. This is a net gain of 73 seats, and the Democrats have a chance of picking up another in Colorado, where their candidate is leading the only House contest still undecided. The Democrats also won 9 more Senate posts than they held in the 80th Congress, giving them a clear-cut majority of 54 to 42. Mr. Truman's first job after a Florida vacation, which starts next week, will be to prepare for submission to his 81st Congress the legislative program the 80th refused him, and on which he made his campaign fight. It includes a number of controversial issues on which he may get a fight, even from some members of his own party. As he went up and down the land, he told the voters he wanted the Taft-Hartley law repealed, wanted a broad housing, continued rent controls, health, education, and social insurance program, a minimum wage of 75 cents an hour, and a civil rights program with the strength of federal law to back it up. Senator Allender of Louisiana started the ball rolling toward making good on one of President Truman's major campaign promises, more low-cost housing for low-income families. On the heels of the Democratic sweep, Allender said he will introduce legislation early in the next session of Congress to meet the urgent demand of the people for immediate enactment of an adequate public housing law. He said his bill will provide for an adequate program of low-rent public housing for low-income families, slum clearance, and farm housing. And so, the way was cleared for renewal of the fight over public housing, which a group of Republicans kept from passage over a period of 4 years. Well, buyers appeared in Wall Street again today, and the market began to regain what it lost in yesterday's after-election price break. However, caution was the order of the day, and extreme gains ranged to only 2+ fractions as compared to yesterday's losses of 5, 6, or 7 points. Commodity prices were higher because of the growing certainty that farm support will be continued, possibly strengthened. Representative J. Parnell Thomas, long in the headlines as chairman of the House Committee investigating Un-American activities, appeared before a federal grand jury in Washington, but stood on his constitutional rights and refused to testify. The grand jury is investigating charges that the New Jersey Republican padded his congressional payroll. Earlier, Thomas had insisted on a chance to testify. Today, he appeared at the scheduled hour of 10 a.m., but left less than 5 minutes later. His attorney said he persuaded Thomas not to testify because it would serve no useful purpose. UP correspondent Ruth Miner recalled that Thomas has clashed frequently with witnesses before his committee who refused to testify on constitutional grounds. Meanwhile, Assistant U.S. Attorney General Alex Campbell said the government had finished presenting its case, and it's now up to the grand jury to decide whether an indictment will be returned. Thomas was reelected last Tuesday, but will lose the chairmanship of the Un-American Activities Committee when the Democrats organize Congress in January. Meanwhile, President Truman forwarded to Congress a report warning that any American aid to China must be supervised closely by Americans on the spot if it is to be effective. The warning came at the end of a 37-page report on administration of a $350 million special relief program for China, Austria, Greece, Italy, and Trieste. 18 U.S. Air Force flyers were killed in the crash of their B-29 in the Azores less than 24 hours ago, and fear was expressed tonight for the lives of some 34 other persons who were aboard 3 planes reported missing and believed down somewhere in the North Pacific. 2 Navy planes, a 4-engine PB-4Y2 Privateer and a P-2Y Neptune, and a DC-3 of Pacific Alaska Airlines were reported missing in the North Pacific. 11 persons were said to be aboard the airline's plane, which was overdue at Annette Island near Ketchikan on a flight from Sitka. The plane normally carries a crew of 2. The Navy privateer was lost in the Bristol Bay area in western Alaska. The Navy said it carried a normal crew of 12. The Neptune plane, a long-range patrol bomber which the Navy said carried between 7 and 9 crew members, had not been heard from since 7 o'clock this morning. The B-29, which crashed in the Azores, was returning to MacDill Air Force Base, Florida, its home field, after 3.5 months of duty in England. 13 of the 18 remaining who were killed were returning to their wives and families at MacDill Field. The plane had stopped in the Azores to refuel. It took off in early darkness and rain from Le Guin Air Base, faltered, and crashed into the sea 500 yards from shore. In Stockholm, the Nobel Prize for Literature was awarded by the Swedish Academy of Literature to T.S. Eliot, the one-time Boston bank clerk who became one of the world's most famous and least understood poets. A naturalized British citizen, he was honored for his remarkable achievements as a pioneer in the field of modern poetry. At the same time, the Academy of Science announced 2 Nobel Scientific Awards, the Physics Prize to British cosmic ray researcher Patrick M.S. Blackett, and the Chemistry Prize to Swedish professor Arne Tiselius.
Did you know that for every 10 degrees the temperature falls, the efficiency of your car's battery goes down nearly 10%? So, if your battery's in poor condition now, you're almost sure to have battery trouble some chilly morning soon. That's your tip to see your independent Richfield dealer for a free battery checkup right away. And if he discovers signs of trouble ahead, have him install a factory-fresh Goodyear battery. Buying a world-famous Goodyear at Richfield is the best deal ever, and here's why. You get a liberal trade-in allowance on your old battery, you get an ironclad guarantee on your powerful new Goodyear battery, and what's more, if you prefer credit, your Richfield dealer will be glad to have you say, charge it the easy pay way. There's no red tape, no delay or burdensome carrying charge. Your easy pay plan can include other purchases for your car, too. Goodyear tires and nationally famous accessories that your Richfield dealer stocks. So, whatever your car needs, remember, you will get the best deal at Richfield.
Now for other news. In the West Coast maritime strike, the Independent Marine Firemen's Union offered to reopen negotiations with ship owners and waterfront employers because it said election results make pointless any further continuation of the strike. Later, Harry Bridges, head man of the CIO Longshoremen, said his union would make a bid to do likewise. It was expected the pledge of the Democratic Party to repeal the GOP-sponsored Taft-Hartley law would play a major role in such negotiations. As for the California oil strike, contracts to end the strike were signed by the CIO oil workers with Standard's El Segundo plant, the Tidewater Associated plant at Watson, Shell plants in 5 localities, and the Texas Company's plants in the Los Angeles Basin. La Jolla, a big wave knocked 16-year-old Tom Collins of Colorado Springs off the rocks at La Jolla Cove and swept him out to sea as members of his high school class looked on. Body of the young victim has not been recovered. Alvin Jake Powell, former New York Yankee baseball player, ended his life with a gun at police headquarters in Washington, D.C. The police report said the 39-year-old Powell had been arrested for passing a bad check at a Washington hotel. When another woman driver cut in front of her, Mrs. Joan Zeroni of Los Angeles lit out in hot pursuit, banged into the rear of the other car at 2 intersections, chased it into a service station, and pursued it in a ring around the gasoline pumps until she crashed into a post. Booked on a charge of assault with a deadly weapon, Mrs. Zeroni declared, "Oh, I got so mad." The weatherman says Northern California will be clear tomorrow and Saturday except for a few showers near the Oregon border tomorrow night or Saturday, rising daytime temperatures. Southern California, generally clear tonight and tomorrow, windy in the mountains and interior sections, and locally windy in coastal valleys tonight. Winds decreasing tomorrow over most sections.
And that's 30 for tonight, friends. Next edition of the Richfield Reporter at this same time tomorrow night. Remember, the pen is mightier. Just try signing a check with a sword. And don't forget, ask for Rich Lube Premium Motor Oil. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
WMAQ and WMAQ-FM, NBC in Chicago. When you ride in a Fraser Manhattan, you ride in luxury. Yes, luxury, real luxury. The new 49 Fraser Manhattan at your dealers now.
And now, Robert Trout with the news, direct from the NBC newsroom in New York, presented by Pillsbury. This is pie time. High time for homemade pumpkin and cranberry pie. Tender, light, flaky crusted pie made with Pillsbury Pie Crust Mix, America's largest selling pie crust mix. And right now, Pillsbury is celebrating its leadership with a nationwide pie baking festival. You'll find your grocer has the fixins for your favorite pie filling and extra supplies of Pillsbury Pie Crust Mix. Get a package soon. It's so quick, so easy to make that man of yours a delicious pie of yours. And now, Bob Trout with the latest news.
Half an hour ago, President Harry Truman stepped out of his plane in Key West, Florida, and the southernmost city in the nation gave him a victor's welcome. Most of the top White House advisors and aides are along on the trip to work as well as rest in the next 2 weeks. They flew from Washington with one stop at New Bern, North Carolina, where Mr. Truman went to church in the 100-year-old red brick First Baptist Church of New Bern. The president left behind him in Washington a city full of people still talking about what happened in the election and what's going to happen when the Democratic 81st Congress comes to town in January. One of the first things that will happen is that President Truman will ask the Congress to repeal the Taft-Hartley law. Today's reports say that will be done before anything else except anti-inflation legislation. Mr. Truman wants Congress to take that up first. And before January is done, the President is going to ask Congress to expand Social Security. Reporters at the White House were also told that President Truman is going to send the 81st Congress at least 100 nominations that were brushed aside by the 80th Congress. Many of them are for jobs like postmaster and federal judge. The 80th Congress refused to act on them because they were sure the jobs would go to Republicans after the election. But there are some major appointments to be made, too. In Key West, Mr. Truman is going to work on the plans for his new cabinet. And back in Washington, they're saying that if General Marshall really does resign as Secretary of State, then the United States ambassador in London, Louis Douglas, is likely to become the new head of the State Department. While all this planning and talking is going on, Governor Dewey is crossing the country again, this time without the bands, the crowds, and the speeches. The Dewey family is flying to Arizona for a 2-week vacation. There's election news from Paris, where the French are holding a limited election and decided to put on a little upset of their own. France is choosing a new upper house of Parliament, which has practically no power but some influence. The moderate parties of the center thought they'd win, but the party of General Charles de Gaulle ran far ahead of everybody else with at least 97 seats, more than twice as many as the second-place French socialists. The communists fell from 84 seats to 16 so far. The President of the United Nations Assembly in Paris, Australia's Dr. Herbert Evatt, established a precedent by appealing to the King and government of Greece to postpone the executions of 10 sailors sentenced to be put to death tomorrow, the first time the UN Assembly President has ever appealed to the government of a member nation. United Nations spokesmen in Paris are saying they don't know anything about those peace talks that are supposed to be taking place between representatives of the Jews and the Egyptians. But the rumors persist that the talks are really going on. In Moscow, Russia's war hero, Marshal Timoshenko, joined the Soviet chorus of harsh words against the United States and Britain. Timoshenko says the two English-speaking countries are fomenting a new war, and the supporters of peace, meaning Russia, are becoming convinced of the need for an active struggle against the warmongers, meaning the United States and Britain. And now for Pillsbury, here's Arthur Gary.
Thank you, Bob Trout. Please him with pumpkin pie, or cranberry, mince, or apple. But be sure it's your pie, the flaky kind you're sure to make with Pillsbury Pie Crust Mix. Light, tender, golden crusted. It's easy. Yes, and it's quick, too. You can fix your crust while the oven heats. Just add water to Pillsbury Pie Crust Mix. Remember, there are 9 full ounces, ample for a big 2-crust pie, in every package of Pillsbury Pie Crust Mix. Get a package tomorrow. Listen again next Sunday at this time for Bob Trout with the news, brought to you by Pillsbury, greatest name in flour. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
WMAQ and WMAQ-FM, NBC in Chicago. In just 25 minutes, we'll bring you an interview with Illinois Governor-elect Adlai Stevenson and Senator-elect Paul Douglas. NBC commentator Clifton Utley will question the two new officials on the problems facing the state and the nation.
George Gallup, Gallup Hole, Princeton, New Jersey. Yavapai County, Arizona invites you to start life again with splendid opportunities offered here for new business enterprises. George Gallup, Gallup Hole, Princeton, New Jersey.
Desperately in need of money. Who will not be governor of New York in 1950?
From yours truly, George Gallup, to the American people, USA. Your criticism is justified. We've taken bows when we were right, so we're ready to take cabbages and ripe tomatoes now. Very sincerely, George Gallup.
Living 1948, brought to you each week at this time by NBC and its affiliated stations, holds up its radio mirror today to reflect the color red. Red on the faces of the poll takers, to see if we can answer the jackpot question of the 20th century in a drama document entitled, What Happened? Here is your narrator, Ben Grauer.
Greetings, America. Greetings, pundit confounders, apple-cart upsetters, political miracle workers. Greetings, you who prove that no one knows how beats your heart and pulse better than you yourself. As one writer puts it, the moral would seem to be never call anything in the bag until the groceries have been delivered. And over such a simple, basic truth, the papers screamed headlines. And though many papers were not unconfounded themselves, joined the nation where the nation was truly united in castigating the poll takers. Some typical headlines.
The pollsters achieved during the recent campaign what probably is a world's record for being wrong. Seldom has a candidate been so counted out of the race before the people voted.
The radio voice, which used to announce that it was time to stump the experts, was not on the air with that program Tuesday night, but it might have been. The experts were indeed stumped. The public is entitled to know why.
And what about the public? How did they feel?
The polls ought to be embarrassed, but definitely.
Even all the way from Paris, Mrs. Roosevelt got in a dig.
This is a great tribute to the intelligence of the American voters who take their job seriously and do not follow public opinion polls. They are able to think for themselves.
And one Thomas Dewey, who was certainly entitled to some comment, was asked,
Mr. Dewey, now what do you think of political polls?
I don't want to comment on anyone else's misfortunes.
As you well know, all the pollsters were mistaken. And of course, all promptly ate crow. Said one dismayed prophet,
I could not have been more wrong. The thing that bothers me most is that at this moment, I don't know why I was wrong.
Indeed, frankly using the stars for her guide, an astrologist was one of the few professionals who turned up post-election day absolutely right.
It was simple. It was written in a star. The pole star.
But perhaps because his name is almost synonymous with public opinion polling, the brunt of the ridicule fell upon the shoulders, fortunately broad, of our good-natured guest and longtime friend of Living 1948, Dr. George Gallup. Do you mind if we review the situation, Dr. Gallup?
Not at all, Ben. I'm numb, with an N, if you please.
All right. Well, then, proceed, gentlemen.
Truman ran all the way, but Dewey only galloped.
I'd rather be right than Gallup.
Gallup sure pulled the wool over our eyes.
But the humor truly flowered where it might best have been expected at Democratic headquarters in New York's Biltmore Hotel. Here, as dawn broke with the news of victory, celebrants, to the music of popping corks from champagne bottles, blossomed forth with this parody of the Yale Whip-and-Poof song.
We are poor little lambs who will astray. Lamb, lamb, lamb. We're little black sheep who miss our
Gallup in these post-election days has had to stand up like a man and take it. And part of the measure of how courageously he's doing this is attested by his presence here. To you, to the nation, asking, what happened? We give you, in the flesh, the man you're all looking for, the director of the American Institute of Public Opinion, George Gallup.
Thanks, Ben, for inviting me in off the end of that limb.
Well, now, Gallup, I'm sure you've heard what everybody's saying about you.
I hear them even in my sleep, Ben. Last night, for instance, I tossed for hours as a multitude of voices vented their wrath upon me.
That guy Gallup's a bunk. Somebody ought to take him out and string him off. Get him? Ha! It is the lab. Expert, they say. He turned out to be as expert as my Aunt Millie trying to change a flat tire.
He's finished. He's done. He's washed up. He ought to drop dead.
Here, Dr. Gallup, have a couple of acids. That'll be a little better. Now, tell me, what have you got to say to these people?
First, of course, that the people are right about my being caught with my figures down. I was plain wrong.
Well, goodbye, Dr. Gallup. It's good knowing you. And if you ever return to civilization, be sure to drop in and see us. And...
Wait a minute, Ben. Huh? I'm not going anywhere.
You mean you're not folding your tent in Princeton and stealing quietly away?
Would Joe DiMaggio, upon striking out in a crucial game with the bases full, cry?
I'm not going to play anymore.
Of course not, and neither does a medical researcher looking for the cause of a disease. They go on and learn from their mistakes. I certainly intend to do the same thing, to go right on and learn from mine. The minute you think you have all the answers, that's when you're on dangerous ground. And don't forget, we've been wrong before.
Now, that's something I didn't know. When?
Well, if you'll delve far back enough into our records, you'll discover that we ourselves have put a black mark against our name in connection with
California, the ham and eggs election in 1938. Our polling showed that the so-called ham and eggs proposition would be turned down by an overwhelming majority.
But?
Wrong. Dr. Townsend's ham and eggs lost, but by a much narrower margin than predicted.
We looked into that at once, sought to find out why we were so far off, discovered...
Apparently, Dr. Gallup...
Yes?
The people were reluctant to admit that they were for the proposal. The papers having made them out to be such crackpots.
Well, what can we do about it? We're bound to hit this problem again.
Well, sir, if we only had a secret ballot, that secret ballot would enable us to find out... So, you devised a secret ballot?
Right, and we were never mistaken for that same reason again.
What's been your batting average up to now?
We have never maintained a 100% degree of accuracy and never claimed to. If you look into a paper I read at Yale last April, you'll discover...
In the short span of 12 years, modern polling techniques have been employed in forecasting a grand total of 403 elections in 12 different nations. The average error, 3.9 percentage points, has been virtually the same for all polling organizations all over the world. The high degree of accuracy is evidence of the reliability of sampling procedures.
If you read farther, you'll learn.
A poll might happen to pick a winner and still be 20 percentage points away from absolute accuracy. On the other hand, a poll could possibly err by only a fraction and still be on the wrong side.
Okay, but the fact remains, and it's probably the only fact that interests the American public at the present time, that in the forecasting of this last election, you were wrong.
I was indeed, and I'm not trying to alibi myself. President Truman won a splendid victory, which he has every right to be proud and for which I heartily congratulate him. I'm simply trying to establish that we have always pointed out that there is a margin of error. We have never claimed anything different.
I see.
We are still a new science with the same certainty that we know that we can be right most of the time. We know there are times when we'll be wrong. That's the law of probability, the scientific law upon which public opinion polling is based. We live by that law.
You live by that law, and the law caught up with you last Tuesday.
Right.
But specifically, as it concerns Tuesday's election, why were you wrong?
We suspect we fell down because of 4 important factors. These are the questions we are asking ourselves now.
First, the turnout. Which voters stayed home and which did not?
2, the undecided vote. Did the undecided vote prove important?
3, the Wallace factor. What happened there?
4, local elections. How much did local candidates help or hurt the national tickets?
I haven't yet the answers to all these questions. It may take weeks, months of careful research to get them as we intend to. But this is what I've been thinking about them. And if you're interested, I can perform at least an exploratory operation.
Okay, Dr. Gallup, here's your scalpel.
Let's probe first into
the turnout. Which voters stayed home and which did not?
I ask you to picture a town. Let's say a town of 100 persons of voting age.
All right, I'm picturing it.
We send our posters into that city. They ring doorbells.
Hello.
And ask, among other questions.
Hello, I'm from the Gallup poll. If the presidential election were being held today, for whom would you vote? Truman, Dewey, Wallace, or Thurman?
Let's say 50 out of 100 reply.
I'm for Dewey.
And the other 50 say?
I'm for Truman.
So you record these figures, and soon Election Day comes. Surprisingly, you discover that of the 50 who told our interviewers that they were going to vote for Truman, only 27 actually showed up to pull the lever for him. And of the 50 who said they were going to vote for Dewey, only 23 cast their ballots for him, leaving 50 who did not turn out to vote at all. So, first off, your original percentage has been thrown off because of turnout.
So?
Well, you don't have that problem in the Netherlands and Australia where people have to vote or pay a fine. This sort of compulsory voting brings out over 95% of the people. Here in America, when you have such a close election as this, every stay-at-home makes our prediction more difficult.
I see. Well, now just exactly how did that affect your prediction in this election?
Just multiply that little town of 100 by the thousands of towns and cities throughout the country, and you can readily see just what might happen.
Well, now, just a minute. How come the Democrats got more of their people to the voting booths?
Well, something happened. Perhaps something we couldn't entirely take into account. Something like this.
That's $15.32, Mrs. Stevens.
$15? Just for a dozen eggs and a piece of meat and a few groceries? So they won't even feed us for 3 days?
Don't get mad at me, Mrs. Stevens. It's not my fault. Why don't you write your congressman?
Oh, I'm not going to write my congressman. I'm going to get rid of him. Like Truman said, that idiot's Congress is just about the worst Congress that ever was.
What happened first, then, was that the Democrats had something to be mad about, and apparently felt the best way to let off steam was to get out and vote for Truman. The Republicans had no burning issues, but most Democrats were sore at high prices, and many at the Taft-Hartley Act. Then this happened.
Scene outside of a voting place. A ward worker is checking off a list of party members who pledged themselves to vote.
Say, Annie, it's getting late, and Riley and Dunn and Pulaski and Grieco haven't showed up to vote yet. Better give them a ring and see what cooks, huh?
Okay, give me some nickels.
The young lady crosses the street to a drugstore, enters the Coleman.
Hello?
Riley?
Yeah?
How come you and your wife haven't come down to vote?
Oh, heck, I was on the night shift last night. I'm pooped. Anyway, there's nobody here to stay with our kid.
Listen, we'll send a car up right away with a babysitter. And you check in on Dunn, will you, next door? I thought you guys were crazy to beat the Taft-Hartley law.
Last Tuesday, at least from reports I've heard, the only people really working to get out the vote were the Democrats. The labor unions especially, working quietly behind the scenes, had an effective mechanism to help them.
Yes, but now, didn't you come mighty close on total turnout? Seems to me on Living 1948, just before the election, you said that your figures indicated a 47 million total vote. Wasn't that right on the nose?
We had a good idea what the turnout would be, but we were wrong on how that turnout would split up. I had a suspicion that this was going to be a problem. Anticipating it, our interviewers, when we took the final ballot, were instructed to hand the person questioned a card matching the number on the interview form.
I'm from the Gallup poll. We'd like your assistance in an interesting experiment. Now, you can help us make our methods even more reliable by checking the following after voting is over. In the presidential election, November 2nd, mark one of these two statements.
I was unable to vote.
Or,
I voted, and voted for the following person.
when these cards come in, and they're coming in now, we hope to be able to discover who voted and who did not, and whether they voted for the man that they said they were going to vote for.
Well, so much then, Dr. Gallup, for how the turnout factor may have affected your prediction and the election result. I think you said the second factor was...
the undecided vote. Did the undecided vote prove important?
Yes. Please remember, as I tried to explain before, that, like everyone else, I'm just thinking out loud.
Of course.
I'm still awaiting the facts that our organization is in the process of digging up. But as far as I can see at this point, analyzing the undecided vote is probably the most important symptom we'll examine in this exploratory operation.
Oh, what went wrong there?
Well, in every election, you find a certain proportion of undecided voters. Ordinarily, you're faced with two alternatives.
Forget them. Analyze and report them. And what did you do, Dr. Gallup?
We found a large undecided vote. We found that they came to 15.5% of those who were registered and said they were going to vote. So we asked them.
Which way are you leaning? Toward Truman, Dewey, or Wallace?
The replies came back from about half of these undecided voters.
I'm leaning toward Dewey.
I'm leaning toward Truman.
But there were still 8.5% who said...
I just don't know. I haven't made up my mind.
So in any attempt to get further information, we asked this undecided voter...
For whom did you vote in the 44 election?
I voted Democratic.
3 out of 4 of the still undecided voted Democratic in 1944.
What significance did that have for this election?
Well, this indicated the possibility that the majority of undecided voters in this election, if they voted at all, might have voted for Truman.
Did you use that assumption in working out your figures in this election?
Unfortunately, no. We assumed that this year, because of the apparent lack of interest in the election, that they probably would not vote at all.
I don't like either candidate. Why bother? It's just no use.
That's what I think, too. I was telling the gang last night.
I don't know who I'm going to vote for. I'm so confused. I've always known before, but I don't know. This time I'm so confused.
Same here. I just don't know either.
Uncertainty and its twin sister, apathy, we found statistically to be the prevailing mood of the country. Apathy about the campaign. Uncertainty about the future.
Uh-huh.
Because of this, we felt that undecided voters wouldn't vote at all. So therefore we, and I believe this is true of all other pollsters, discarded the undecided vote entirely, feeling it would never appear at the polls and would have no bearing on the final result.
Had you taken the undecided voters into account instead of disregarding them, would it have made any difference in your final prediction, Dr. Gallup?
If we had followed our usual plan and had not ignored this group as being non-voters, we would have realized that most of them would have returned to their traditional voting pattern, in this case, heavily Democratic.
What difference would that have made in your figure?
Well, it would obviously have added to the Truman percentage at the expense of Mr. Dewey's.
Would you still have predicted Dewey to win?
Well, chances are that we would have at least seen a danger signal. The fact that we didn't is our own fault.
All right, then, Dr. Gallup. Since the undecided vote does not alone account for the difference between your being right or wrong, what else are you investigating?
Well, this.
The Wallace factor. What happened there?
Yes, what did happen there, Doctor?
Ben, if I thought I'd be wrong about anything in this election, frankly, I thought I'd be wrong about the size of the Wallace vote.
Why?
Well, first because of the enthusiasm of his admitted supporters. As you know, they were very intense about it all.
The warmongers in both Dickens' reactionary parties see that handwriting on the wall. Your handwriting. A vote for Wallace and Taylor. A vote for the Progressive Party is a vote for peace.
On the other hand, and almost paradoxically, there were a few among Wallace's supporters who seemed to hesitate to admit how they stood. When our pollsters questioned them, they got replies like,
No, I'm not voting for Truman or Dewey or Thurman.
Well, have you decided on any other candidate?
Well, why don't you just put me down as an independent?
Thank you, madam.
Presently, we began to note a gradual decline in the size of the Wallace vote. It began in early spring when it was as high as 7.5%, and fell gradually to 6%, then 5%, and so on. We hoped our figures would not underestimate the strength of the Wallace vote. We realized it might be the factor that spelled the difference in many states between Truman and Dewey.
What did the Wallace vote finally come to?
It finally amounted to about 2.5%. We were off 1.5 percentage points on that. The obvious assumption is that this Wallace vote, which was largely drawn from former Roosevelt voters, went back home, in short, to Mr. Truman.
So that's another place where the facts tripped you. Point 3 in your exploratory operation?
Check.
Okay, anything else, Doctor?
Yes, this.
Local elections. How much did local candidates help or hurt the national tickets?
What about that?
We've got to find out how many people felt that.
I don't care who gets to the White House. I'm going to vote for my man for senator.
I'd like to know how many people found it simpler, in such cases, to vote a straight Democratic ticket to get their man elected.
Okay, then, these are the answers you have for everyone, Dr. Gallup. The answers the whole nation's been waiting to hear?
Wait a minute, Ben. Let me put it this way. Those are factors which at the present time, in my opinion, are indicated. It would be positively wrong to say that we now have the correct answers. We have investigations underway, and not until we have completed them, which will be some days hence, will we have evidence enough to draw firm conclusions.
Well, I'm sure everyone else who was wrong, newspapermen, radio commentators, political observers, and others, are just as interested in getting at the answer.
I think so, too.
All right, then, Dr. Gallup. Now, get set for a tough question.
Do they come any tougher than I've been hearing since the experts' Black Tuesday?
Well, now, what would you say was the significance to the overall prestige of polls of the combined failure of all opinion researchers to call the shot correctly on this election?
I think that obviously to people who do not make a study of polls and still think of polls as...
Oh, they're just a stunt.
Yeah, I always figured they were phony.
To such people, unquestionably, polls have been given a setback. I feel sure that all thinking people, once they've understood the various problems and factors we must cope with, will not lose confidence.
Well, what should we expect from the public opinion polls?
On the polls we've taken on issues such as prohibition, the draft, the Marshall Plan, no one has ever seriously challenged our validity and accuracy. Elections, however, because they test action as well as sentiment, pose an unusually severe test, because so many of the factors that control action are unpredictable. People attribute a high degree of accuracy to us, and a higher degree than we ourselves claim. We have never held that we were 100% accurate. On issues like housing, high prices, the acknowledged margin of error makes little difference. On such matters, the question people want answered is,
how do most persons feel about houses or high prices, one way or the other?
But on an election, particularly a close one, the present margin of error is frankly larger than we can afford. That's why reducing that margin of error is challenging us now. The challenge is to find out more about our own business. That's the job facing us at this time.
But meanwhile, you can't expect people not to wonder and to continue questioning the polls.
No, that's exactly what they should do. Not accept conclusions blindly. People ought to be aware of the limitations in any field and take our results with the reservations we ourselves admit. I've often thought that some people felt that some oracle has been writing these figures. So, as a matter of fact, Ben, maybe all of this has turned out for the good. At least I feel that way.
How do you mean, Dr. Gallup?
Well, it keeps our feet on the ground, reveals us as human beings who can make human mistakes. And another gain that I count high is that it has once and for all destroyed this popular myth.
Why vote for that guy? He's going to lose anyway. The polls say so. Don't you want to vote for the winning candidate? Get on the bandwagon.
Last Tuesday provided a perfect test for the bandwagon theory, and it now should be dead forevermore.
Well, I certainly agree with you there.
And last of all, to me personally, it's meant a loss of 6 pounds since Election Day. Something I've been trying to achieve for these last 10 years.
All right, then. You're not discouraged. You're not going to quit?
I should say not. I have said many times in the past that I thought that making election forecasts was the least important part of our work of measuring public opinion. If we had not been wrong in this election, as we were, I would have been happy to leave election predictions to others. But being wrong in our selection of the winner last Tuesday presents a challenge which I, as a research man, cannot ignore. And we will find the answers to this part of our work.
Then we can count on seeing the Gallup polls for a good long while to come. Is that right?
Yes. I feel no different about it than anyone working in any other field when things don't work out.
But how do you suppose the people are going to feel?
Well, I have such complete faith in their wisdom, their judgment, and good common sense that I am perfectly willing to rest my case with the people.
Living 1948 is prepared and presented for the University of the Air by an NBC Public Affairs staff under the supervision of Wade Arnold. Scripts are written by Lou Haslam. Your narrator was Ben Grauer. Music is conducted by Milton Caton. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Yes, north, south, east, or west. It's Maxwell House wherever you go. Famous for finer flavor, this delicious coffee is good to the last drop. for the best in coffee drinking pleasure. Always ask for Maxwell House.
It's the roar of the presses. Working day and night in the north, south, east, and west of our nation, these daily presses pour out over 48 million newspapers. And behind these millions of headlines are the country's ace reporters, men and women who bring you the inside story. Tonight, the makers of Maxwell House Coffee bring you America's press conference of the air, Meet the Press, where you'll meet top newsmen in an unrehearsed, spontaneous press conference with one of the outstanding personalities in today's news, the Honorable James A. Farley. Ready for the conference are four of America's top newsmen who are here to ask the questions you would ask Mr. Farley. It's all done in the spirit of a free press and free television. Now, meet Mr. Lawrence Spivak. Mr. Spivak is the editor of the American Mercury magazine. And here is Mr. Murray Snyder, distinguished reporter with the New York Herald Tribune. Also noted among the gentlemen of the press is Mr. Larry Newman of the American Weekly. Another important newsman here tonight is Mr. Cecil B. Dixon of the Gannett newspapers. And here with us is radio's Miss Martha Roundtree, producer of Meet the Press. And here being introduced to the press is the Honorable James A. Farley. Mr. Farley is the former chairman of the Democratic National Committee and author of the book, Jim Farley's Story. As you know, it was Mr. Farley, the political traveling salesman, who helped to make Franklin D. Roosevelt President of the United States. And now, Miss Roundtree.
And now, who has the first question? Mr. Spivak.
Well, Mr. Farley, I'm going to ask you the most surprising question of the evening. What do you think of the election?
Well, as a partisan Democrat, I thought it was great. Great for the country and great for the party.
Well, were you surprised, though, at the results?
Frankly, I was. I thought that President Truman would get about 23 million votes. And from what I saw when I came back from Europe, and what I saw from the poll takers and the political writers I had an opportunity of talking with, I thought that Mr. Dewey would get approximately 23 million votes, and I thought Wallace might go to 2 million.
Well, you thought they'd both each would get 23 million votes?
No, I should have said Mr. Dewey 25 million. I beg your pardon.
25, but you thought Dewey would be elected?
I thought he would have, yes, I thought Dewey, based on what I saw and heard, would have more electoral votes, although I figured that the popular vote would be that close.
Now, what do you think was largely responsible for the upset?
Well, basically, I think there was a large Democratic vote, a lot of people in the United States that were still grateful to the Democratic Party for the 4 administrations that have passed, starting in 1933. I think people that were helped as a result of housing legislation, people who were helped by Social Security, many of the people, millions of people that have been helped by some agency of the federal government showed their appreciation. I think in the final analysis, however, the result was brought about by the strong effort put forth by labor, organized and unorganized, and there isn't any doubt that the farmers in the final analysis gave a large support. But far and beyond and above that, Larry, I felt that a great many people didn't like Dewey. They didn't like the campaign he conducted. He was all things to all men. He threw around a lot of generalities and platitudes, whereas President Truman, whether they liked him or not, they knew exactly where he stood on every important question. And in the final analysis, I think they got a little bit afraid of Dewey, and they went to Mr. Truman. I think a sufficient number did that in the last few weeks of the campaign.
Mr. Newman.
Mr. Farley, what do you think happened to those 4 to 6 million votes that you said Mr. Wallace was going to poll? Remember you were on the program?
Yes, I said he'd get about 5 million, Larry, but before I went to Europe, I said that I thought it would drop down to 3 million and maybe a little under 3. My opinion is this, that Wallace lost a tremendous amount of votes as a result of the Philadelphia Convention. They put the communistic tag on Wallace in that convention, which, as you know, was run in a large measure by people closely allied with the communistic cause. I think television, the pictures that were shown of the convention, a lot of people that were shown there who didn't appear to have too much sense, if I may use the expression, I think television more than anything else, and the communistic tinge, and then in the final analysis, the people who might want to vote for Wallace as a protest vote, they saw there was no chance for Wallace to get anywhere, and I think that, probably 75% of that vote went to Mr. Truman.
Mr. Dixon now.
Jim, Senator McGrath, the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, has threatened to punish the Southern Dixiecrats and some of the other people. What do you think of that attitude at this time when the party is in power?
Well, now, that guy, I don't think you get anywhere punishing anybody. If I were in McGrath's place, I would do everything I could to reconcile the differences that exist now. The South has traditionally supported the Democratic Party. We've had these differences now. These differences should be adjusted so that President Truman, from the time Congress convenes, has a strong backing in the Senate and the House. And may I say in passing that I think Howard McGrath is entitled to a great deal of credit for the way he conducted the campaign. I can appreciate the problems of the national chairman. He took over at a time when the situation, frankly, was bad for the party. He presided over a convention where the situation wasn't too good because of the opposition of a lot of Democrats. And he's conducted himself excellently, and I think he and those associated with him in the National Committee are entitled to a lot of credit.
When do you think this change came for Mr. Truman?
Oh, I'm only guessing now. I didn't get back from Europe, Dick, until the 21st of October. It apparently took place before that. But finally, I think in the last 2 weeks of the campaign, the Daily News poll, it would appear to me to be the first poll that caught it, because their poll was later than any of the others.
Mr. Snyder.
General, about 16 years ago when you were national chairman...
That's a long time ago, too.
There was a very popular phrase applied to some Democrats who were not for Roosevelt before Chicago.
FRBC.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, they took it on the chin. Now, don't you... what kind of advice are you giving to Truman for people who weren't for Truman before Philadelphia?
Well, now, I think Mr. Truman and Howard McGrath can take care of that situation without any advice from me. I'm not talking now about the politicians, so to speak. I'm talking about the complete overall picture. I think it's important to have unity in the country, Murray, and unity in the Congress. We're in rather an unusual situation in the world. And I think we should do everything we possibly can, the President and Howard McGrath, too, to get everybody united, because there's going to be important legislation not only of a national but an international character. The Marshall Plan will probably want to be kept on and maybe improved upon. And you're not going to get anywhere by having fights in the Congress, so we ought to try to patch that up.
General, do you think you can keep that unity if the President goes through this platform promise to enact civil rights legislation?
Well, let's pursue upon the theory that it'll be worked out all right. I think it will be. I really do, Murray. I'm one of those optimistic fellows who thinks it will work out all right.
Are you one of the people, Mr. Farley, who thinks the Taft-Hartley bill should be repealed?
Well, I think that the Taft-Hartley bill probably has some features that should be amended. But a great many labor leaders that I talk to don't criticize. They criticize the act not in its entirety. Undoubtedly, there are some features of the Taft-Hartley bill that should be repealed. Now, I'm not familiar with the bill itself to start picking out the different features.
Well,
I think the bill could be repealed, so to speak, in a way that would be satisfactory to both labor and industry, if you will.
Well, the Democrats are really pledged to repeal it.
Yeah, apparently from their campaign.
Would you have put that in the platform? Had you had anything to do with it?
Well, it was in there.
Mr. Spivak.
Mr. Farley, I think the total of the Ohio vote is rather extraordinary, and I wonder whether you have any explanation for it. As I understand it, there were 300,000 less votes cast for Mr. Truman and Mr. Dewey than were cast for the governors who were running on the same ticket. And I wondered whether...
Well, the reason for that may be due to the fact that they had two ballots in Ohio. See, in New York State, we just had the machine, and they were both on the machine. In Ohio, you had a separate ballot for the presidential candidates and a separate ballot for the state ticket. Now, it may be possible, Larry, that the Democratic and Republican politicians or leaders, if you will, in those states, in that particular state, were more anxious to elect a governor than they were a president. And they may have bore down on the, be sure and you vote for the state, for the governor and for the state ticket. And maybe a great many on both sides didn't vote the presidential ballot. I think that probably had more to do with it than a desire upon the part of the electorate in Ohio not to vote for a presidential candidate.
Mr. Newman.
Mr. Farley, don't you think...
Call me Jim, Larry. Everybody does.
All right, Jim. In fact, in view of the fact that Mr. Truman is pledged to carry out his civil liberties fight, and the Southern senators are in senior positions where they're going to hold a lot of very important committee positions, I think he's in for a lot of trouble. Now, don't you...
Well, he's in for trouble. Of course, he can't help but be in for trouble. But I have a sort of a feeling, Larry, and you ask me why I have it, I can't give you the answer. But I have a sort of a feeling that if and when the Congress convenes, that there's going to be an approach there on the part of the President and probably those in Washington and in the Congress, too, to try to ameliorate, to try to straighten out the situation so you'll have a united party. I think every effort should be made in that direction. And frankly, I think it can be done.
Mr. Dixon.
Jim, the stock market took a terrible walloping, about $5 billion in value since Mr. Truman was elected. Do you think that the lack of confidence is reflected by this selling splurge is...
Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about Dick. Maybe a lot of people went in the market figuring that Mr. Dewey was going to be elected, and then when he wasn't, they tried to get out. I wouldn't worry too much about what happened to people who were in the stock market.
Well, one other question. Why do you think that... Why did Mr. Truman get the farm vote, which is traditionally Republican in prosperous times?
Well, I think he got it for this reason. The Democrats have been in power for 16 years, and down through the years, at the time the Democrats came in power, you remember what the price of corn and wheat was. I remember in Kansas City Market in 31, when I went through there for President Rudin, I think corn was 31 cents a bushel or something like that. Cotton was 5 or 6 or 7 cents. And from then on, the Democrats came in power. Subsidies were granted by the Congress under the direction of Mr. Roosevelt. And down through the years, and the farmers have done very well under Democratic administration. Now, Stassen, as you recall, made a speech in Milwaukee and made some reference to subsidies. And I think as the sort of a feeling oozed out, so to speak, around the country among the farmers who were doing pretty well, that maybe if Dewey came in. And I think that they were shown that they were satisfied under a Democratic administration, and they feared what Dewey was going to do, because, frankly, Dewey on that and every other question never took a definite stand, Dixon.
Well, what was the weakest point of Dewey's campaign?
Well, it was weak all around in my book. In other words, he was all things to all men. He had a sort of a smug attitude, which he always had, and I think that the American people finally, that percentage of the American people that decide victories, the difference between victories and defeats, that group, which was sufficient, left Dewey. I talked to dozens of people from the time I got home, Dixon, up until the polls closed, of people who were going to vote for Dewey, and they didn't want to do it. Now, the only argument they'd offer is that they want to change. That was the best argument they had to offer, and they were voting for Dewey with regret. Now, when people are voting for a fellow that way, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I mean, you have to feel enthusiastic or sincere when you're voting for a fellow. Now, if it was true in New York, it was true all over the country, in the North at least.
What was the key
just
to...
Just a moment, Mr. Dixon. We'll be back in just a moment.
Well, I want to say to you, Larry, I am not going to give any advice to the Republicans.
I mean, you might have some suggestions.
No, frankly, I'm a firm believer in the two-party system, however, and I feel that the best thing for the country is to have the majority party strong. I said to Mark Sullivan, I shall never forget, in 1933, before the National Press Club, he wanted to know if I felt if the Republican Party should be strong. I said, yes, Mark, I would like to see it strong, but not too strong.
Mr. Spivak.
Jim, there are a lot of people in this country as a result of this election who feel we're going the way of England and that we may go socialistic. Now, what do you think?
In my judgment, that's never going to happen in the United States. We are not going like England. We're a different people. We have greater resources. We have we have everything here that makes the country great, Larry, and I have no fear of this country going socialistic.
Well, you're a big businessman today, Jim. Do you think that big business and small business has anything to fear from this 81st Congress and from Truman?
No, I don't think they have anything to fear from the 81st Congress or from Truman either. I'm sure that the American people are going to realize that there are some changes that must be made in our system, and they're going to go along, and those changes will be made.
Well, you don't think, then, that we're coming back to an OPA and a rationing?
Well, I can't make any observations on that. I really don't know, but I'm not going to be disturbed about it. Really, I'm not.
Not
and I think,
to it?
Well, I don't know that we're going to come back to it. Let me put it this way. We ought to do, in the legislation, we ought to do what's best for the American people generally. Now, that may be a general statement, but it's an honest statement. Now, I'd have to know more about what legislation was proposed and other factors in connection with it. The American people are going to always do the right thing, and I think the American people will go along with legislation that, if it can be pointed out, it's for the best interest of the American people generally, they'll accept it. And I feel that that big business and little business, they haven't anything to worry about with President Truman. He's an American with his feet on the ground. He's patriotic and he's sincere. And he probably just has 2 or 3 things definitely in mind. In the first place, try to make it possible for us to live in a peaceful world and try to do what is best for the American people in that kind of a situation.
Mr. Snyder.
How much do you think, Jim, the old love or respect or veneration for Roosevelt had to do with Truman's vote?
Well, there isn't any doubt that a great many people, I said in a statement I issued a week before election, that they referred to it as an iffy statement, as you recall. I said that if the people who were benefited and who supported the Roosevelt administration through those 4 terms, if they gave to Mr. Truman that support which he had earned, that he'd be elected, there isn't any doubt that there were millions of people benefited by the Roosevelt administration from 1933 on, and there isn't any doubt. And labor probably was a factor in that. Labor felt grateful to what had been done for them by the Roosevelt administration, and they went along. There isn't any doubt that was a carryover.
Well, General, if it was labor and if there's a leftward tendency that a lot of people have seen, do you think the country will accept your proposal that we resume complete diplomatic relations with Spain and give them help?
I don't know whether they will or not, but Murray, I think they should, and I'll tell you why. I'm a practical American who feels that what we should do now is what is best for America. Some people have criticized what I said about Spain. I believe that we should, through the United Nations, reopen negotiations with Spain. Now, we sit down and they accuse Franco of many things. My God, we're sitting down with Stalin and his representatives, and Lord knows they've done plenty to the world, and they're doing it now. They're preventing us from living in a peaceful world. Our country now doesn't permit people in Spain or their representatives to sit down on health conferences, on aviation conferences. There's one country in Europe, one country, that if anything happens, if Russia starts any trouble, that country will stand right at the Pyrenees, whatever army they have and whatever support they have, and they'll fight to the bitter end. And I don't think we should wait until that time happens. I think that we should proceed through regular channels to recognize Spain. We recognized Spain during the war. Carlton Hayes was there as our ambassador. And I think it can be truthfully said. In fact, I know it was told to me on this trip by very responsible people in Europe that if it hadn't been for the fact that there was cooperation upon the part of the Franco government, that invasion in Africa might not have been possible.
Would we have gotten that cooperation if we hadn't been sending goods and materials to them?
I don't know, but we did. We certainly got cooperation. Now, I'm not at liberty to tell what I know, but I know that representatives of the American government during that period were in conference with representatives of that government, and they permitted, I don't know whether that's the proper word, but they knew what was going on, and we would never have been in Spanish waters without their knowledge and permission.
Mr. Spivak.
Well, Jim,
I'm very decided in my viewpoint on that, and I do hope that I've talked to people who are closer to the picture than I, and I'm talking now only from one point of view. I think it's best for America, and I feel that the State Department or the people in the State Department that are stopping negotiations, if that's the way to put it, are just stupid, and they're doing an injustice to America and to the American people and to the cause of peace.
Jim, a great number of us here feel that Franco is not good for Spain, and that if we do anything to strengthen his hand today, why, we'll reestablish his strength in Spain to a degree where he won't be able to...
Well, let me answer your question this way, Larry. Franco is going to remain in Spain, and I think it's about time that we stop picking rulers for foreign countries. We let them pick their own rulers. If that's what they want in Spain, they're entitled to have that. I want to repeat, we shouldn't be picking. We butted in, I'm sorry I used that expression, down in the Argentine, and the fact that Braden took the attitude he did, undoubtedly, was in large measure responsible for the re-election of Perón. I'm not going to make any comment as to whether that was the right or wrong thing for the Argentinians to do, but the fact remains that Braden, Perón said that himself, that Braden, getting into the situation, made certain his election. We shouldn't be picking rulers of other countries.
Now, but Jim, one other question. Just exactly what have we to gain by recognizing Franco again or resuming diplomatic relations? Certainly he's not going with the Russians in case of a war.
No,
he
under
has
no
anywhere to
circumstance.
go except with us.
Well, I know, but isn't it better if we get in trouble rather than moving over in there and taking possession, so to speak, and go in there on unfriendly people rather than make them friends of ours? Now, the Spanish people are friendly disposed toward the United States, and where are you going to make your fight from? You can't make it all from England.
Well, we had an occasion once before when we were at war, and all that Franco did was remain neutral. He certainly didn't come to our aid in spite of the fact that we gave him quite a number of
Well,
things.
I know, but I want to repeat, if he hadn't closed his eyes, the American invasion, the Allied invasion in Africa would not have been possible, and God only knows, Larry, how long the war would have been prolonged.
Well, Jim, how can you trust a fellow, for example, who took aid from Germany and Italy and then closed his eyes to anything that they wanted him to do and closed his eyes to what we wanted him to do?
Well, I'll answer your question by saying, look what we did with Stalin, and look what he's done to us.
Jim?
Mr. Dixon.
Is it true that England has recognized Spain? They have a trade treaty and they're doing a big
Yes,
trade?
and I understand that France is recognized
All
as
right,
that.
and we are supporting England, aren't we, with our post-war label?
Indeed we are.
We're trying to rehabilitate them.
Now, as a matter, let me put it this way, Dick. I
It's
think
farther from the English Channel across to England from Belgium than it is from Belgium down to Spain, where we might get a chance to have some protected bases in the event of war with Russia.
That's right.
And also, we would have a dominating position over the Mediterranean.
Now, let me say this to you. I'm not a diplomat, and I never will be a diplomat. I'm just speaking now as an American citizen concerned about the welfare of his country. And I think it's about time we talk to the British government, if you will, and talk to France, too, if you will. God knows we're extending all kinds of help to them. And I feel that the State Department should, in the proper language, and maybe the language befitting the occasion, Dick, explain to him why we think this is best for America, and they should go along with us. Now, there isn't any doubt in my mind, and I'm not privileged to speak, but I can say to you that I know that there's some pretty responsible people in England who are sympathetic to the viewpoint I express here. And I know there are responsible people in the State Department who are of the same viewpoint.
At that point, who do you think to make a good successor to Secretary of State Marshall?
Well, it isn't for me to make any suggestions.
How about Omar Bradley?
Well, Omar Bradley, I'd only met the general once or twice, but everyone who has ever talked with me have said kind things. But I wouldn't want to go along on that, Dick. I don't think that military men should be appointed to responsible positions of that kind. I'd rather see a businessman or a man grounded in life other than the military life. I'm opposed to military men having positions of that character. Now, that's a personal position, and has no reflection on any individual in the military. I think it's a wrong policy.
Mr. Spivak.
And I'll tell you why I think it's a wrong policy. They're brought up under a system where they give and take orders, and they don't know what it is to compromise. I think a good, hard-boiled fellow who's fought his way up and understands the business of give and take
I think
is better
you
than
want to look over the Omar Bradley's speeches and something he's done, though. I think it's unusual.
Well, I'm talking now and generally. I'm not speaking against the individual because I have a very wholesome respect for General Marshall as a person.
Jim, I'd like to get back to politics
So would I.
again for a moment anyhow. I've heard a good deal of recent talk about you, and many, many suggestions have been made that the best man to run for the governorship on the Democratic ticket would be Jim Farley. Now, can we nominate you today, or are you definitely out of...
Now, why do you want to bring up the question of politics when we're about Farley personally, when we're having such a pleasant discussion?
You just agreed that it was a good idea.
I know, but that's all academic now. Let's get this administration underway, and let's do what's best for the country, and let's worry about New York State in 1950. There's plenty of time to worry about that. All I can say in answer to that is this. If the Democratic leaders and the Democratic organization in New York State use good judgment and conduct themselves well in the coming days ahead, I feel certain that an organization can be put together here, and they can select nominees that will, in my judgment, bring the Democratic Party back in New York State. This is essentially a Democratic state.
A little soul-searching now, Jim. Aren't you a little bit sorry that you didn't take that vice presidential nomination? I think it was in your grasp at one time.
I'm not a bit sorry about it. I was never interested in it, Murray. That's very sincere.
Because you thought they
No,
were
I wasn't interested, and it's purely on a personal basis. Frankly, I couldn't afford to be interested. And I'm very happy in my position. That's very sincere. There's no sour grapes about it, and I have no regrets. And a better fellow couldn't have the job. I talked to Barclay in Philadelphia, and I think I was one of 3 or 4 fellows who persuaded him to make the race. I have the greatest respect, admiration, and affection for him, and I think that the Democratic Party, not only in selecting Truman, did a good job, but they did just as good a job in selecting Alvin Barclay. He'll make a great vice president, and he's one man who has been entitled to consideration from the party for years and didn't get it.
Well, Jim, you were largely responsible for him getting that boom down there at Philadelphia.
Well, I was
started that the minute you got in town down there.
Well, the minute I got in town, I was for Barclay all the way, because I felt in days that have passed, Barclay hadn't been recognized by the Democratic Party for services rendered. I don't know of any Democrat living today who has done more unselfishly, under all kinds of conditions, fair weather and foul, for the Democratic Party. And I'm delighted in the heyday of Barclay's career to see him named as vice president and elected as vice president, and he'll make an excellent vice president.
Mr. Newman, I think, has a question.
Jim, don't you think, however, that the man is just a little old, and the position that he's in...
He doesn't act like an old fellow.
I know, but his age, what is his age?
71.
72.
71, but he's a pretty vigorous fellow. He's all right. I wouldn't worry a bit about his age.
Mr. Spivak, let's keep these questions now. We have
Jim,
very
this is
little
a
time.
very short one. What are we going to do about that slogan? As Maine goes, so goes the nation.
Well, I think it's been resurrected as a result of what happened. You see, the Republicans, when they won Maine this time, they start bragging about what happened. But as Maine goes, so goes Vermont. That still holds. That's a good slogan.
Short question, Mr. Snyder.
When you got to Philadelphia, you said you were disgusted with these people who were, again, Truman.
And I'm still disgusted with them. I'm still disgusted. Well, I don't want to mention names, but there was no excuse in the world for those fellows who were opposed to President Truman taking the course of action they did. He was a sitting president, a Democratic president, had taken over after President Roosevelt passed on. I think he'd done an excellent job under a situation that would have almost killed any other man. And it was an outrage for those Democratic leaders to have opposed his nomination, and the American people have given the answer.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, but that's really all we have time for. Thank you for this press conference, And right now, here's something of importance for everybody who enjoys a truly good cup of coffee.
Yes, north, south, east, or west. It's Maxwell House wherever you go. Famous for finer flavor, this delicious coffee is good to the last drop. For the best in coffee drinking pleasure, always ask for Maxwell House.
Next week's guest will be another front page figure. Now, this is Ken Roberts saying goodnight for Murray Snyder, Lawrence Spivak, Cecil B. Dixon, Larry Newman, Martha Roundtree, and the Honorable James A. Farley. Meet the Press is presented to you each week by Maxwell House Coffee. Be sure to look in next week, same time, same station, for Meet the Press, brought to you by the makers of Maxwell House Coffee, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
This is NBC Television.
Over NBC's coast-to-coast network of independent and affiliated stations, the University of Chicago Roundtable. We present Robert Horn of the Department of Political Science of the University of Chicago. Mr. Horn.
I am a Republican, and I am disturbed about the future of the Republican Party. After the shock of the election, I am beginning to wonder, like millions of others, what the future holds for the Republican Party or whether it has any future. This year marked the 5th consecutive defeat for Republican presidential candidates. This presidential election was the closest one since 1916. But Governor Dewey in 1948 received fewer votes than he got in 1944, although more votes were cast this year than in 1944. And Republican congressional candidates generally ran below Dewey this year. In fact, Governor Dewey received only 600,000 votes more than Herbert Hoover received in 1928, although there are many million more potential and actual voters now than there were 20 years ago. Moreover, this 5th consecutive defeat means that the Republicans, by 1952, will have been out of the White House for the longest time that either the Democrats or the Republicans have been out of power since the end of the Civil War. The Republicans can no longer claim to be the majority party of the country. Many people are saying that unless the Republican Party changes, it will die. If I were a Democrat, I would also be disturbed about the future of the Republican Party. Joining me in this discussion is Senator Raymond E. Baldwin, Republican of Connecticut, and Senator Ralph E. Flanders, Republican of Vermont. Senator Flanders, why should all Americans be concerned about the future of the Republican Party?
Mr. Horn, all Americans, whether affiliated with the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, should be concerned. In fact, I was interested the other day to have one of the Democratic senators, whom we all respect, state in so many words his concern for the strength of the Republican Party. And the reasons he was concerned are reasons which must affect us all. That is, that the continuation of democratic government depends on there being two strong parties. It depends on the bipartisan government. We see the reverse of that in European governments, which are splintered up into small parties and which govern themselves with difficulty and without real success by transient combinations of these splinters. We can't do it that way.
Senator Baldwin, do you feel that this election threatens the successful functioning of the two-party system?
It does, Mr. Horn, unless the Republican Party meets the challenge of this particular time. It depends upon whether or not the Republican Party measures up to its responsibility as to whether or not it's going to continue to exist as a party and preserve the two-party system. I think that's one of its great opportunities now. Any minority party, as a matter of policy, of course, faces a number of possibilities. In our case, we could deny the need to deal with high prices, for example, or housing, or health, or education, or reclamation, or we could simply oppose all proposals coming from the other party, either claiming that they will not work, or that they are too costly, or that they are too socialistic. Or we could outbid the other party. For example, if the Democrats offer public housing to rent at $50 a month, we Republicans could offer it to rent at $25 a month. I reject all of these proposals, but I do say that now is a time for us to make a reappraisal of our party, to build it into a vehicle for the political expression of 22 million Americans and as many more as we can attract to it. And I think with a positive approach to this thing that we can attract more than 22 million.
Senator Baldwin, I take it that you're very clear that the Republican Party must reorganize and become a liberal party. Senator Flanders, would you agree with that stand?
I agree with that thoroughly. I would want to specify a little bit what we mean by a Republican liberal party and Republican liberal policy. It means that the legislation we propose and support must be directed toward human ends. But it also means that the methods that we propose for attaining those human ends must be methods which will work.
One of the ways in which the party must examine how it can become liberal is to look at the lessons of this past election and to see what they hold for the future of the party. To answer that question, we are privileged to present Representative Clifford Hope, Congressman from Kansas and Chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture. To present Congressman Hope, we take you now to Kansas City, Missouri. Mr. Hope.
What the Republican Party should do now is a timely subject for discussion, and I suppose most of us have recovered sufficiently by this time to come out of the cyclone cellar and at least take a look around. About the best comment I heard on the election was that of the man who said the Republicans had accomplished the hitherto unheard-of feat of snatching defeat right out of the jaws of victory. Well, it was just about that way, and it seems to me the first question to be answered is, why did we lose? That's always important, but it's particularly so this time because we lost when all the signs indicated a walkaway. Something serious went wrong. Was it the ticket, the platform, or the way the campaign was conducted? I think we had a strong ticket. We had a fine platform. And it seems to me, and I think to most people, that the main reason we lost was because we made the wrong kind of a campaign. It was conducted from the beginning on the theory that a majority of the people of this country had already made up their minds to vote Republican and would not change. That's quite different from the theory we've always gone on in Kansas, that the election wasn't over until the polls closed. But it seemed to be working in this campaign. And what I'm saying now in criticism is pure Monday morning quarterbacking. Anybody can look back now and point out a lot of mistakes. But if you analyze them, they all stem back to the one fault of overconfidence. If this is true, then our failure was due principally to overconfidence and the mistakes which it inspired. And the problem is then not nearly so great as it would have been if we had failed because our fundamental policies were wrong and our candidates were not well qualified. Furthermore, while it is discouraging to have lost, especially under the circumstances, yet those who are mourning or maybe celebrating the demise of the Republican Party are a little premature. It is far from dead, and it has recovered in the past from far worse blows. It seems to me there are three things, among others, which should be done soon. First, determine the policy which the party will follow in Congress. Second, put more accent on youth and new faces in party affairs. Third, build up a better party organization from the ground up. As to the first point, one hears conflicting views expressed among Republicans. There are those who say the party should become more conservative, and its members in Congress should make no compromise with administration proposals. I cannot believe that that would be a wise course. In the first place, I have never heard such views expressed except by persons over 50 years of age. I am sure they're almost universally opposed by the younger members of the party. Now, I'm in the 58, over 50 age group myself, but I cannot see much future for any party based upon an appeal directed solely to those in the upper age group. A party which does that is almost dead already. In the second place, to adopt such a policy would be an outright repudiation of the platform upon which all Republican members of Congress were elected. It seems to me that what we should do in Congress is to bend every effort to carry out the provisions of our party platform. It was good at convention time, and it's good now. If the Republican members of the two houses would meet at an early date and go on record as reaffirming the Republican platform and authorize the Republican leaders in Congress to so state, it would be a salutary thing and inspire confidence everywhere. I would follow this up by giving more prominence to younger party members, both in and out of Congress. I'm not suggesting the abolition of the seniority rule until something better comes along, but one of its disadvantages is that it holds back able new men who in many cases are more representative of party thinking and leadership than those who have seniority by reason of the fact that stand-pat Republican districts have returned them year after year. We need greater representation in congressional councils of men who represent marginal districts and who have gotten close to the people because they've had to fight hard for election. Outside of Congress, more attention must be given to those in younger age groups. They should be encouraged to accept and exercise leadership and to become candidates for important offices. This brings me to the question of better party organization from bottom to top. This is particularly important in view of the fact that our loss this year was mostly because our organization didn't function as it should because of overconfidence. The most effective organizations for getting out the vote this year were the labor organizations. Had our party organization been half as effective and enthusiastic, we would have won. Finally, our overall objective must be to convince the voters of this country that the Republican Party is interested in their problems and that voting the Republican ticket will help them to solve these problems. That has always been the basis of political success in this country. These suggestions I have made outline some of the means which I think might be used to attain this objective.
We return you now to New York.
Thank you, Congressman Hope. Senator Flanders, now we have heard from a Middle Western Republican. I'd like to ask you the question, how will a liberal Republican Party be different from a liberal Democratic Party?
That is a good question to ask, and should we use the word liberal as exactly the same with reference to both parties, there would be no difference. But I feel that there is a real difference. The liberal Republican Party will address its legislation and its amendment of pending legislation so that it both serves the needs of the people of the country as a whole and also provides practical and possible means for reaching those needs, attaining those needs, filling them, meeting them. That is the liberal. That is the definition of a liberal so far as it applies to our party.
Well, Senator Baldwin, does a liberal Republican Party mean a Me Too party, a New Deal party?
No, I think it does not. I think those are the two. This Me Too idea we ought to reject. This idea of attempting to outbid the Democrats we ought to reject. However, there are certain basic things that we can be definitely for and that we can provide specific programs for. For example, take the matter of job security, take the matter of the continuous employment, take the matter of health, take the matter of prices, take any matter that concerns the individual American today. What the Republican Party should do is to formulate programs that can be met within the terms of liberty as we understand it, within the terms of our own economy, and then be for those programs. Now, they may not mean as much in dollars and cents. They may not mean the giving away of so much money. But nevertheless, they should be designed to meet those needs, and we should then be positively for them and try to convince the people that our program is better than the other fellow's program and that it will work.
Senator Baldwin, I think we have a very practical example of the differences you have been describing. When we look at the history of New Deal legislation and administration between 1932 and 1939. For instance, the New Deal set out to end unemployment. It failed. There was still 8 million unemployed in 1939, and it was only the war and preparation for war which put an end to unemployment. I am satisfied that had the New Deal concerned itself with the expansion of business and its employment opportunities, that problem would have been solved. Furthermore, on the liberal objectives and other lines in which the New Deal set up, and which have on the whole been accepted by the American people as desirable, it was able to accomplish them in appearance to some extent only by an enormous expansion of the government debt. That is what I mean by the difference between Democratic and Republican liberalism. Our liberalism must, while directed toward human needs, must also be of the kind that actually accomplishes the end for which we set, and accomplishes it by the expansion of production in this country, which is the only means by which those needs can be satisfied, really instead of by words.
In other words, you mean the more production we have, the more wealth in the general sense we create, and the better support that we have on a broad basis for all these social objectives of education and health, housing, and everything. But to return to a specific example of what I mean by a program and what I mean by liberalism. 2 years ago, or a year ago this past fall, you and I were very much concerned over the matter of high prices. We conducted extensive hearings. We were aware, as many Republicans were aware, of the problems of the people with high prices. You came back to Washington, and together we formulated a program for dealing with that subject of high prices. Unfortunately, I think the Republicans have rejected it. Maybe there were some things that should have been rejected. But we did have an awareness of the problem of high prices, and you particularly, sir, did make a great contribution for a program to deal with it. Now, it would seem to me that would have been a sign of liberalism in this last session of the Congress had we gone forward with that program.
Very naturally, Senator Baldwin, I agree with you. I think that the time was psychologically ripe at that moment for doing something which would have obviated this third round of the spiral of inflation, which is just now being completed.
Senator Baldwin, you've been speaking about the record of the Republican Party in Congress, but another question arises here. The election statistics show that of the 13 cities of over 500,000 population in the United States, the Republicans in this election were not able to carry a single one. You, sir, come from a heavily urbanized state, and I'd like to ask you the question, how can the Republican Party improve its vote in the big cities? Isn't this at the basis of much of this need for reorganization of party thinking?
May I preface what I'm going to say with this statement? It seems to me it's quite astounding that the Republican strength increased in this last election in New England and in the Middle Atlantic states, which includes the great states of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. It didn't increase in New York, but it did in the other two, and increased on the Pacific coast in the urban areas. Now, that indicated that Republicans must have had some appeal. Now, I think to broaden that appeal, that we have got to have not a Me Too policy, not an outbidding policy, but we have got to have a program and a policy with reference to labor that's friendly and sympathetic, with reference to industry that's friendly and sympathetic. We've got to have a policy with reference to education and housing and prices and all of these things that concern the people in order to win back the vote of the urban areas, because there's where the great vote is, as you point out. We have got to show an awareness of the problems of the people that live there, a sympathetic interest in those problems, and a sincere desire and a program to deal with their solution.
Senator Flanders, you have been describing a liberal Republican program here, but I gather from what you say that one of the difficult problems is to make Republican liberalism understood by the American people. How do you explain to them what the limitations of our economic system are?
Well, Mr. Horn, that is, of course, a real problem. The most gratifying experience that I had during the recent campaign was in talking to college groups. And my experience during the campaign was almost entirely with the college groups. The students react immediately to anything which realistically shows what means must be taken to make social improvement. I am hopeful that by having meetings with young people the country over, not merely college groups, but in all of the classes of society, that we can, in the same way, come to an understanding, a mutual understanding of what is practically necessary for reaching the human aims to which the Republican Party must devote itself.
And Senator, aren't you very much heartened by this open letter that came from the Harvard Young Republican Club, the MIT Young Republican Club, the Radcliffe Young Republican Club, and the Wellesley Young Republican Club? I personally think that's a grand letter and a grand approach, and I feel highly pleased at the interest these young people have shown.
I believe that the future, if we address ourselves to the young people, is clearly a hopeful one, and as you say, nothing more hopeful has come to our public notice than this letter of which.
Well, I think another thing that's highly pleasing, here's young Philip Wilkie, whose father was one of the great leaders of our times. I think one of the very greatest myself, and he is interested himself in politics. He has made a proposal to the National Committee for the calling of a meeting to discuss Republican policies and program, and I think that's a great thing. I hope the party goes forward with that kind of a meeting.
Gentlemen, you're mentioning some very specific steps here that the Republican Party may take, but perhaps there's another argument sometimes made that we need to take up here. Some people have suggested that Republican prospects for success do not depend so much on the policies of the party as on economic changes within the country. Suppose we had another Great Depression. Would you expect that that automatically would lead to Republican victory?
Mr. Horn, it seems to me that that is not merely a fallacious, but a cynical proposal for Republican success. I don't need to expand on its being cynical. I'd just like to say a word or two about its being fallacious. There is no evidence whatsoever that another depression will not throw us further to the left and further away from the possibility of maintaining the well-being of the citizens of the country. And with that conviction strongly in my mind, and I'm sure in that of Senator Baldwin as well, it becomes the duty of the Republican Party to join with the Democratic Party so far as it is in endeavoring to maintain employment, to maintain production, and to maintain the prosperity and well-being of the American
Senator,
people.
don't you think one of the best things that we could do in this Congress would be, number one, to propose things on the part of Republicans that are designed to maintain employment at a high level, to maintain production at a high level, to prevent a depression, and secondly, to object and point out as forcefully as we can any policies or programs pursued by the administration that, if continued in their pursuit, would bring on a depression. Don't you think that's one of the great things we can do in this coming Congress?
Senator Baldwin, I feel convinced that we would be committing a shameful suicide if we pursued any other policy whatsoever.
Senator Flanders, we've had a bipartisan foreign policy. We've heard a great deal about it. Would you include frank discussion of the bipartisan foreign policy as a Republican responsibility?
That certainly is a Republican responsibility. It has been in effect, in spite of the talk about the bipartisan policy, it has been in effect in the 2 years in which I have been in Congress. The foreign policy of the nation has been improved by the fact that the Republicans have had a definite part in determining it, and the bipartisan basis, to my mind, begins when the legislation is passed, and from that point on, it is an American policy.
It seems to me that so far as our foreign policy is concerned, it would not have been, it would not be what it is now, had it not been for Senator Vandenberg and Republican leadership. And as a matter of fact, the Republicans, and particularly Senator Vandenberg, would have made more of a contribution had they been taken into the councils of the administration as closely as they should have been taken.
I agree completely.
Senator Baldwin, you mentioned Philip Wilkie's proposal for a National Republican Policies Convention. I take it, Senator Flanders, that you would agree with that proposal also.
I likewise agree with that proposal.
And, gentlemen, I believe you mentioned also that the Republican Party should support those proposals of the Truman administration that are in agreement with the Republican Party platform.
After all, Mr. Truman is the president of the American people, and we've got to lend him our loyal, patriotic support. And that support includes pointing out as vigorously and as ably as we can, where we as Republicans think he's wrong. And that's part of our job in the next Congress.
But do you think that the American people have had a chance to learn of the real services of Senator Vandenberg?
I know they have not. I wished in this last campaign that we had spent more time telling about the contribution of Senator Vandenberg and other Republicans in the formation of our Republican policy. Senator Vandenberg made one speech. He should have made many more.
Well, Senator Baldwin, do you agree with the statement in Arthur Crock's column in the New York Times of today that nothing can be expected of significant value from an effort to meet some people's demands that the Republican Party now be reorganized? Mr. Crock argues that in all past elections, the Republican presidents have been elected because of a split in the Democratic Party or the rise of a popular leader like Theodore Roosevelt, or some great change that creates dissatisfaction with the Democrats, is an effort to reorganize the Republican Party, and by that I mean its leadership, a contradiction to the successful practices of a political party.
Well, Mr. Horn, I should not like to think that the Republican parties can only win by dissatisfaction with the other party in power. I would like to think that the Republican Party must be in the future, as it has been most of the time in the past, a party of constructive, progressive ideas. It's furnished much of that type of leadership in American history.
Senator Flanders, how would you feel about necessary changes in the Republican leadership in Congress?
Those changes, it seems to me, must be made in those cases where leadership has misinterpreted the desires and ideals of the American people, those desires and ideals which can be reached. We can have a better leadership in the party.
Well, gentlemen, I take it from this discussion that you pretty much agree with the remarks of these young Republicans in Massachusetts whose letter you've mentioned. If the present leadership of the Republican Party hopes to attract young men and women of ability and principle, it must rekindle our party's traditional fires of humanitarianism and sincere purpose. We cannot depend upon a Truman depression for our next political opportunity. We must carve out this opportunity ourselves in a united Republican record in Congress which will support the next Republican candidate for president. This is the only sure promise of victory.
Thank you, gentlemen. You've been listening to the University of Chicago Roundtable discuss the election and the Republican Party with Raymond E. Baldwin, Republican United States Senator from Connecticut, Ralph E. Flanders, Republican United States Senator from Vermont, Clifford Hope, Republican Congressman from Kansas, and Robert Horn of the Department of Political Science of the University of Chicago as participants. This week's Roundtable pamphlet includes the full text of today's discussion, special reading lists, illustrations, and questions for analysis and discussion. You will want to receive this pamphlet and to read these important supplementary materials. Be sure to write for your copy and send 10 cents in coin with your order to the University of Chicago Roundtable, Chicago 37, Illinois. For $3, you may subscribe to the pamphlet for a full year and receive 52 weekly issues. I'll repeat that address, the University of Chicago Roundtable, Chicago 37, Illinois. Next week, the Roundtable will discuss news about the planets. Today's Roundtable originated in Radio City, New York, and station WDAF, Kansas City, Missouri. The National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations have cooperated in the presentation of this discussion, which brings to the American listener various shades of opinion on important public issues. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Don't forget to check out our Patreon page, World War II on the Air and in Print, for some great history through pop culture every single day. Directions are in the comments below. My name is Henry Chap, and that's the way it was during the election of 1948. Good night. God bless.
This changing world, this changing scene, where is it taking us? What does it mean? As long as we're certain of each other, we know we don't have to be afraid. These changing times we rise above. We have no time for them. We have our love, and love is the only thing that still remains the same through all this change.